Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Universal Card Drawing. Full level lucky value at the beginning. Chapter 41. Lin Huan. No matter what kind of subordinate you come up with, there is no way it can compare to the Blood Moon Eagle. Now take the initiative to unbind the legendary magic card, maybe you can still survive. As he said this, the leader of the cult in the distance couldn't help but look at Felice next to Lin Huan. Not to mention the terrifying potential of this subordinate. Just because of its beauty, it is not something that any man can refuse. If he dedicated it to the top brass of the Blood Moon sect, his future would be limitless. In response, Lin Huan ignored his words and threw out the magic card at his fingertips. The magic card suddenly turned into a large ball of orange light. Then a huge thing dozens of meters long flew out. This behemoth has 3 pairs of wings on its back. It is azure in color, has a pointed head and 2 horns, and a long tail swings slowly. It flies in the volcanic ash as if it is traveling in space. As soon as it came out, the flying subordinates of the Blood Moon cultists seemed to have encountered a natural enemy. The ferocity in his eyes was dispelled by fear, and the bird's beak made a sharp cry, vibrating its wings in an attempt to fly away. Yu Wei Kei, what's wrong with you? Ah, I'm going to fall, please pull me up. Don't panic, Blood Moon Eagle, what are you afraid of? After taking a look at the embarrassed people around him, Lin Huan raised the corners of his mouth and said to Feng Melong in his heart, Feng Melong, come here. The behemoth's 3 pairs of wings swayed slowly, but at an extremely fast speed, reaching Lin Huan's feet in an instant. Landing smoothly on the back of the Wind Demon Dragon, Lin Huan no longer controlled the power of the storm, but only separated the surrounding volcanic ash from him. Phyllis, thank you for your hard work, please rest first. Yes, master. Taking Felice back, Lin Huan smiled towards the leader of the cult who was calming the Blood Moon Eagle a few hundred meters away. I don't know if my legendary subordinate, the Wind Demon Dragon, can compare to your Blood Moon Eagle. So what if you are a legendary subordinate? Our subordinates are all bronze level in strength. Everyone, come with me. The leader of the cultists in the distance roared with an ugly expression. He never dreamed that Lin Huan actually had a legendary subordinate. Those legendary magic cards are not Chinese cabbage. Why do you, Lin Huan, take out one after another? He felt a little broken inside, but at this life and death moment, he had to calm down. Hearing his words, Lin Huan smiled lightly and patted Feng Melong who was sitting down. Wind Demon Dragon, let them see what you can do. Just as he finished speaking, the wind demonic dragon flapped its wings slightly and disappeared immediately. The moment the wind demon dragon disappeared, a moon sparrow appeared at the place where the wind demon dragon disappeared. This Blood Moon cultist originally wanted to control the moon sparrow to attack the wind demon dragon from behind, but the wind demon dragon predicted it and flew away in advance. And it was extremely fast, disappearing in less than a blink of an eye. Where have you been? Just when the cultist looked around, trying to find the Wind Demon Dragon, he felt a shadow envelope him. As soon as he raised his head, he saw the Wind Demon Dragon that had disappeared appearing above his head. The Wind Demon Dragon stretched out its long claws and grabbed the moon sparrow. He could clearly see every movement of the Wind Demon Dragon's claws, but when he immediately tried to control the moon sparrow to get out of the way, the Wind Demon Dragon had already grabbed the moon sparrow's head. With a gentle grip, the Yuehui bird was as fragile as a watermelon and exploded into pieces. After killing the moon sparrow, the Wind Demon Dragon disappeared again. As the headless body of the moon sparrow fell together, the Blood Moon cultist's eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't expect that his 1-star bronze moon sparrow would be killed instantly. How can this be? Lin Huan is obviously just a black iron level magic card master. Even if he is a legendary subordinate, he can only have black iron level strength. How is it possible to kill the bronze level instantly? But no matter how hard it was for him to accept, it was a fact that Yuehui bird was killed instantly. The flying slave died, and he immediately fell towards the ground. If he fell down like this, he would definitely die from this height. He shouted to his other companions, "Help me!" The nearest moon sparrow fluttered its wings and flew towards him. Just when he was about to be rescued, he heard loud shouting. Don't save him. Don't save me. Why? Just when he was puzzled, he saw the Wind Demon Dragon appear again and kill the moon sparrow instantly with the same claw. Bishop, save me. However, the leading cultist did not respond to his call for help. Instead, he looked around cautiously. A look of despair suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his figure was buried in volcanic ash. Lin Huan was also a little surprised when he saw the Blood Moon cultists disappearing into the volcanic ash. Although he knew that the Wind Demon Dragon would definitely be very strong in aerial combat, he did not expect it to be this strong. With the strength of the Black Iron 9 stars, he instantly killed 2 bronze-level subordinates. And they were all instant kills. During those 2 months, Wei Kei couldn't even resist and died. He said to the Wind Demon Dragon in his heart, "Wind Demon Dragon, continue." As he finished speaking, Lin Huan felt as if the scene in front of him was being infinitely stretched and shortened. He knew that this was because the speed of the Wind Demon Dragon had exceeded the limit of the human eye. So when you sit on the Wind Demon Dragon, this is what you see. It only lasted a short moment. When the scene in front of them returned to normal, they saw a blood moon eagle with its back facing them. The Wind Demon Dragon opened its mouth, and a sky-blue terrifying cyclone condensed and formed like a cannonball. Biting the wind whirlpool, the Wind Demonic Dragon suddenly opened its mouth and then sprayed towards the blood moon eagle not far away. Lin Huan had a look of expectation in his eyes. This is the skill of the Wind Demon Dragon, the Wind Demon Roar. Wherever the cyclone bomb passed, the originally blue and white sky was revealed. It's like a white line was wiped clean on the glass that was full of mud. The originally thick volcanic ash was all evaporated into air in this Wind Demon's roar. Careful, this terrifying aura attracted the attention of other Blood Moon cultists, and they didn't need to remind them. How could the believers on the Blood Moon Eagle not feel such a terrifying blow? However, the blow was so fast and urgent that it was impossible to dodge it. He pressed it fiercely, and the surging magic power poured into the Blood Moon Eagle's body. Blood Moon Eagle, Blood Moon Armor. Suddenly, scarlet blood suddenly emerged from all over the Blood Moon Eagle's body, forming a thick armor. It was even thick to the point of being bloated, and its wings drooped because they couldn't bear the weight. When the Blood Moon cultist on his back saw this situation, his nervous face suddenly softened. This Blood Moon Armor move is the signature skill of the Blood Moon Eagle. With the input of magic power, the defense can be increased to a very terrifying level. Although the Wind Demon Dragon is a legendary subordinate, it just killed 2 bronze 1-star moon sparrows instantly. However, he himself has a 4-star bronze strength, and the Blood Moon Eagle has a 3-star bronze strength. One person and one beast used all their strength to defend. Even a bronze 5-star subordinate cannot break this defense. Not to mention the Wind Demon Dragon. In his eyes full of confidence, that terrifying breath hit the Blood Moon armor hard. As if being hit by a terrifying monster, the Blood Moon Eagle was immediately knocked away 100 meters away. There was a terrifying dent in the Blood Moon armor, but it was not broken, and a thin layer remained. Hey, let me just say, how could a mere Black Iron level card magician? Just when he was proud that he had blocked the blow, his eyes suddenly opened and a series of unexplained sounds came out of his throat. His face also twisted, showing an expression of horror. Because he saw that the breath just now came again. Still the same speed, still the same position. But this time, the thin layer of Blood Moon armor couldn't stop him. The breath made a big hole in the Blood Moon Eagle's belly, and it was knocked back to the magic card state in just an instant. The Blood Moon cultist's eyes became desperate, and he reached out to grab the leader. Hope he can save his life. However, the leading believer didn't even look at him. He just stared at the stream of light he just shot. That was the skill card he just used. No matter how perverted Lin Huan or the Wind Demon Dragon is, if he uses the skill card with his silver strength, he will definitely die if he hits it. And when he used the skill card, he happened to catch the gap between the Wind Demon Dragon and its breath. This subordination is absolutely unavoidable. Just when he was full of confidence. I saw the Wind Demon Dragon, like a fish swimming in the sea, just flapping its wings lightly and calmly dodged the stream of light. What's going on with this legendary subordinate? Why is it so difficult to deal with? Seeing how easily one of his confident strikes failed, he suddenly growled and clenched his fists. His eyes were full of unwillingness. If Lin Huan were on the ground, he was just a Black Iron level card magician. Any one of them could defeat Lin Huan. But this time in the air, Lin Huan had another abnormal flying slave, and he only targeted their flying slave. Now the sky has completely become Lin Huan's home field. Just when he was about to activate the skill card to attack the Wind Demon Dragon again, he saw the Wind Demon Dragon turn around and turn into a blue bolt and rush toward him. It was like a wisp of breeze drifting by. When he found the Wind Demon Dragon appearing behind him, the Blood Moon Eagle under his feet had already separated its body and head. Why so fast? He didn't react at all, and the Blood Moon Eagle was already dead. Otherwise, with his silver level strength, he would never be defeated so easily by the Wind Demon Dragon. As he was falling, he saw that the last Blood Moon Eagle was beaten back to the magic card state by the Wind Demon Dragon. Looking at Lin Huan on the back of Feng Melong, his eyes were full of disbelief, followed by deep hatred. He yelled, "Lin Huan, our Blood Moon sect will not let this matter go just like this." Lin Huan chuckled. Naturally, he wouldn't take such cruel words to heart. He patted the Feng Melong who was sitting down. "Wind Demon Dragon, fly lower, I'm looking for someone." The person he was talking about was Lu Shia Sha. The giant volcano is still erupting now, and it's not time to get the fire-melting crystal. But now, the entire Churong secret realm is about to be swallowed up by magma. If he doesn't hurry up, Lu Shia Sha will be dead. Just when he was looking for Lu Shia Sha, in a bowl-shaped cave on a giant volcano, a dozen girls huddled together in a small space. In front of the cave entrance, magma continued to accumulate and began to flow into the cave. Seeing this scene, the girls immediately screamed. A dozen girls hugged each other, all curling up their bodies desperately. It kept shrinking until it couldn't shrink anymore, and then stopped. Many girls secretly sobbed as they looked at the hot magma that was constantly approaching them. "Are we going to die soon?" a girl said with dead eyes. "No, there will definitely be someone who can help us." Feeling her despair, Lu Shia Sha said loudly, "No one will come. There are usually no patrols coming to Churong's secret realm. No matter what happens here now, they will not know about it outside. We are all going to die. All going to die." This sentence was like being thrown into the calm water of an ancient well, without causing any ripples. There were just more secret sobbing sounds. "Don't give up hope. Even if there is no patrol, someone will definitely come to save us." Seeing a group of people as if they were dead, Lu Shia Sha became anxious. "Hey, there's no patrol, unless it's the savior. Someone will definitely come to save us, definitely." Lu Shia Sha knew that the possibility of the Tianmeng City patrol team finding them was very low, but he could not give up hope. Giving up hope would be the only way to really lose hope. Therefore, she cannot let these girls fall into despair, otherwise, the hope of survival will be even lower. For some reason, she suddenly remembered the big brother who saved everyone during the attack by the Qingfeng birds that day. However, no matter how much she encouraged them, the eyes of these girls were still full of emptiness. They didn't believe Lu Shia Sha. Later, Lu Shia Sha also fell silent. Despair completely filled this cave. It wasn't until a scorching heat stung Lu Shia Sha that she woke up. The magma was already in front of her, and her toes could already feel the heat of the magma. She desperately tried to retract her feet, but her back was already crowded with those girls and there was no space left. The light of hope in Lu Shia Sha's eyes was completely extinguished. "Hopeless. I'm really going to die. Parents, I'm sorry." Just when she closed her eyes, she saw the cyan air blowing in, rolling them up onto the back of an unknown subordinate. Lu Shia Sha looked around with doubtful eyes. Although she was out of danger, she was not very optimistic. Maybe he just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth. When she looked back, she caught a glimpse of a man standing on the other side, looking at them with his hands behind his back. "Big brother." Rubbing his eyes, Lu Shia Sha looked again. She saw Lin Huan looking at her and smiling. At this time, she was finally sure that the person in front of her was really Lin Huan. "Big brother." Lin Huan came over and said, "Are you okay?" "No, it's okay. Don't ask any more questions, I'll take you out first." Aha! A group of girls also discovered Lin Huan at this time. Knowing that he was the one who helped, they all ran to Lin Huan and thanked him. "Brother, you were the one who saved us just now, right? Thank you so much." "Yes, I was rescued just now without even reacting." "Big brother, you are really amazing. The flying slave is also very powerful, and he is worthy of being my big brother's slave." Being surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, chattering and noisy, Lin Huan couldn't stand it any longer. He pressed twice and said to the girls, "I'll talk to you later, I'll take you out first." Hearing this, the girls stopped surrounding Lin Huan. "Take them out of the Churong secret realm," Lin Huan said to Lu Shia Sha. "Wait for me here, don't move around, I will be out soon." After saying that, he rode on the wind demon dragon and entered the Crimson secret realm again. Not long after he left, a group of people wearing Tianmeng City Patrol uniforms appeared here. "Little sister, do you know what is going on in the Churong secret realm?" Because the magma in the Churong secret realm spread, a lot of it came here along the space cracks. Someone reported this matter to the patrol team. So they came over. As such that, Lu Shia Sha told the patrol team what happened. To be able to rescue all these girls, the so-called Big Brother must be very strong. Yes, those Blood Moon cultists can execute such a plan, and the leader must be a silver-level powerhouse. In other words, this Big Brother is also a silver-level powerhouse. Is our captain as strong as our captain at such a young age? There is such a terrifying genius in Tianmeng City. Hearing this, one of them rolled his eyes. You know it's impossible. The silver level is so easy to practice. The captain is already in his 30s this year. In this way, he was already a rare genius in Tianmeng City. If there is such a young talent, he must be a student from a top university. Don't you know how many years we have not had students from top universities in Tianmeng City? These girls must be too young to tell a person's age. Hearing this, the man also nodded. That's really how it should be. But I heard that this time, Tianmeng City may produce a youngster who will be admitted to a top university this year. Okay. Just when they wanted to continue the discussion, a man who seemed to have good qualifications interrupted them with a cold face. "No matter who that silver man is, we will fulfill our responsibilities. Go into the Churong secret realm and take a look. The Blood Moon sect has made such a big move this time. You must know what they want to do." Summoning the silver-backed vulture, a group of patrol members entered the Crimson secret realm. However, as fast as they get in, they get out quickly. One of the patrol members jumped down from the silver-backed vulture, doubled over, and vomited. No, this Crimson Melt secret realm is shaking, and the basic balance of the silver-backed vulture chain of black iron 9 stars cannot be maintained. I really don't know how powerful that silver man's subordinate is. I don't know why he went in there. There was nothing inside except magma. Why did he go in there to watch the volcano erupt? Okay. Let's wait outside for this strong silver man to come out. He saved these girls. Our patrol team must thank him no matter what, otherwise something big will really happen this time. It is the duty of their patrol team to supervise the secret realm, but because the Churong secret realm is too barren, they never patrol there. This is already an unspoken rule, and the captain really turns a blind eye even if he knows it. But if such a big thing happened this time, it would definitely not be concealed, and they would definitely take responsibility. If it weren't for this strong silver man who rescued these 18 girls, their responsibilities would be even greater this time. Look, the space cracks are fluctuating. The strong man is coming out. A patrol member pointed at the crack in space and shouted. The members of the patrol team looked towards the crack in space, with curious expressions in their eyes. They wanted to see the true appearance of this mysterious powerful man. The space cracks rippled, and all patrol members stretched their necks. I saw a huge object flying out of the crack in space. Pointed head, double horns, 6 wings, sharp claws. When the patrol members saw clearly, their scalps all felt numb, and hundreds of goosebumps suddenly exploded all over their bodies. A member of the patrol couldn't help but exclaimed, "Dragon, it's a giant dragon. The flying subordinate of this silver powerhouse is actually a giant dragon." No wonder he was so surprised. There are many types and attributes of magic card wind, and the subordinate races drawn out are all mixed with different strengths. But there is one race that, as long as it is drawn out, is the absolute strongest in its type and attributes. That is the dragon race. If it is a fire dragon, it is the strongest among all fire subordinates. And among the flying slaves, no one can fight against the dragon. As long as you draw the dragon subordination, it means that you are invincible in a certain field. It is precisely because of the terrifying racial talent of the giant dragon that all those belonging to the giant dragon must be of legendary quality, without exception. Even those sub-dragon subordinates are of epic quality. And the probability of being drawn out is ridiculously low. The Federation has tens of billions of magic card masters, but only a few thousand dragon subordinates. As for the giant dragon in front of them, they had never heard of it. In other words, this is a brand new dragon slave. Looking at the wind demon dragon soaring in the sky, the patrol team members had various emotions in their eyes: shock, envy, and longing. There was even a member of the patrol who was suddenly startled because his neck was stretched too far. He lost control of his center of gravity and stumbled violently before he regained his balance. And the silver-backed vulture on the side suddenly started to scream, "Yah," and kept flapping its wings. If he hadn't been tightly controlled by the patrol, he might have flown away long ago. Silver-backed vulture, calm down, don't be afraid. You can't blame it. It's normal to be scared when you see the king of the sky like a giant dragon. One of the patrol members shook his head. The slave is not a human being. It follows animal nature. When it sees a dragon that can treat it as food, its first reaction is to run away. That silver-level powerhouse actually has a giant dragon as his subordinate. I really didn't expect it. Silver-level strength coupled with the dragon affiliation. With this strength, no wonder I can single-handedly crush the Blood Moon sect's plan. This should be some respected senior, right? I haven't heard in Tianming City that that gentleman has a giant dragon as his subordinate. He should be a well-known strong man in one of those big cities. The patrol members looked towards the back of Feng Melong. I saw a young man standing on it. Why isn't he a senior? He looks like a student. Is he a genius from a big city? If this young man takes the college entrance examination, he will probably be admitted to a top university, right? That's for sure. A genius of this level, coupled with the dragon affiliation, would be ranked high in the entire league. How could he not be able to enter a top university? It would be great if we in Tianming City also had young talents like this. One of the patrol members shook his head, with a look of sadness on his face. It has been too long since Tianming City has seen a student admitted to a top university. On the back of Feng Melong, Lin Huan looked at the people at his feet and said, "Feng Melong, get down." When he was close to the ground, he jumped down. As soon as he landed on the ground, he was once again surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, and his ears were filled with noise. Some praised him, some thanked him, and some said he was awesome. There were all kinds of words, which made his head pound. Being surrounded, again, he deeply felt that being too popular was not a good thing. He sent these girls away one by one, leaving only Lu Shia Sha alone. "Brother, counting this time, you have saved me twice." Lu Shia Sha ran over and said with a smile. "So," I said, "you are my lucky star." Lin Huan touched her head and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth when he thought of those fire crystals. Last time, because of drawing flowers, I ran into a flock of Qingfeng birds, harvested in a wave, and obtained more than 300 magic cards. This time, I wanted to come to her and hunt some monsters and hire blank magic cards. As a result, I not only disrupted the Blood Moon sect's plan, but also intercepted their long-coveted fire crystal. These two incidents are all related to Lu Shia Sha. He has now really begun to doubt whether Lu Shia Sha can really improve his luck. At this moment, a member of the patrol team came over and stretched out his hand. "Hello, I am the leader of the 16th team of the Tianming City Patrol Team, Zhang Chao." "Hello, I'm Lin Huan." After he reported his name, Zhang Chao's eyes suddenly changed. "You said your name is Lin Huan." Feeling the sudden force on the opponent's palm, Lin Huan felt a little confused. Could it be that my voice was very low just now? Yes, you heard it right. After saying these words, Zhang Chao's eyes changed even more dramatically. His eyes were full of surprise, and the patrol members behind him were even more exaggerated. Lin Huan, is that Lin Huan who drew the legendary magic card in this year's activation ceremony? It should be him. Let me just say that that genius has a legendary subordinate at such a young age. The legendary magic card drawn during the activation ceremony is the Wind Demon Dragon, right? I didn't expect that this kind of genius comes from our Tianming City. I thought he was a genius from that big city. In Tianming City, After so many years, I can finally produce someone who has been admitted to a top university. After hearing the words of the patrol members, Lin Huan finally understood why Zhang Chao's eyes changed like this. It turns out that they all pinned their hopes of being the first to be admitted to a top university in Tianmeng City on themselves. But, although I have a legendary magic card, but now I only have a black iron level of strength, do you think I can go to a top university now? Classmate Lin Huan, I would like to ask about everything that happened in the Churong secret realm. Zhang Chao said. That's it. Lin Huan briefly and quickly told what happened at the secret realm bell. Of course, he hid everything about Lu Ziqin. He just said that he wanted to come to Churong secret realm to experience, and he happened to run into the Blood Moon sect's plan this time. You mean, you only have the strength of the Black Iron 9 stars now? At this time, Zhang Chao's eyes were like looking at a monster. With only the strength of the 9-star Black Iron level and a giant dragon slave, he defeated the Blood Moon cultists who were at the lowest bronze level. This is too scary. If someone else told him that he was a Black Iron and had leapfrogged a group of silver and bronze warriors, he would definitely think that the other person was joking. But when it came to Lin Huan, he just felt that this boy was truly a monster. The patrol members behind him also took a deep breath. This Lin Huan defeated those bronze and silver Blood Moon cultists with the strength of the Black Iron 9 stars. How perverted. If it's an air battle, the legendary Wind Demon Dragon should be better, right? The Wind Demon Dragon is not Lin Huan's subordinate yet. Subordinates are the card master's most important combat power. That's right, even with the bonus of legendary subordinates, it's too scary to cross so many levels. Don't forget, the strength of the subordinates ultimately depends on the master. Seeing these people being so surprised, Lin still didn't understand. Even if a legendary subordinate had the strength of Black Iron, wouldn't it be very simple to kill a low-level bronze beast across levels? But what Lin Huan didn't know was that in the battle of Card Magician, cross-level single kills were very difficult. In addition to the subordinate strength, there are also aspects such as the Card Magician's magic reserve and so on. These things will affect the subordinate's strength. Moreover, Lin Huan is not 1-on-1, but 1-on-5, not a tug of war, but a lightning crushing. The difference is huge, so it's no wonder that the people on these patrols reacted so strongly. Captain Zhang Chao, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. After the matter was finished, Lin Huan was too lazy to continue arguing with the patrol team. Okay, if we have any questions, we'll get back to you. Shake hands with Zhang Chao again and say goodbye. He came to Lu Shia Sha and said, Lu Shia Sha, let's go. I'll take you home. By the way, I want to tell you something. Yeah, Lu Shia Sha nodded. Lin Huan waved his hand, and the green wind swept up and took Lu Shia Sha to the back of Feng Melong. Let's go, Wind Demon Dragon. On the back of the Wind Demon Dragon. Looking at Lu Shia Sha, Lin Juan told the incident in full, including how her brother Lu Ziqin died. After listening, Lu Shia Sha lowered her eyes with shame on her face, and then bowed deeply to Lin Huan. Brother, I'm sorry for putting you in danger to save me. After the loan sharking incident last time, she no longer regarded Lu Ziqin as her brother. But she didn't expect that Lu Ziqin would use her to assassinate Lin Huan. Although it was Lu Ziqin who committed the crime, she still felt guilty. After all, it is because of me that eldest brother came to Churong's secret realm. As a result, the eldest brother was almost in danger. No need to apologize. I told you that you are my lucky star. No matter what the reason is, knowing that you are in danger, I will not sit idly by and do nothing. Lin Huan smiled as he helped her up. Although there are risks this time, you will make more money. Obtaining so many fire crystals was already a harvest far beyond what he had initially imagined. Okay, let's just treat what happened this time as an innocent disaster. Don't feel guilty about me. You have to face life with a smile, you know. Lin Huan touched her head and smiled. Wiping away the moisture from the corners of her eyes, Lu Shia Sha nodded vigorously. At the very edge of the outer city of Tianmeng City, the Lu family. Father Lu and Mother Lu stood at the door of the house. He stared blankly into the distance, his eyes unfocused. Compared with the day of the activation ceremony, although they were worried about foreign debts, they did not lose hope in life. But now, Both of them had sunken eye sockets, messy hair, and haggard appearance. Their eyes were ashen, like two lonely ghosts. These days, sons betray and daughters are kidnapped. These two things are like two knives, chopping their hearts into minced meat. Let them lose hope in life. At the beginning, they went to the department in Tianmeng City that was responsible for this kind of thing. But they live on the outskirts of Tianmeng City. The land is so desolate and sparsely populated that it is impossible to find anyone. After a symbolic investigation for 2 days, I never paid attention to the matter again. After hitting a wall several times, Father Lu and Mother Lu learned about the official attitude of Tianmeng City. Completely in despair, as ordinary people, they have no choice but to look to the Tianmeng City officials when encountering such a situation of breaking into a house and robbing someone. So they can only guard the door every day. I hope that one day, I can see Lu Shia Sha come back as bouncing as before. But as the days passed, not even a ghost could be seen, let alone Lu Shia Sha. Their hopes were shattered and they were filled with despair. Just still guarding the door every day. Gah! A sharp bird call sounded, and a green-fronted bird spotted Father and Mother Lu on the ground and rushed down. Seeing the monster coming, Lu's father and Lu's mother's eyes fluctuated for a moment, then returned to deathly silence. Just when the sharp claws of the green-fronted bird were about to pierce the heads of Father Lu and Mother Lu, a green wind blew by. The Qingfeng bird's body was suddenly cut into several pieces and scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu's father and Lu's mother still had no emotion in their eyes. It is the same to them whether they are dead or alive now. Until they heard a crisp sound. Dad, Mom, Father Lu and Mother Lu suddenly turned their heads and saw Lu Shia Sha jumping off the back of a huge creature and running towards them. The creature's loud exhale reminded them that this was no hallucination. They see everything is real. Lu Shia Sha is really back. Their eyes lit up again. Xiao Xiao is back. Xiao is back. They wanted to run over, but as soon as they raised their legs, they felt a sense of weakness. Their legs softened and they fell to the ground. These days, they feel like they are in hell. My mind and body are already overwhelmed. But they still wanted to move forward, struggling to move their hands and crawl forward. Dad, Mom, Lu Shia Sha was shocked when she saw her parents fall. He quickly ran over and helped them up. The family was forced to be separated for more than 10 days, and then suddenly reunited. They immediately hugged each other and cried. Lin Huan did not disturb them, but waited until they were almost done with their emotions before walking over. Who are you? I'm telling you, if you want to distract my daughter, I will fight you tooth and nail. Seeing Lin Huan, Lu's mother suddenly became nervous and frightened, and pulled Lu Shia Sha behind. Mom, you misunderstood. The eldest brother is a good person. Seeing that her mother had misunderstood Lin Huan, Lu Shia Sha quickly recounted what happened during this period. He also specifically emphasized that Lin Huan was tricked into the Churong secret realm by Lu Ziqin because he was worried about her. A lot of risk was taken. What kind of evil did I, Lu Jian, do in my previous life to give birth to Lu Ziqin, a beast? After listening to Lu Shia Sha's words, Lu Jian raised his head and tried to stop his tears. He felt that he had been such a failure in his life. I didn't become a card magician to provide a good environment for my family. I gave birth to a pair of children but didn't get a good education. Lu Ziqin was full of evil, and Lu Shia Sha went to a dangerous area to collect magic flowers in order to support his family. This father failed so much. Mother Lu on the side was also sobbing softly, with a look of sadness on her face. After wiping away tears for a while, Father Lu and Mother Lu turned around and knelt down facing Lin Huan. He kowtowed twice with a dong dong sound. Lord Card Magician, although I have kicked this beast out of the house, he was born and raised by me after all. Today, he did such an outrageous thing. As a father, it's all my fault. You saved Xiao Xiao regardless of previous suspicions. You are the benefactor of our Lu family. I, Lu Jian, really don't know how to repay such a great kindness. Father Lu looked embarrassed. Although he, Lu Jian, is incompetent and poor, the most important thing is to repay kindness. Now that Lin Huan doesn't care about Lu Ziqin's deliberate attempt to kill him, he is already very grateful. He even saved Lu Shia Sha's life. He must repay such a great kindness. But there was really nothing left in his family to repay the favor. Just when he was in a dilemma, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lu Shia Sha, struggled in his heart, and made up his mind. He kowtowed to Lin Huan again. Master Card Magician, our Lu family has nothing else. If you don't mind, let my daughter, Xiao Xiao, follow you from now on. Xiao Xiao is rough, but she is good at washing and cooking. If you don't mind, take her away. Mother Lu on the side heard this and opened her mouth, but in the end she did not say anything against it. Lin Huan was shocked when he saw Father Lu and Mother Lu kneeling and kowtowing to him. He didn't expect that Lu's father and Lu's mother would react so strongly. He actually knelt down to apologize for Lu Zikan, and asked him to accept Lu Shia Sha to repay his kindness. He quickly stepped forward to help them up. Father Lu and Mother Lu are older than his parents. Even if he apologizes, he can't accept this kneeling. What's more, what Lu Zikan did had nothing to do with his parents. Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, you get up first. No, if you don't accept Xiao Xiao, we won't get up. Lin Huan suddenly felt helpless. Seeing the determination on Lu's father's face, he knew that it was useless to persuade him. Touching his chin, he thought of a compromise. Let's do this, Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, don't mention washing and cooking for me anymore, and let Lu Xiao Xiao go work in the magic card shop owned by my family to repay the favor. What do you think? Father Lu and Mother Lu looked at each other and finally nodded. Okay, in 3 days, Xiao Xiao, please report to the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store, on the first floor of Jinxiu Mall in the inner city. After saying these words, Lin Huan left on the Wind Demon Dragon. He really didn't know what amazing things Lu's father and Lu's mother would do out of guilt if he stayed any longer. After watching Lin Huan leave, Mother Lin looked at Father Lin, puzzled. Why did you just say you would send Xiao Xiao out? Just repay the kindness. Why send your daughter away? You don't understand. Father Lin shook his head, pointing to the body of the green front bird on the ground. Look at this Qingfeng bird, this is a 6-star black iron monster. But it was killed casually by the card magician just now. Such a powerful card magician, and so young, with a bright future. We Xiao Xiao are lucky to be able to follow him. Hearing this, Mother Lin stopped talking and just hugged her daughter tightly again. Go home, go home. Tianmeng City Patrol Headquarters. Zhang Chao went straight to the captain's office and knocked on the door. Please come in. Pushing the door open, Zhang Chao saw Li Sheng holding a document and looking at it carefully. Captain, we have figured out the vision in the Churong secret realm just now. Zhang Chao said as he strode to the desk. Well, you go ahead and I'll listen. Without even raising his head, Li Sheng picked up the pen and prepared to sign the document. To him, the outflow of magma in this crimson secret realm is nothing more than a small matter. What's remarkable is that 2 or 3 small volcanoes near the space crack erupted, causing magma to flow out. Compared with the files he has to deal with now, it is not worth mentioning at all. This time what happened in the Scarlet Wrong secret realm was the Blood Moon sect's plan, but it was destroyed by Lin Huan. Now the Scarlet Wrong secret realm has been completely destroyed. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Chaoyan stated the results of this investigation concisely and concisely. Then, he saw Li Sheng's pen shaking hands suddenly, and he drew a long and deep black line on the seemingly important document. Li Sheng suddenly raised his head, his eyes widened with a look of astonishment on his face. He said word by word, say it again. Zhang Chao was not surprised by Li Sheng's reaction. I even wanted to laugh a little bit. When he first went to Churong secret realm, he had the same reaction when he heard the words of those little girls. So he repeated it. Report to the captain. This time what happened in the Crimson Realm was the Blood Moon sect's plan, but it was destroyed by Lin Huan. Now the Crimson Realm has been completely destroyed. With a bang sound, Li Sheng slapped the pen on the table, and the ink in it was squeezed out. He stood up suddenly, pointed at Zhang Chao and said, tell me everything in detail. As such that, Zhang Chao began to describe in detail what happened in Churong's secret realm. When he was talking about Lin Huan driving a giant dragon out of the Churong secret realm, Li Sheng interrupted abruptly. Wait a minute, you said, Lin still has a giant dragon as his subordinate. Are you sure you read that right? I'm sure we all saw it. Zhang Chao replied with a serious look on his face. Subordinate to the dragon. But he is not, Li Sheng murmured, his expression suddenly changed. He came over to hold him, and strode out of the office, not even caring about those important documents. Team, Captain, what's wrong? Follow me to see the city lord. Hearing Li Sheng's words, Zhang Chao was startled, his steps staggered, and he almost tripped and fell. City lord, why do you want to see the city lord? Don't you listen to the report from Chirong's secret realm? What a secret realm of Chirong, how can it be as important as being subordinate to a giant dragon? Hearing this, Zhang Chao's eyelids jumped suddenly. What? A secret realm has been destroyed. Are you going to pay attention to the dragon subordinates now? Is it putting the cart before the horse? He wanted to ask a few more questions, but Li Sheng pulled him away too hastily, and there was no chance to ask. He was dragged to the city lord's office. At this time, the city lord was sitting in his seat, drinking tea leisurely and browsing something on the computer. He saw Li Sheng hurriedly walking in with a patrol member. He glanced at it, took a sip of tea, and chuckled. Li Sheng, what's wrong? Why is it so urgent? Li Sheng pulled Zhang Chao in quickly and said eagerly, City Lord, there is a new situation. No matter what new situation arises, don't be impatient and stay calm when things happen. In this way, no matter what difficulties you encounter, you will have nothing to fear. This is what we mean by planning before taking action. Do you understand? Looking at Li Sheng, the city lord gave him a few words of education. City Lord, Lin Huan has a new dragon slave. It seemed that what he said had an effect. Li Sheng calmed down and uttered a sentence. Ahem. When he was about to drink tea, the city lord heard Li Sheng's words and suddenly choked in his throat and coughed violently. He didn't raise his head until the tightness in his throat disappeared. You just said that Lin Huan has a new dragon slave. Yes, Li Sheng pushed Zhang Chao forward and said, let him speak. He was at the scene at the time. The city lord, is like this. Facing the city lord, Zhang Chao was a little nervous. This was the first time he was so close to the city lord. In the recent past, he was also standing guard under the defensive city wall, and the city lord spoke on the defensive wall. As for speaking, that has never happened. Unexpectedly, thanks to Lin Huan, not only can I see the city lord in the office, but I can also talk to him. Although it is a reporting task, it is something that no other patrol team member can ask for. At the same time, he was also very confused. Didn't Lin Huan just draw a legendary magic card? Can it be more important than the destruction of a secret realm? But this is not a problem for him to consider. He just reports on the mission. After hearing the report, the city lord slapped his thigh suddenly. Okay. I didn't expect Lin Huan to have a second legendary subordinate. In this case, you can't be admitted to a top university with your eyes closed. After all these years, our Tianming city finally has a young talent. After listening to the city lord's words, Zhang Chao finally understood that the dragon slave was actually Lin Huan's second legendary slave. Thinking that Lin Huan now has two legendary subordinates in black iron, Zhang Chao was filled with envy. A legendary subordinate is already the dream of countless card magicians, and Lin Huan has two of them. It's really annoying to compare people to each other. But he still didn't understand that even if Lin Huan was admitted to a top university, the city lord wouldn't be so upset. At this time, the city lord picked up the landline phone on the table and made a call. Hey, Shaoxin, notify the Ministry of Education and let them prepare in advance to celebrate Lin Huan's admission to a top university. That's right, start preparing now. Also, regarding Lin Huan's rewards from the Ministry of Education after he was admitted to a top university. Zhang Chao couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard the reward mentioned by the city lord. Not that much. Last year's top prize in Tianming City was only 5 million alliance coins. Lin Huan hasn't started the assessment yet, and the reward is so outrageous. City lord, didn't you just say that you should make a decision before taking action? He finally couldn't help it anymore and whispered to the captain beside him, Captain, does the city lord pay too much attention to that Lin Huan? City lord, let's go down first. After glancing at him, Li Sheng said to the city lord who put down the phone. Okay, this time, your patrol team has done a good job, and I will give you a 10% increase in funding next year. Thank you, city lord. Hearing the words of the city lord, Zhang Chao was shocked. Just report that Lin still has a second legendary subordinate, with a 10% increase in funding. Is it that easy? The captain had applied dozens of times before but was not approved. He doesn't understand. After being pulled out of the office, Li Sheng said calmly. You must be wondering why the city lord and I attach so much importance to Lin Huan. Zhang Chao nodded. He was indeed surprised. The reason I value him so much is because I know that if I tell the city lord about this, the city lord will increase the funding for our patrol team if he is happy. The reason why the city lord values him so much is because if Tianmeng City produces a person who can be admitted to a top university, the alliance will reward Tianmeng City. In addition to funding, there are also many special rewards, which are all of a measurable value. Now you know that Lin Huan is important to our Tianmeng City. So that's it. After listening to Li Sheng's explanation, Zhang Chao suddenly understood. No wonder. These things were things he had never had access to before, so he was surprised by the attitude of Li Sheng and the city lord. Okay, come back to the team and your bonus will be doubled this month. Real. The pie suddenly hit his head, and Zhang Chao was filled with surprise. Today, not only did I meet the city lord, but the patrol team will also receive 10% more funding for next year, and even the bonus will be doubled this month. Lin Huan is really my lucky star. Not long after Li Sheng and Zhang Chao left, a series of cell phone ringtones rang in the city lord's office. After looking at Dog Li Feng on his cell phone, the city owner slowly raised the corners of his mouth. When he answered the phone, he heard a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Lao Jiao, how is your Tianmeng City doing this year? Our Tianwei City has more than 400 young people who can enter first-class universities this year, which is 50 or 60 more than last year. It seems that next year, our Tianwei City's funding will increase by 10%. Old Zhao, how are you doing in Tianmeng City this year? The city lord sneered when he heard what Li Feng said. More than 30 years ago, he and Li Feng were in the same school. After graduation, they both followed the same path. In the end, he became the lord of Tianmeng City, and Li Feng became the lord of Tianwei City. After becoming the city lord, Li Feng would call him every year after the magic card activation ceremony for senior high school students to tell him how many people they could get into first-class universities this year. Then, after describing the situation of this year's candidates in Tianmeng City under the name of care, they would pretend to comfort him. This has been a practice for more than 10 years. If you reach the status of city lord, if you don't want to move up to the core management of the federation. The success of the city lord is no longer about how many monsters he kills every year or how many times he resists the beast tide. It's about how many students the city can produce who are admitted to first-class universities every year. In previous years, because Tianwei City was larger and had a larger population base than Tianmeng City, the situation of candidates every year was always better than that of Tianmeng City. So he has been the one being comforted all these years. But this year, the city lord pretended to sigh and said, Alas, our Tianmeng City is not much richer this year than last year, so I won't mention it anymore. This answer was not what Li Feng expected. Just when he was about to say, comfort, with a teasing look on his face, he heard a change of conversation. But, this year in Tianmeng City, the number of people who can get into first-class universities has not increased much, but... The voice suddenly paused, and then there was a proud laugh. Ha ha, but our Tianmeng City has a student this year who can be admitted to a top university. Li Feng's slightly proud face instantly froze. Huh, what did you just say? Old Li, are you getting too old and your ears don't work anymore? I said our Tianmeng City has a person who can go to a top university this year. Hearing this, Li Feng looked suspicious. You're not bluffing me, are you? Last year you said that the top scorer in Tianmeng City's college entrance examination could go to a top university, but what happened? He was rejected in the first round. HMPH, I made a mistake in judgment last year. If I don't get admitted to a top university today, my name, Zhao Meng, will be written upside down. Li Feng was a little surprised. This was the first time that she heard her old friend speak so confidently. It seemed that she was indeed very confident this time. Tell me about that student. I don't believe that besides those geniuses from big cities, there are people who will definitely be admitted to top universities without taking the exam. After being the lord of Tianwei City for so many years, he has met many people. Except for those children of aristocratic families in big cities, no one gave him the feeling that he would definitely be admitted to a top university. Haha, I dare say that even the geniuses from big cities this year can't compare. Zhao Meng, you are too arrogant. You can't compare with the geniuses in those big cities. You mean, this guy from Tianmeng City can win the top spot in this year's federal college entrance examination? Every year in the college entrance examination, there will be many top picks, but they are all top picks in their respective cities. The top scorers in the college entrance examination across the federation are all those who have been admitted to top universities. And almost all the top scorers in every college entrance examination come from big cities. It's been pretty much like this for hundreds of years. Of course, it is not absolute. In the past few hundred years, several people have appeared and snatched the number one scholar away from those in big cities. But those few are all peerless evildoers. The worst and the worst will leave their mark in history. This kind of person only appears once every 100 years. Could it be that this time it happened to you in Tianmeng City? Li Feng didn't believe it. There's so much nonsense. Hurry up and tell me about that student. I don't believe that the federal champion can come to Tianmeng City. HMPH, listen carefully. The student's name is Lin Huan. During the activation ceremony, he drew a legendary magic card. That's it. After hearing what Zhao Meng just said, Li Feng thought how powerful Lin Huan was. Is this the result? Although I drew a legendary magic card, there should be no problem in getting admitted to a top university. But if you want to seize the top spot in the federation from the children of aristocratic families in big cities, just 2 words, dream. Don't worry, I'm not finished yet. Then Lin Huan drew another legendary magic card. Hearing this, Li Feng was instantly straightened up. 2 legendary magic cards. Isn't this luck so incredible? If you have 2 legendary magic cards, you can really compete for the top spot in the federation. After Li Feng said this, his heart was filled with envy. Just one person who can get into a top university can be as good as the more than 400 young people from Tianwei City's first-class universities. Now Lin Huan is not only bound to go to a top university, but he also has the opportunity to compete for the top spot in the federal government. That old boy Zhao Meng is really lucky. There is such a genius this year. At this moment, Zhao Meng heard a disdainful sneer. Competition. Let me put it this way, Lin Huan will definitely win the federal number 1 pick this year. Hearing this, Li Feng was stunned for a moment, and then said, Old Zhao, are you confused? Although Lin Huan has 2 legendary subordinates, he may not necessarily win the top prize. Those children of aristocratic families in big cities are not just for free. Backquote, haha, don't rush to judge, I haven't finished what I just said. What the? Li Feng almost smashed his phone. He suppressed his anger and said, you can't finish your words at once. If you do this again, be careful with me. Haha, don't be angry, don't be angry. Lin Huan has 2 legendary magic cards. One is from the dragon tribe, and the other is from an unknown race. The dragon tribe doesn't say anything. What does the unknown race mean? You know it. Old Zhao, are you kidding me? Li Feng held the phone in his hand, veins popping out, and his eyes were full of disbelief. 2 legendary subordinates, 1 dragon race and 1 unknown race. He naturally knew what this meant. Needless to say, the dragon tribe is unique among all the legendary subordinates known so far. And unknown affiliation is even more important in the assessment of top universities. The unknown means it cannot be controlled. The advantages this can bring can be said to be infinite. Just one of them can become a popular substitute for the top pick in the federation. If there are 2 of them, if they are good, they can be booked directly. Old Zhao, congratulations, Tianmeng City has produced a champion. I don't know when Tianwei City will produce a champion. Hey, Lao Li, relax, even though no one has been able to get into a top university in so many years, it's not bad to have hundreds of young people from top universities. Come back next year. Holding the mobile phone, Li Feng gritted his teeth. He could imagine Zhao Meng's proud smile. If a federal champion emerges, Zhao Meng will be able to boast for the rest of his life. It would be great if this Lin Huan was from Tianwei City. What a pity he was from Mengcheng that day. His mentality changed, and Li Feng didn't want to say more and hung up the phone directly. Hearing the busy sound coming from his ears, Zhao Meng grinned, laughed, and then burst into laughter. Today can be regarded as the happiest day for him in years. In the past, it was Li Feng who came to comfort him. This time, it was finally him who comforted Li Feng. We, the common people, are so happy today. He hummed a little tune and left work briskly. Lin Huan didn't know what happened in the city lord's office. He was in the room at this time, looking at the magic card on the desk, frowning. This trip to Chirong's secret realm was mainly to save Lu Shia Sha, but not many monsters were killed. A total of more than 30 blank magic cards were obtained. In addition to a second-level blank magic card, he drew 2 legendary-level magic cards this time, 9 epic-level cards, and several other qualities. He looked at the 2 legendary magic cards, and the relevant information about the 2 legendary magic cards appeared automatically. The first one is the subordinate card. Magic card name Yanshan. Type slave magic card. Attribute fire, earth. Quality legendary. Skills fire rain, burnt gold gravel. Introduction a monster beast born in volcanic magma. Although it can be a bit naive sometimes, when it gets angry, the flames it erupts are enough to cause a disaster. The second one is the skill card. Magic card name raising fire to burn the sky. Type skill magic card. Attribute fire system. Quality legend level. Effect after the card magician merges into this magic card, he can release the sky burning flames, which are hot enough to melt brass. Tip this skill card can be used in conjunction with the wind skill card to further enhance its power. Looking back and forth at these 2 legendary magic cards, Lin Huan touched his chin. Finally, take raising fire to burn the sky and bind it. System, bring up my properties panel. Name, Lin Huan. Affiliated magic cards Elf Princess Phyllis legendary level, Wind Demon Dragon legendary level, Elf Ancient Tree epic level. Skill card Gift of the Storm Goddess legendary, Burning the Sky with Fire legendary, Riding the Wind and Waves epic, Photosynthesis heroic. Equipment magic card Hurricane Cloak epic level. Talent advanced. Level Black Iron 9 stars. Buff bonus God level lucky value for drawing cards. Seeing that his talent still showed advanced, Lin Huan scoffed. Binding a legendary magic card is still not enough to upgrade your talent to another level. It seems that you need to bind at least one more. Looking at Yanshan, he hesitated for a moment and finally shook his head. Although Yanshan is good, he already has a lot of subordinate cards, and he doesn't need more subordinate cards now. Binding magic cards is a university subject for a card magician. There are even majors in those universities that specialize in magic card matching. Generally speaking, binding magic cards pay attention to the matching of compatibility. Magic cards that are bound one after another are best with bonuses. For example, he originally wanted to build an all-legendary deck. 767 However, the effect of riding the wind and waves is really outstanding. Combined with the gift of the storm goddess, you can not only obtain the flying ability 5 that only the golden card magician can possess in advance. You can also change the form of your storm power and use more various attack methods. In the Crimson Secret Realm, he and Felice worked together to shoot the Crimson Monster with an arrow, which was the combined power of the 2 magic cards Gift of the Storm Goddess and Riding the Wind and Waves. That's why he bound Riding the Wind and Waves, which is only of epic quality. If the 2 magic cards are matched well, the power can reach the effect of 1 plus 12. This is the effect of magic card matching. Of course, this does not mean that there is only one principle when binding magic cards, this is just a priority. There is another possibility that this principle will be broken. That is a super powerful single card, in short, a high-quality card. For example, if you can draw epic level or even legendary level magic cards, you must bind them. However, that is for ordinary people. For Lin Huan, the matching magic cards are all chosen from legendary magic cards. As for this, Yanshan, although it seems, he has always been a very powerful subordinate. However, it doesn't match the magic cards he already has. If Raising Fire to Burn the Sky hadn't stated on the prompt that it could be combined with the Wind skill card, he wouldn't have bound it. After all, legendary magic cards are treasures to others. But to him, these unused legendary magic cards are no different from ordinary magic cards. After putting away all the magic cards on the desk, Lin was still thinking. If he continued to practice in his current state, he should be able to reach the bronze high star level in a few months, but he was not completely sure whether he could reach the silver level. If he wanted to get into a top university, Lin Huan would feel unstable without the silver level strength. Last year, he was the #1 scholar in Tianmeng City, with the strength of 9 bronze stars and 3 epic magic cards, but he was rejected in the first round when he participated in the assessment of a top university. Lin Huan had searched a lot of information about top universities on the internet before, and knew that even geniuses from big cities would find it difficult to get into top universities. Those top geniuses who have many resources and have been educated by card magicians since childhood have all failed. The difficulty of assessment in top universities is evident. Therefore, he must at least cultivate to silver level strength before he can feel at ease. However, I want to accomplish this purpose. Everything is back to the starting point. Improve your talent. If you want to improve your talents, you must bind legendary magic cards. But he doesn't like those legendary magic cards that don't match the magic cards he already has. I can only continue to draw cards. Draw cards and urgently need to get some blank magic cards. After thinking clearly, he took Huo Rongjing, who was coming from Hu, and walked out of the villa. This time, he naturally didn't kill monsters to get blank magic cards. That's so inefficient. The best way is, of course, to buy it directly. I didn't buy it before, naturally because I had no money. The more than 100 million alliance coins obtained from selling cards have been spent. The magic card store has only been open for a few days, has not made much revenue, and is still in a state of failure to recover its capital. Therefore, he can only go to the secret realm to hunt monsters like ordinary card magicians to obtain blank magic cards. Now that he has the fire crystal, he will naturally not go back to such an inefficient method of killing monsters. Come to Tianxing Magic Card Store. Lin Huan walked in the door. Mr. Gu, who was polishing a pipe, suddenly lit up. He put the pipe aside casually, hurriedly ran closer and said, "Little friend Lin, do you want to sell magic cards?" Seeing Mr. Gu's excitement, Lin Huan smiled and shook his head. Ever since he sold them 2 epic magic cards last time, Mr. Gu would always ask if he wanted magic cards when he saw him. But now that Lin Huan has opened a magic card store himself, he will naturally not sell magic cards to other magic card stores. Seeing Lin Huan shaking his head, Mr. Gu's excited expression disappeared instantly. He smiled reluctantly, and then said, "So, little friend, do you want to buy something when you come here this time?" "No, I'm here to sell things." Lin Huan shook his head. "Selling things? Didn't you say you're not here to sell magic cards?" "It's not a magic card, it's something else." "Other things?" Mr. Gu was confused. Could it be that in addition to the high-quality magic cards, does Lin Huan have some other cherished things in his hand? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to it. "Little friend, please get the things out quickly." Lin Huan smiled slightly and took out a strange-shaped stone. The moment the stone appeared, Mr. Gu's eyes were fixed on it. He solemnly took out a pair of glasses, put on gloves, and leaned over to carefully examine the gorgeous patterns on the stone. A long time, Mr. Gu straightened up and took a long breath, his eyes full of shock. With a solemn look on his face, he asked Lin Huan, "Little friend, is this Harong crystal?" "Yeah," Lin Huan nodded casually. "Mr. Gu, there's no need to be so serious. It's just a piece of fire crystal. We're already acquaintances. Please estimate the price." The eyes on his face suddenly tilted, and Mr. Gu was extremely speechless. "Just a piece of fire melt crystal. Do you know that this piece of fire crystal is worth hundreds of millions of alliance coins?" Of course, he wouldn't say this, and now Lin Huan is his distinguished guest. After thinking for a while, he said, "This fire crystal of yours, I conservatively estimate, is at least 400 million alliance coins. If it were placed in an auction house, the final transaction price should be around 500 million to 600 million. If you find it troublesome, our Tianxing group can buy it directly for 500 million alliance coins. What do you think, little friend?" Lin Huan nodded and said, then I'll trouble Mr. Gu. No trouble, no trouble. Mr. Gu was delighted. Unexpectedly, Lin Huan did not sell epic magic cards this time, IEB. But he took out a more precious fire crystal. Just this piece of fire crystal can make Tianxing Group earn at least 100 million. This is a real achievement. His eyes looking at Lin Huan became more and more kind at this time. By the way, little friend, these 500 million alliance coins will take time. Our current cash flow in the store is only 10 million alliance coins, which is regarded as a deposit. As for the remaining hundreds of millions, it will be 3 days later. Okay, Lin Huan also knew that this was just a branch in Tianmeng City. Without saying much, he took the 10 million and Huo Rongjing and left. There were some magic card shops around, but Lin Huan did not stop and went to the store to buy magic cards. He has other uses for the 10 million. After returning home, Lin Huan opened his own magic card online store. The entire 10 million alliance coins were recharged into the deposit of his magic card shop. Now, the guarantee deposit of Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store has reached more than 11 million, that is to say. His magic card shop can now store magic cards above the epic level. The backend of the online store opened by Lin Huan. Start editing a new magic message. Magic card name, Yanshan. Quality, legendary. The reason why I wanted to buy legendary magic cards was naturally because I was short of money. Not only do you need money for your own cultivation, but you also need money for your parents. Lin's father and Lin's mother had been too tired for the past few decades. My body is no longer what it used to be, and it is even difficult to continue practicing. Lin Huan knew all this, and he naturally wanted to help each other improve his parents' physical condition so that they could practice cultivation again. So his first step was to open a magic card store so that his parents could have something to do and say goodbye to their previous hard life. The second step is to make money. The only way to get parents to return to the path of cultivation is to use magic potions. However, the magic potion is not inferior to the magic card. The only way he could think of was to sell high-quality magic cards. Not only can it help the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store become famous, but it can also quickly obtain a large amount of alliance coins. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After filling in the relevant information about the magic card, Lin Huan clicked publish. After hanging Yanshan, he went directly to bed. Today's Taoca.com shop anti-counterfeiting record has been updated. I hope everyone can actively report those merchants who cheat and return Taoca.com. A bright environment. If you think the post is good, please follow me. In a high-end apartment in the inner city of Tianwei City, an excited middle-aged man was sitting in front of the computer. He had just finished editing a post and posted it on the Taoca forum. He is a well-known blogger who works on the Taoca website. His real name is GGU. Because he often goes to Taoca.com to fight against counterfeiting and exposes the unscrupulous merchants on Taoca.com, he is dubbed by fans as Magic Card Shop Anti-Counterfeiting Expert, Taoca, Comms Only Light, etc. After gaining fame, he began to selectively crack down on counterfeiting. Now, all the magic card stores he cracks down on counterfeit cards are all magic card stores that have never given him red envelopes. For those magic card stores that gave away red envelopes, no matter how loud their fans' voices were, they would still find various excuses to avoid cracking down on counterfeiting. Relying on this operation, he has made a lot of money over the years. After just finishing cracking down on counterfeit cards in a magic card store, he continued shopping on Taoca.com, looking for the next store where he can make anti-counterfeiting materials. He was rolling the pulley quickly. At this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shop, which instantly attracted all his attention. Yo-ho! Ji Gu's eyes lit up, and interest suddenly arose in his heart. The name of the store is unremarkable, it's called Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. Monthly sales are very small, only 12. It is one of the many magic card shops on the street. In the past, he wouldn't have looked at this kind of magic card store that didn't get much attention. However, one of the magic cards displayed on the cover of this magic card shop actually has an orange light. He clicked into the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store and browsed the magic cards displayed in this magic card store. See you then. A magic card showing orange light was ranked first. Tisk, tisk, I have never seen such a rampant liar these days. Others are cautious, for fear of letting others know that they are liars. This store NB has made it clear that he is a liar. I am a liar. No one on Taoka.com even sells epic level magic cards. This store is good, and they started selling legendary level magic cards. Clicking on the detailed information of this magic card, GGU took a look. It looks quite real, but unfortunately, what's fake is just fake. If it weren't for me, your store might survive a little longer, but if you run into me, GGU, you're unlucky. If you can add something to my anti-counterfeiting career, it can be considered your contribution. GGU just did what he said and opened the Taoka forum directly. Start editing a new anti-counterfeiting post. Soon, the post was edited and he also gave it a very funny name. Shocked. A legendary magic card suddenly appeared on Taoka.com, and the truth is, after editing, GGU hesitated and did not click publish. It's time to return to the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop. He left a comment, Growing Grass Ancient. This is his exclusive comment, which means that I, Ji Yan, have my eye on you. The store owner who understood would give him a red envelope, and GGU would let him go. If you don't understand, don't say anything. I hope your store owner can understand something. GGU murmured. Then shut down the computer and fell asleep. Until the afternoon of the next day, Jigu opened Taoka.com and found that a Fantasy Boutique magic card store had no response to his comments. GGU sneered. If you are so ignorant, then don't blame me. He went directly to Taoka.com's customer service and reported the Fantasy Magic Card store for defrauding customers. Then open the post you edited yesterday and click Publish. GGU stared at his backstage and saw that after only 10 minutes, the number of comments was already 99 plus. Seeing this scene, a proud smile appeared on his face. It seems that the power of the legendary magic card is greater than I imagined. He clicked on his post and started scrolling through the comments below. Ha ha ha, I just went to a Fantasy Boutique magic card store to take a look, and there was really a legendary magic card hanging there, or a subordinate card. It really made me laugh. Don't leave upstairs, me too. I've been following GGU for a few years, and this is the first time I've seen such a stupid store owner. Even if you want to deceive people, you have to be smarter. That's right, if he hangs up an epic magic card, maybe someone will actually be fooled, but if he just plays a legendary magic card, wouldn't it mean that the customer is being fooled? The information about the legendary magic card written by the store looks very real. If I hadn't received compulsory education, I might have believed it. Don't be embarrassed upstairs, even illiterate people know this is fake. Except fools. This store can only trick fools. Seeing these comments, Ji Yulang is proud of himself. With so many people agreeing with this post, he suddenly felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Continuing to roll the pulley, he flipped through the comments one by one. But when he saw a comment saying, maybe, that store really sells legendary magic cards, he suddenly frowned. It just feels so dazzling. Especially since there are many comments below. He felt more and more dazzled. To be honest, I don't know if this store is a scammer, but I know that this Jigu is not a good thing. Even the legendary magic cards from other stores have not been sold, so they post about others being scammed. Isn't this slander? Quote. GGU was okay before, but later on he kept accepting bribes from unscrupulous merchants, instead of cracking down on counterfeiting, and even accepted red envelopes to slander conscientious merchants. The magic card store my family opened was because of a post by GGU, which caused the business to get worse and worse. In the end, it had to go bankrupt and close down. I can testify to what was said upstairs. GGU has lost his conscience a long time ago and has been collecting dirty money. 17. This merchant is also unlucky to be targeted by such a thing. Without even reading a single comment, the veins on Jigu's head popped out. He got on the trumpet and started spraying on this floor. Under his leadership, this floor suddenly became a battlefield for their war of words. The idiots on this floor are making me laugh to death. Forget it. Hey, Jigu actually really believes that that store really sells legendary magic cards. Indeed, I have been on the Taoka forum for 7 or 8 years, and I have never even heard of the sale of epic magic cards. What about legendary magic cards? Are you kidding me? Hey, Jigu is making no sense. The store he cracked down on counterfeiting that time was not real, and it will be the same this time. The store owner must be a liar. Does this mean you lie? Everyone knows that this businessman must be a liar, and there is no need to identify it. Or all of you who attacked Jigu the Navy hired by that merchant. Why don't you just besiege Wei and rescue Zhao? Under the guidance of Ji Gaioksen and the influence of the Navy he invited. This floor instantly became a popular floor for this post. There are thousands of comments. However, although there are thousands of comments, the war of words is not evenly matched, but a one-sided war. Almost everyone thinks that the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store is a store run by a scammer. After all, selling legendary magic cards on an online store is outrageous. Putting aside the rarity of the legendary magic cards, no one would sell them, they would all keep them for their own use. Legendary magic cards are hard to come by, and countless card magicians are pursuing them. How could anyone take the initiative to sell them out? Unless that's a fool. Therefore, when almost everyone saw this post, they were basically sure that this merchant must be a scammer. Although some people said that this matter has not been determined yet, others should not be directly labeled as liars. But this sound was quickly drowned out. I saw that the post was directly promoted to the home page of the Tauka forum in a long scolding battle. Ji Guda was already smiling from ear to ear. He pondered for a moment, then commented to himself, everyone has the responsibility to protect the fair environment of Tauka.com. And pinned it to the top. He also left a screenshot of his report on the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop below. As soon as this comment was posted, everyone responded instantly. GGU, the eternal light of Tauka.com. I will report this scammer immediately. This kind of liar cannot be allowed to sell cards on Tauka.com to make money. Report. If this Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store can continue to sell things on Tauka.com tomorrow, then I can only say that everyone here has a responsibility. Is it only GGU who is going to report it? What about the rest? Are you helpless? At the same time, Tauka.com headquarters. The clear-looking customer service girl is working conscientiously at her post. Just then, she saw and heard a ding sound. Hearing this voice, the first reaction of the customer service girl was, someone reported it. Instantly, her eyes became serious. Generally on Tauka.com, the job of customer service is to help customers resolve their doubts. Answer them about things that they don't usually pay attention to, but that they need to use temporarily. Such trivial matters take up a large part of their work time. Reporting is a more serious matter. Because usually if the shopping experience is unpleasant, you will complain to the store. They usually coordinate it and follow the regulations. But reporting involves criminal matters. If the report of the store is successful, it will cause the store to permanently lose the qualification to open a store on Tauka.com. In addition, the 1 million deposit paid for previous registration will not be returned to the merchant. Moreover, because of the possible crimes involved, Tauka.com will also pursue criminal liability. In short, reporting is a very serious matter. She clicked on the report details. It was found that the person who reported it was a store called Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. The reason for reporting is merchant fraud. Seeing this reason, the customer service girl opened the merchant's transaction information and found that the person who reported the store was not anyone involved in the merchant's transactions. In fact, the person who made the report visited this Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store for the first time today. Report first time viewing. Isn't this nonsense? Reporting a merchant for fraud without having any transactions with the merchant is a false report. According to regulations, the user's credit points will be deducted. After neatly handling it, she just returned to the initial interface when she heard another sound. Another report. She opened the report message and exclaimed, "Why is it reporting information again?" The reason is the same. After some inquiries, she found that the reporter was the same as the reporter just now, and she also visited the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store for the first time today. How is this going? The customer service girl was confused. With 2 reports in a row, what exactly is going on with this Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store? Is it because the business is so popular that it offends other merchants? As usual, the whistleblower's reputation points will be deducted. She opened Taoka.com and started searching for Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. After a minute, she finally understood. No wonder someone reported this store with fraudulent information. This Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store actually has a legendary magic card. To be honest, she didn't think it was possible. Normal people would offer legendary magic cards as if they were treasures, and no one would sell them. If this merchant is real, what kind of family would be so luxurious that they would sell legendary magic cards? She thinks that this legendary magic card is more of a marketing tool. Anyway, no one can afford the legendary magic card. As long as no one can buy it, it cannot prove whether this legendary magic card is true or false. This marketing method is really clever. The customer service girl sighed. However, isn't this businessman causing us trouble in vain by telling lies like this? In this short period of time, she had already processed 2 reports. Out of thin air, the workload of these customer service staff is increased. However, just when she reported 2 messages, it was just by chance. She heard another ding sound. No way. She clicked on the report information and found that except for the informant's information, everything else was exactly the same. Just when she was in a daze, a series of ding ding sounds began. Almost all are connected together. The customer service girl was immediately frightened. What's happening here? After working for such a long time, this was the first time she heard so many reporting prompts. The sounds are already connected. This amount is more than all the reported information she has handled before. What is going on? Why are so many people reporting on Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store? Me too, they all reported on the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop, which made me confused. To be honest, this is the first time in my life that I have heard so many reporting tips. It's simply terrifying. What on earth has the owner of this Fantasy Boutique Card Shop done that is so outrageous and so outrageous? Why are so many people reporting it? Hearing what her colleagues said, the customer service girl's heart was filled with excitement. Even my colleagues are in the same situation. How many people have reported this? No, I have to report to the boss. She walked out of the office area quickly. Early the next morning, a meeting was held in the conference room. The customer service girl who initially handled the report stood in the middle of the conference room, trembling. The people attending the meeting were all people from Taoka, comms after sales management and supervision departments. At the same time, they are also powerful card magicians. Just sitting there quietly made her feel the air pressure getting lower. In the huge conference room, a photo was projected in the middle. It was the photo of the legendary magic card from the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store, which clearly displayed various information about the legendary subordinate Yanshin. The customer service girl took 2 deep breaths to calm her body down. This is the first time you report in front of the adults in these companies. Don't be embarrassed because you are nervous. She walked out calmly and pointed at Yanshin on the picture. This afternoon, our customer service department handled nearly 40,000 reports in just over 4 hours. The reports were all about the same store, Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. 0TE. The reason is fantasy. The Boutique Magic Card Store put a legendary magic card on the shelves yesterday, and it was posted by GGU and became a hot spot on the Dao Card Forum, so there were so many reports. After our investigation, we found that the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store has only been open for a short time, and the number of transactions is not many. However, for every transaction recorded, customers will give positive comments. No. Any bad records and fraud. According to regulations, we cannot ban this store, but there are too many reports, so we invite your supervisory department to come over and discuss how to deal with the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop. The director of the regulatory department stood up suddenly. He glanced around the conference room and said with an unhappy look on his face, "Such a simple thing requires a meeting. What a waste of time." After saying that, he walked straight out of the conference room. The customer service girl held her breath and stared intently. It wasn't until the director of the regulatory department left that she thought about it with lingering fear. The power of the golden strongman is really terrifying. It was just a simple action, but she felt the air pressure in the conference room rising and falling. It made her breathing difficult. People in the conference room began to file out. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, she quickly stopped a person from the supervision department and asked anxiously, "What on earth does Minister Meng mean? If you talk in a vague way, you have to give me an accurate answer, right?" The person who was stopped glanced at her and said, "Don't you understand this? Don't worry about those clowns on the internet. The Fantasy Boutique card shop will remain open as usual. Don't you know what GGU is? Okay, don't stand in the way, I still have work to do." The customer service girl moved her body out of the way in a panic. Even if this person is sitting at the end, he is at least a silver expert, which is not something that a black iron person like her can afford to offend. If the other party is unhappy, one word can make her lose her job. After receiving the instruction, she came to the customer service work area and said loudly, "Regarding those who reported information about the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store, points should be deducted and accounts should be banned." "No," everyone responded. A few days later, GGU saw that the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store was still alive and well, and its sales had increased a lot because of his posts. Although the comments inside are all calling the merchant a liar, the shopping reviews are still unanimously positive. He opened his post again. There is a comment above that is very jarring. "I just said that Jigu is not a thing. Other magic card stores have not been officially removed from the shelves until now, which proves that they are not a fraud. Jigu's post is purely to mislead you, just scold him and that's it. If you listen to him and report other people's shops, you are either bad or stupid." The root of the tooth is confusion and anger. He couldn't understand why Taoka.com didn't block such a store that was obviously a scammer. "No, if this continues, this post will be a slap in the face for me." He crossed his arms and looked gloomy. After a long time, he tapped the keyboard and edited a long article. Title: The Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store blatantly deceives customers, but Taoka.com turns a blind eye. The inside story is shocking. This time, he not only posted on the Taoka forum. He posted on every influential card magic forum. Looking at the title, "Content Published," a cruel smile appeared on his lips. At the same time, "Zhao Meng, are you done with it? How many days have you been playing for a federal champion? Hang up the phone with a bang." Li Sheng held the phone tightly, looking unhappy. He now understood Zhao Meng's original mood. In the past few days, Zhao Meng basically made one phone call every day, with different beginnings, but in the end he would definitely return to the core, which is playing. Well, Li Sheng sighed dejectedly, feeling helpless. If Tianwei City can produce someone who is admitted to a top university this year, Zhao Meng will not be disgusted by coming to his door every day. What a pity. If only I had a legendary magic card, I could be admitted to a top university. Li Cheng is his son and is Hui's most outstanding student today. It's a pity that this son should have made him very proud. But after knowing that Zhao Meng came to disgust him every day, he couldn't feel better when he looked at his son. Depressedly, he opened the daily news, and a piece of hot news jumped into his eyes. The Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store blatantly deceives customers, but Taoka.com turns a blind eye. The interior is shocking. He clicked on it and took a look, and was instantly attracted by one of the pieces of information. The Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store sells legendary magic cards. He hurriedly opened Taoka.com, found the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store, and saw Yanshin. Seeing the attributes above, his breathing suddenly became heavy. With all the savings I have now, I should be able to buy this legendary magic card. If Chang'er can have a legendary magic card, he can be admitted to a top university. Coincidentally, the school will submit the list of outstanding students soon, and then the top universities will issue assessment invitations. Before that happens, let Chang'er get another legendary magic card corpse. Clicking on the store's customer service, Li Feng left a message on it. I would like to purchase your store's legendary magic card, Yanshin, with a total of 1.8 billion alliance coins. When will the transaction be available? After sending this sentence, he kept staring at the screen. Although he was a little anxious in his heart, he knew it. When it comes to legendary magic cards, no matter who you are, you will be cautious. It may take a few days for the other party to reply to the message. However, what he didn't expect was Not even a minute passed before the other person responded with a message. Our store manager is not here right now. If you want to buy legendary magic cards, please wait a few days. After being stunned for a while, Li Fang replied with 2 words. Okay. Staring at the sentence on the screen, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. This attitude is too casual. This is a transaction worth 200 million. Is it really like what is said on the internet that this legendary magic card is just a marketing tool created by the merchant? Shaking his head, he no longer thought about it. Just wait a few days. A few days later, in a room in the Lin family villa, Lin Huan was sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed. He seemed to be in an abnormal state at this time. His face was red, and hot sweat was constantly dripping from his forehead. A very light green wind surrounded him, seeming to distort the surrounding space, making him look a bit unreal. Lin Huan suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with green light. It seemed like 2 green lightning bolts shot straight out of his eyes, and finally slowly dissipated. Lin Huan closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils had returned to normal. All the strange phenomena around the body also disappeared. My whole body has recovered from the red state just now, and I feel refreshed. He made a fist. Although invisible to the naked eye, he seemed to be able to clearly see the majestic magic power gushing out of his body. Lin Huan walked to the floor, jumped slightly, and touched the roof with his hand. Is this what it feels like to break through to the bronze level? It's really good. And 853 directly breaks through to 2 bronze stars instead of 1 star. The super talent is really terrifying. After landing, he murmured. For the past 2 weeks, he first took back the remaining 490 million from Tianxing Magic Card Store. Then I bought 1,000 blank magic cards to draw cards, and a total of 24 legendary magic cards were drawn. Finally, he picked out a magic card that was powerful as a single card and matched well with other magic cards. After binding, the talent was successfully raised to super. After that, in order to prepare for the assessment of top universities, he has been practicing, preparing to break through to the bronze level in one fell swoop. Just today, I finally broke through to the bronze level. What he didn't expect was that the magic level jumped directly from bronze 1 star to bronze 2 star. This is the benefit of talent. After a long period of accumulation, he jumped directly to a new level with 1 breakthrough. After breaking through to bronze 2 star, Lin Huan wanted to go out and relax. Cultivation also requires a combination of work and rest. If you only focus on hard training, your cultivation speed may not be much faster. Come to your magic card store. I saw my father greeting guests, while my mother and Lu Shia Sha were operating something on the computer. As soon as she saw Lin Huan coming over, Lu Shia Sha quickly closed the computer screen. Mother Lin stepped forward and said affectionately to him, "Huaner, why are you here at this time? Have you finished practicing?" Although Mrs. Lin hid it very well, Lin Huan could still see her hidden warmth and anger at a glance. Seeing this scene, Lin Huan suddenly frowned. He asked his mother, "Mom, what happened? Don't even think about lying to me. You know, you've never been good at hiding your feelings." Mother Lin opened her mouth, and finally said with a helpless expression, "Let Xiao Xiao talk to you." His eyes immediately turned to Lu Xiao Xiao. I saw Lu Xiao Xiao lowering his head, his face seemed a little rosy. But it's not the kind of blush that's shy, it's more like the blush from anger. Walking over, Lin Huan turned on the computer screen. I saw that what was actually on the computer screen was the comment area of the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop. There are a lot of comments above, but basically they are all scolding. But the scolding is not about magic card, but the merchant is a liar. If you want to save face, you should quit Taoka.com forever. How is this going? Lin Huan asked with a frown. After the last time he listed the legendary magic card on the online store, he stopped caring about it because he knew that the legendary magic card was not something ordinary people could afford. Even if you can afford it, you will still be hesitant to buy it in an online store. It's impossible to sell something that lasts a day or two. And he is eager to practice in order to prepare for the examination of top universities. So after he hung it up, he never opened it. Leave it directly to Lu Shia Sha to manage. Brother, it's like this. Seeing that the matter could no longer be concealed, Lu Shia Sha told all the causes and consequences of the matter. After listening, Lin Huan nodded. He didn't expect that after he hung up the legendary magic card, things would turn out like this. What causes this? The main reason is that he has too many legendary magic cards in his hand, and he grabs a lot of them. So I subconsciously ignored the value of legendary magic cards. For countless other card magicians, legendary magic cards are something that can only be possessed in dreams. There is a legendary magic card that can even be used as a family heirloom. But Lin Huan sells it directly. Who can believe this? There's no need to hide this from me. Tell me directly next time you encounter something, Lin Huan said to his parents and Lu Shia Sha. Although the current situation is very bad, he is not worried. After more than 10 days of fermentation, the entire Federation knows that the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store has created the history of Talca.com and sold legendary magic cards for the first time. But the biggest controversial point of the topic is whether the legendary magic card sold by the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store, Yanshan, is real or fake. Skeptical opinions account for 80% to 90% of the opinions on the internet. However, doubts are just doubts after all. When he sells Yanshan, all doubts will disappear. Lin Huan asked, Xiao Xiao, has anyone asked about the legendary magic card these days? Yes, Lu Shia Sha clicked on a message box. This person asked about Yanshan a few days ago. Because Big Brother, you are practicing in seclusion, so I asked him to wait. Lin Huan raised an eyebrow when he saw the username. Zhaomeng is such a piece of shit, who wanted to buy Yanshan. This name is interesting. Although she had not traveled through time long, she naturally knew the name of the Lord of Tianmeng City. I saw that this man was scolding Zhaomeng even by his name. I don't know what grudges he has with the city lord. Xiao Xiao, tell him that Yanshan can be sold now. As long as he pays, we will send the legendary magic card there immediately. Let him pay and tell him the location. Got it, Lu Shia Sha responded. Fingers were tapping rapidly on the keyboard. At the same time, Tianwei City Lord's office. Li Feng looked at the scrolling web page without any focus. Ever since he left a message on the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store a few days ago, he has been waiting until now. As the day for submitting outstanding student material information got closer and closer, he became more anxious. Just as he was unconsciously rolling the mouse wheel, he heard 2 ding-ding message prompts. Hear this sound. His eyelids, which were originally a bit twitchy, suddenly widened, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his whole person suddenly became excited. Finally come. This message prompt was specially designed by him. As long as it is this prompt, it means there is news from the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. He clicked on the message bar and saw 2 sentences. Hello, our shop owner is back. He said that Yanshan can be sold now. As long as you pay directly, we can deliver the goods immediately. After payment is made, inform us of the address. Seeing these 2 simple sentences, Li Feng felt a little nervous. To be honest, this set of rhetoric is exactly the same as other ordinary magic card stores. Is this the customer service that sells legendary magic cards? The legendary magic card transaction he imagined was for both parties to discuss a time and place where they both felt safe. After you are fully prepared, proceed with the transaction. After all, this is a billion-dollar transaction, and we need to prevent both parties from having bad intentions. It turned out that this Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store was good, but the process was too simple, and he couldn't handle it. After hesitating for a moment, he finally chose to pay. Anyway, Talca.com is also owned by the Federation. As the Lord of Tianwei City, if this Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store dares to sell fakes, he can guarantee it. It can make the merchants of this Fantasy Boutique Magic Card shop feel miserable. After paying the money, he sent his address. When he saw the "will be delivered immediately" message from the other side, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Brother, he sent the address. Lu Shia Sha said to Lin Huan. Yeah, Lin Huan nodded, indicating that he already knew. He waved to Lu Shia Sha. Let's go, Xiao Xiao, come home with me. After comforting his parents, I'll take care of the online store, don't worry about it. He took Lu Shia Sha back to the villa. Go to the villa yard. Lin Huan looked at Lu Shia Sha and said, Xiao Xiao, this time the legendary magic card will be delivered directly by you. Okay, big brother. Lu Shia Sha nodded. Special delivery person. Any higher-end magic card shop will have this kind of profession. This was also one of Lin Huan's original purposes of recruiting Lu Shia Sha. In addition to the idealistic purpose of increasing wealth, the other reason is that he needs a magic card delivery person. The world before this was different, although there will be express delivery. But the express delivery in this world will not accept anything above heroic quality. You have to ask why. The reason is simple, because they can't afford the compensation. The price of an epic magic card ranges from a basic 10 million alliance coins to tens of millions. If something unexpected happens, money will be easy to come by. But if others come to visit, it will be troublesome. Those who can spend tens of millions of alliance coins for transactions must not be ordinary people on either side. At least it is a suggestion among gold-level card magicians. Because of express delivery, a transaction worth tens of millions was affected. But it will offend people. If a gold expert comes to their door, he can cause a devastating blow to their logistics system with a wave of his hand. Although they generally don't do this kind of thing. But offending a golden man for nothing is a loss no matter how you calculate it. Therefore, logistics companies in this world simply do not transport items of epic quality or above. If the logistics company does not deliver the goods, the merchant will have to find a special delivery person. That is the position Lu Shia Sha currently holds. Taking out 2 legendary magic cards, Lin Huan handed them to Lu Shia Sha. Brother, what is this? Looking at these 2 legendary magic cards, Lu Shia Sha looked surprised. Why were you given 2 legendary magic cards at once? She naturally knows this Yanshan, but this second legendary magic card. This Shenyan Qingyuan is for you. In the future, the number of epic legendary magic cards will be delivered more and more often. It will be more convenient to have a flying slave. In addition to being a mount, Shenyan Qingyuan comes with the skill of hiding the master's aura, which is also very suitable for you. Lin Yi was naturally prepared for Lu Shia Sha to be the courier. When a courier delivers cards, he needs to travel quickly across various cities. Without a fast horse, this is not possible. Merchants cannot keep customers waiting for too long. At the same time, he also wanted to ensure Lu Shia Sha's safety. And Shenyan Qingyuan meets these 2 requirements at the same time. Before that, he had given Lu Shia Sha some exercises to give her the magic power to bind magic cards. Brother, no, this legendary is too precious, I can't have it. Lu Shia Sha waved her hands repeatedly, with a little panic on her face. Take it. Lin Huan couldn't help but put the Shenyan Qingyuan into her hand. This is a benefit provided by Magic Card Store to its employees. Do you know that you will have a better job after accepting it? Seemingly unable to resist, Lu Shia Sha finally accepted Shenyan Qingyuan. After being bound, she was still a little unbelievable. My family used to sell iron and even borrow money to raise 400,000 alliance coins to Lu Zikan. What was the purpose? Don't you just hope that he can draw a hero-level magic card and be admitted to a first-class university and have a good future? But now she has just worked for Lin Huan for half a month, and she has obtained a legendary magic card. It felt unreal to her. Are legendary magic cards so worthless here? Just take it out and sell it, now I've been given one directly. It's really arrogant. After thinking for a long time, she finally came up with this word. Okay, Tianwei City is far away from here. Even if there is Shenyan Qingyuan, it will take a whole day to go back and forth, so hurry up. Lin Huan said to Lu Shia Sha. That's why he had to find a courier instead of doing it himself. It's just too time-consuming. Just one order will take a whole day on the road. Now he still has to prepare for exams at top universities. There is no time to waste on delivery. Watching Lu Shia Sha disappear into the sky on the Shenyan Qingyuan, Lin Huan turned around and returned to the villa, his eyes vaguely excited. Once this matter is resolved, the online store will be on track. I don't need to worry about what happens after that. You must seize every minute and every second to practice. Every point your strength increases, the probability of passing the examination of a top university will be 10 points higher. At the same time, Tauka.com headquarters. General Manager's office. I just want to ask, why did the number of complaints on our Tauka website increase by more than 300,000 in just 2 days? The director of the regulatory department bowed his head slightly, with thin beads of cold sweat oozing out from his forehead. He glanced up quickly. 1.8. I saw the general manager sitting on a chair doing work, squinting his eyes slightly, and the visible magic power fluctuations continued to spread in the office. The potted plants and porcelain placed in the office were shaking slightly. He knew that this was a situation caused by the general manager being angry and unconsciously resonating with the magic in the environment. Not daring to delay, he quickly explained the reason for the matter. The reason is because the Fantasy Boutique card store has put a legendary magic card on the shelves. Coupled with Ji Gu's article, Taoka.com's failure to block the Fantasy Boutique magic card shop was a shady post, resulting in more than 300,000 comments being sprayed on Taoka.com in just a few days. These more than 300,000 articles are all accusations against Taoka.com for its inaction. This kind of scammers should not be allowed to continue to cheat money. So that's it. Then do you think the Fantasy Boutique magic card store has legendary magic cards? The head of the regulatory department shook his head decisively. Impossible. The legendary magic card is so precious. If it really existed, it would have been kept as a treasure and there is absolutely no way it could be sold. In this case, let's temporarily close the Fantasy Boutique magic card store. But, okay, I know what you want to say, but Taoka.com, as a platform, needs to pay attention to public fishing boats. That's it, go on. The head of the regulatory department sighed. I couldn't help but feel a little resentful. This Fantasy Boutique magic card store should hang some legendary magic cards. If you don't have magic cards, don't hang them. Now, even if my own store is banned, it has also caused our Taoka.com to be scolded for so long. Returning to his department, he issued orders to his subordinates. Block the Fantasy Boutique magic card store. When Taoka.com was forced to remove the Fantasy Boutique magic card store from its shelves, Li Feng was sitting in the office, anxiously waiting for the call. He has already told his secretary that if anyone from the so-called Fantasy Boutique magic card shop comes to see him, he should call him directly. At this moment, I suddenly heard two dong dong knocks on the door. Is there still work to report now? Li Feng was a little puzzled. It's already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, and it's already time to get off work. In the past, everyone would have almost finished leaving during this period. If it weren't for the incident at the Fantasy Boutique magic card store today, he would have left. But since you have temporary work, you have to deal with it. Just in time to kill the waiting time. He cleared his throat and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and the person who walked in was not a staff member working in the city lord's mansion as he had imagined, but a small man with a big hood whose face could not be seen clearly. Li Feng frowned immediately. Who is this person? Why did Xiao Sun not call me when a stranger came into my office? Could it be that Xiao Sun has? When he thought that his secretary might have been killed, the person in front of him might be one of his enemies. His eyes suddenly became fierce. The palm of his hand moved slowly under the table, and he quietly took out a magic card that exuded purple light. But instead of using the magic card immediately, he shouted at the visitor, "Who are you?" The mysterious man wearing a wide hood said, "I'm here to complete the deal." Seal the deal. Li Feng frowned. This mysterious man's voice was young and crisp, sounding like a junior high school student. He was sure that he had never heard this sound before. Not to mention trading. The mysterious man opposite seemed to see his doubts and said, "City Lord Li, have you forgotten? We contacted him a few hours ago." How many hours ago? Li Feng was stunned. A few hours ago, wasn't I chatting with someone from the Fantasy Boutique magic card store? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. With a look of disbelief on his face, he said, You are not from the Fantasy Boutique magic card shop, are you?" "Yes." Lu Shia Sha, who was wearing a hood, nodded. Hearing this, Li Feng's eyelids suddenly jumped. When Lu Shia Sha came in just now, he guessed many possibilities, but the only one he didn't expect was, the person in front of me turned out to be from the Fantasy Boutique magic card store. But then he asked in a deep voice, "Since you are from the Fantasy Boutique card shop, why did you attack my secretary?" When he said this, his tone was close to questioning. Although he was the one who went to make the purchase, it didn't mean that he wouldn't care if something happened to his subordinates. What are you talking about? Faced with doubts, Lu Shia Sha was also confused. Seeing that Lu Shia Sha did not answer his words, Li Feng's eyes darkened. I'm asking, my secretary was always outside the door, how did you get in? How did you get in? Of course you just walked in. Lu Shia Sha also looked confused. What kind of problem is this? How can I get into the office? Isn't it possible that I can only walk in? Is it possible that I can stand upside down? Hearing this, Li Feng was suddenly startled. This answer was something he had never expected. Did the other party really not attack his secretary? Then why did the secretary just let him in when she came in without calling me? He picked up the landline and called his secretary. City Lord, what are your orders? Hearing the secretary's familiar voice, Li Feng froze in place. Shao son, why can you answer the phone? City Lord, can't I answer the phone in the future? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded panicked. Knowing that the secretary had misunderstood, Li Feng took a deep breath and asked again. Shao son, did you see anyone come in just now? City Lord, I have been guarding the door just now. I haven't gone anywhere, not even to the toilet. I'm sure no one has been here. No. Li Feng pressed down the microphone, but his hand did not pick it up for a long time. The place where he held the microphone was even a little white. After a while, the way he looked up at Lu Shia Sha was completely different from just now. Secretary Shao Sun's words made him a little surprised. To be his secretary, it is naturally impossible for him to be an ordinary person. In fact, his secretary Shao Sun's magic level has already reached the bronze 9-star level. For people who reach the bronze level, their 5 senses and spiritual awareness will be greatly enhanced. Generally speaking, a 1-star bronze magic card master can know everything that happens within 3 meters of him. What's more, his secretary Shao Sun has already reached bronze 9 stars. It is only 1 layer of window paper away from silver level. Even if he closed his eyes, it was impossible for him not to notice such a big living person passing by him. There is only one possibility. That is the person from this fantasy boutique magic card shop, who has a very powerful magic card. Able to perfectly conceal one's own scent. As expected of a merchant who can sell legendary magic cards, his sales are extraordinary. He looked at Lu Shia Sha intently. Want to feel Lu Shia Sha's true strength. No matter how advanced your magic card is, it will not be able to successfully resist the detection of a strong platinum player. However, when his spiritual sense probed over, he felt that he could only feel nothingness. This feeling is very strange, you clearly see her there. However, in your perception, there is only nothingness. Just like a ball of air next to it, there is no difference between the two. Li Feng suddenly took a breath of cold air. How is this possible? This person actually evaded my spiritual sense. No, it must be an illusion. He closed his eyes and activated his spiritual sense with all his strength. He felt his spiritual sense weaving into a big net, and then he pounced towards Lu Shia Sha's position. However, it was a breath of fresh air. Opening his eyes suddenly, Li Feng saw Lu Shia Sha not moving at the same spot. He tried several times without believing in evil. He finally believed that in his perception, Lu Shia Sha was indeed just a ball of air. Li Feng felt weird in his heart. He is a platinum strong man, but he can't even sense the person standing in front of him. Is it possible? But Li Feng was the lord of a city after all, so he quickly regained his composure and began to analyze quickly. Able to conceal my perception as a platinum card magician. There are only 2 possibilities that I can think of. The first one is the magic card on the person in front of you that can hide your interest. The level must be legendary. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide the perception of the strong platinum man. And the second situation is that the person in front of me is far more powerful than me. The strength gap is too large, so the perception is invalid. If it is the first type, it means that this fantasy boutique magic card store sells far more than the legendary magic card Yanshan. Plus the delivery boy and the so-called shop owner in front of me. The entire fantasy boutique magic card store has at least 3 legendary magic cards. These 3 are the minimum, but how many legendary magic cards do they actually have? Li Feng couldn't guess it either. He couldn't imagine how many legendary magic cards there were, so that someone would be so extravagant as to sell the legendary magic cards. As for the second type, if the person in front of you is much stronger than yourself, that would be even scarier. Just by listening to the voice, you can tell that the person in front of you is very young, maybe even a junior high school student. The strength of a junior high school student far exceeded the platinum level. In the past, Li Fang could not even imagine it. But now, Li Fang feels that this possibility may not be impossible. Because she is from the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. The owner of that magic card shop can take out legendary magic cards and sell them. Maybe there is some trick he can't understand. No matter which possibility it is, it represents one thing. That is the force represented by the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store, or the force behind it, which is quite powerful. This kind of organization that even has legendary magic cards for its couriers is something no family in a big city in the entire Federation can do. Thinking of this, Li Sheng's eyes towards Lu Shia Sha became unusually warm. He smiled and said, "Oh, I didn't go out to greet the distinguished guests of the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop. It's really a sin." Li Sheng kept his posture very low. "You don't have to be so polite, City Lord Li. This is the legendary magic card you bought at the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. Yanshan, please confirm it." Reaching into his arms, Lu Shia Sha took out a legendary magic card and handed it to Li Sheng. Li Feng took Yanshan with both hands and looked excitedly at the legendary magic card emitting orange light in his hand. "City Lord Li, if there are no problems, I will leave." Little friend, please stay a little longer. You have come such a long way to have a meal before leaving." After confirming the authenticity of the legendary magic card in his hand, Li Feng wanted to keep Lu Shia Sha and get close to her. The best thing is to find out the identity of the manager of the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store behind her. "No need, the store manager is still waiting for me to return to my job." "That's it, let me get to you." Hearing Lu Shia Sha's refusal, Li Feng stopped trying to stay. Others already want to leave, so if you keep trying to persuade them to stay, you will offend them. When he sent Lu Shia Sha to the yard outside, Lu Shia Sha suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Li Feng's eyes flashed with joy. Has she changed her mind? Just when he was about to ask to stay again, he saw Lu Shia Sha pretending to be here and said, "Thank you City Lord Li for seeing me off. I'll take my leave now." After saying that, she took out a magic card with orange light from her arms and threw it in the air. Seeing this magic card, Li Feng stood stunned on the spot. Another legendary magic card. Isn't this Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop too arrogant? A delivery man actually has 2 legendary magic cards. Just when I was in a daze, I saw this legendary magic card turn into a big blue bird and spread its wings. This big blue bird has gorgeous feathers, and there seems to be light flowing on it, making it look extremely powerful. Just by looking at the appearance, Li Feng can be sure that this cyan divine bird is the top existence among all the legendary magic cards. He even felt that this blue divine bird was just a little worse than the giant dragon clan. "City Lord Li, go back." Lu Shia Sha waved her hand and jumped on the blue bird's back. In just a blink of an eye, the blue kite had disappeared from sight. "This speed is really terrifying," Li Feng exclaimed. "How can a mere delivery person have such good subordinates? I, the City Lord, have the highest quality magic cards at the epic level. I, the City Lord, am not as good as her as a delivery person. It's so irritating that people are so different from each other. Otherwise, contact the shop owner and go directly to work for him. Special delivery person. I can do this job too." After complaining a few words, Li Feng couldn't wait to return home with the legendary magic card he just got, Yanshan. Calling his son Li Cheng into the living room, he smiled mysteriously and said, "Son, I have a big treasure for you. Guess what it is?" Li Cheng looked at his father whose mouth was splitting with laughter, and felt a little confused. His father, for some unknown reason, hasn't looked down upon him these days. This was the first time I smiled at him today. I don't know. Li Cheng shook his head honestly. Haha, it's normal that you can't guess. You can only have this thing in your dreams, but today, your dad and I will help you realize what you dreamed of. Li Feng smiled proudly. Then he suddenly pulled out a magic card from his arms, with a faint orange light emitting from the magic card. Seeing this magic card, Li Cheng's eyes suddenly widened, and his mouth couldn't help but grow bigger. After staying there for a few seconds, he ran over like a monkey. He grabbed this legendary magic card and stared at the image 187 on it. Although there was an extremely ugly stone giant above, in his eyes, she was like the most beautiful woman in the world. He caressed it a few times lovingly, turned to Li Fang and asked, "Dad, where did you get this legendary magic card? It couldn't be someone else's bribe, right? Little fool, did you arrange your father like this? You spent a lot of money to buy this." Li Cheng grinned. He naturally knew that his father would not do that kind of bribery. Moreover, no fool would use a legendary magic card as a bribe, and even if there were, his own father would not be qualified. "Okay, stop playing, hurry up and bind this legendary magic card. Let me tell you, I spent 1.8 billion alliance coins to buy this legendary magic card. If you don't get admitted to a top university this year, let me see how I deal with you." After hearing what his father said, Li Cheng gave him a thumbs up. "Dad, be proud, don't worry, with this legendary magic card, I will definitely be admitted to a top university." After saying that, he transferred the magic power into the legendary magic card, and saw Fire Mountain shrink rapidly and fly into the center of his eyebrows. The moment the magic card was bound, all its attributes were automatically understood in his mind. "Dad, where did you buy such a powerful legendary magic card? The 1.8 billion spent is worth it." When Li Fang heard the compliment, he said with a proud look on his face, "It goes without saying that your father is the Lord of Tianwei City. I bought this legendary magic card on Taoka.com. At that time, everyone was questioning it. Your father and I have a unique eye. I saw the extraordinariness of that merchant at a glance and took action decisively. Take it directly." Hearing his father's words, Li Cheng had a strange look on his face and asked, "Dad, the store you are talking about is not the Fantasy Boutique Magic Ginseng store, right? You also know which store is there and how it is. Now you know how awesome your dad is." Without answering his father's words, Li Cheng took out his cell phone and put it in front of him. Just this afternoon, Taoka.com banned the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store, on the grounds that it was involving risks and defrauding customers. I didn't expect that the legendary magic card hanging in their store Yanshan is actually real. If those people on the internet knew that they missed a legendary magic card, they would be furious. Li Fang looked at the phone screen, and the expression on his face changed from complacency to shock, and then to anger. He stood up suddenly and said angrily, "What a nonsense. These people from Taoka.com really have no principles at all. They even closed down other people's shops because of fishing boats. This Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store is obviously a conscientious business, but these people online are poor and cannot afford legendary magic cards, and now they dare to slander others for fraud. No, this matter must be reported to the Federation." After saying that, he left angrily. Li Cheng was left alone in the living room, looking confused. Is it necessary to report this matter to the Alliance? Chapter 51. Return to the City Lord's mansion. Li Fang took out a hero-level magic card from his drawer and threw it into the air. The heroic magic card turned into a blue light. This blue light has not changed into a subordinate, nor a skill, nor an equipment. Instead, it turned into a rectangular blue light curtain. This is a special type of magic card. Because the Federation is too far away from here, there will be some delay during the call, but the magic card can achieve real-time without delay. Therefore, when communicating over long distances, this magic card is usually used. There was no picture displayed on the blue light screen yet. Li Fang was walking back and forth in his office, looking very anxious. He had just seen the unfathomable details of the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store, and was thinking of how to make friends with it. Chinbai on Taoka.com actually banned the Fantasy Boutique Mocha. Isn't this offending people? Why hasn't it been connected yet? Just when he was getting anxious. There is a change in the blue light screen. A man with white hair and beard, but a face that only looks like he is in his 50s or 50s, appears in the picture. This man was bleary-eyed at the moment and was lying on the bed because he was woken up. Seeing this old man, he breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly bowed and said in a respectful tone, Mr. Qi, something big has happened. Don't be anxious, tell me slowly if you have anything to do. When the man named Qi Lao heard Li Feng's words, he still didn't get up and even closed his eyes. Li Feng knew the old man's temperament, so he hurriedly said, "There is a store on Taoka.com where you can buy legendary magic cards. The legendary magic card listed on it has been bought by me. It is absolutely true, and according to my speculation, that store has at least one of them. Legendary magic card. But that magic card store is now banned by Taoka.com for nothing." The old man's eyes suddenly opened, and his pupils were orange-red, as if there were burning flames rolling in them. The moment he saw these pupils, Li Feng was horrified. He lowered his head suddenly, his expression frightened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Qi, Mr. Qi." Li Feng lowered his head and shouted with a thick throat. He didn't dare to look up, this was hunting heart flame. If you look at the flame for a little longer, a flame will arise from the bottom of your heart, and your whole person will be burned to ashes. Even if he is a platinum warrior, he can only last 3 more seconds in the flames. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qi dispersed hunting heart flame, sat up from the bed and stared at Li Fengdao. "Tell me everything from beginning to end." Li Feng raised his head and said very quickly, "That's right, I called that brat Zhao Meng a few days ago." After listening, Mr. Qi frowned and asked, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Li Cheng on the other side of the light curtain looked confident. "You can't go wrong. That delivery boy sounds like he can't be more than 15 years old. Even those rich and powerful families cannot be so extravagant to give a mere delivery man 2 legendary magic cards. That fantasy boutique magic card shop is definitely not simple. That shop owner might be a diamond-level expert. But Qianbai closed someone else's shop for no reason. This is offending." "I know," Mr. Qi responded, waved his hand, and the blue light returned to the magic card form and flew back to his ministers. Holding the magic card, he threw it out again. But this time, the person who appeared in the blue light curtain was not Li Feng, but another young man in a suit and ties. "He is the general manager of Taoka.com. The general manager bowed respectfully and said with respect, "Mr. Qi, do you have any instructions? I heard that you closed down the fantasy boutique magic card shop." After hearing the question, Qianbai felt a little confused. As a diamond powerhouse, Mr. Qi holds a high position in the entire federation. Although he is nominally the leader of Taoka.com, he basically doesn't do much. A small matter like banning an online store never reached his ears. For some reason, he came here specifically to ask. How did Mr. Qi know about this? He didn't have time to think about it, and nodded. Yes, he hung up a fake legendary magic card. Although there was no violation of regulations, many people on the internet were disgusted with this marketing method, which had an impact on the reputation of the website, so he was banned. Banned. After finishing speaking, Qianbai glanced at Mr. Qi secretly and asked cautiously, "Is there any problem?" "It's fake. How do you know it's fake?" "Ah. This." Mr. Qi was immediately confused by this question. "How do you know it's fake? Do you need to know that everyone in the alliance understands how precious legendary magic cards are? Will anyone sell those legendary magic cards? Unless his family prints legendary magic cards. I'm telling you, not only are the legendary magic cards real, the delivery man even has 2 legendary magic cards on him. The owner of that fantasy boutique magic card store might be a diamond powerhouse. You dare to block his magic card shop? Have you thought it over carefully?" How is this possible?" Qianbai exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible," Mr. Qi sneered and said. "You don't believe it, but Tu Feng does. He has already bought the legendary magic card. He said it himself that he cannot see through the details of the delivery man. That delivery boy is not even 15 years old. A platinum strong man can't even look like a little doll. Tell me, what is the store owner if he's not a diamond strong man?" After listening to Mr. Qi's words, Qianbai suddenly broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. When he thought that he had offended a strong diamond man, a chill came out of his heart and his legs became a little weak. Pulling himself together, he bowed to Mr. Qi and said respectfully, "Old Qi, thank you for your advice, I know what to do. As long as you understand, I'm going to call Zhao Meng." This brat won't even mention that he won the top spot in the federal government this year. It's really embarrassing. When Mr. Qi disappeared from the screen, Qianbai hurriedly walked out of the office and came to the supervision department. He pushed away the office of the Minister of Supervision and said anxiously, "Quick, unlock the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store." General Manager, didn't you just say tonight that you would ban the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store? So much nonsense. If I ask you to unblock it, then unblock it. Qianbai roared, and the magic power fluctuations visible to the naked eye dispersed. All the porcelain in the room was shattered, and a deep mark was carved on the wall. The director of the regulatory department was shocked when he saw this. Not daring to ask any more questions, he buried his head in front of the computer and began to operate frantically with his hands. "I'm afraid that if I slow down a little, this wall will be what I end up with." Qianbai walked back and forth in the room as he watched the director of the regulatory department unblock the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. No, just unblocking the magic card shop is not enough. If any diamond powerhouse is still not satisfied, it's over. Suddenly, he thought of something, then slapped his forehead, kicked the director of the regulatory department out of his seat, and typed on the keyboard himself. The director of the regulatory department on the side looked at his actions and was shocked. He never expected that General Manager Qianbai would do such a thing. General Manager Qian, isn't this inappropriate? You know nothing. Qianbai cursed without replying, and then clicked send. After everything last night, he slumped in his chair and breathed a long sigh of relief. I hope the owner of the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store can feel my sincerity. At the same time, in an apartment in the inner city of Yinhan City, Yu looked at his computer screen, feeling proud. He could only write 2 posts on his own. It attracted hundreds of thousands of ignorant netizens. Under the pressure of the fishing boat, Talca.com had to ban the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. He looked under the first post and initially questioned his own comments. The following are all comments refuting him at this time. I beat this stupid poster every day. There are still people who really believe that the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store has legendary magic cards. Now the official has just closed the store. Are you stupid? Oh, let me put my words here, even if 1,000 years have passed, legendary magic cards will not appear on Talca.com. That's what I said. A group of people are still here at Black Jigu. If Jigu hadn't posted this, I'm afraid there are still people who really believe in the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop. All of you who speak for the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop, owe GGU an apology. Seeing these comments, GGU smiled proudly. Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop, I really want to thank you. If you hadn't pulled this stunt, I wouldn't have received this kind of attention. In the past few days, because he posted a report about Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop, the number of followers on Talca Forum has exceeded 1 million. This is all the result of the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. Pressing F5 with his left hand, he kept refreshing the latest comments and saw that everyone agreed with him and condemned the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Shop. There was a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart. At this moment, Yi Taixin's comment suddenly jumped into his eyes. Things have turned around. Everyone, please go to the homepage of Talca.com and the official website of Tianwei City. An uneasiness suddenly enveloped Ji Gu's heart. He quickly opened Talca.com, and the moment he opened the page, he saw a post with a very eye-catching title. All Talca.com sincerely apologizes to the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. Ji Gu's eyelids suddenly jumped. He quickly clicked on the post and started checking it. 2 minutes later, he sat on the chair with a slumped expression. The content of the post is not long, but a meaning is revealed between the lines. That's sorry. We at Talca.com accidentally blocked your Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. We are really sorry. There is also a list of compensation at the end of the post. For example, the general manager of Talca.com promised that as an apology, Talca.com would no longer charge any handling fees for every transaction at Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store from now on. Talca.com's biggest source of income is handling fees, and now it directly waives handling fees for Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. All other magic card stores do not have this treatment, and even in the history of Talca.com, there is no such magic card store. This is one serving. The most important thing is that this apology post was written personally by Qian Bai, the general manager of Taoca.com. As we all know, Qian Bai, the general manager of Taoca.com, is a platinum powerhouse. A strong platinum man personally wrote a letter of apology and posted it on his website. This is really sincere. At the end of the post, there is a link. That was the city lord of Tianwei City personally coming out to support the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. It shows that the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store is not lying. The legendary magic card is real and I bought it. And he praised the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. Fan. The service is very good, and Magic Card is even more amazing. Sitting on the chair, GGU scratched his hair a little irritably. Block in the afternoon and unblock in the evening. Not even 12 hours. There is also an apology statement. With such a fast movement, he even felt that the people on Taoca.com were a little scared. Open your own post. The trend of his comments has completely changed. Everyone is criticizing GGU. Backquote, you still call other people's posters stupid, but you don't know that you are the biggest stupid. Anyone who says that others don't have legendary magic cards is stupid. Others really do. The Lord of the City has personally confirmed it, and everyone at Taoca.com has apologized. Who else is there? Haha, I didn't expect that in less than 1,000 years, Taoca.com would now be selling legendary magic cards. All of you who spoke for GGU owe the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store an apology. My dear, look, Qian Bai, the general manager of Taoca.com, and City Master Li Feng both stood up to speak for the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store. This Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store is definitely not simple. This is not nonsense. Have you seen other merchants selling legendary magic cards? Seeing these comments criticizing him, GGU was almost bitten to pieces. TMD. These silly and realistic people on the internet can take advantage of the situation. Obviously just now, everyone was scolding Fantasy Boutique Card Shop, but now that the trend has changed, they are all coming to scold me. The people at this NM Fantasy Card Shop are also idiots. He actually took out legendary magic cards and sold them. Do you think you are a card printing machine? Although I know that merchants who can produce legendary magic cards are definitely not ordinary people. But GGU had no fear in his heart. No matter how powerful you are, can you still come to your door? At this moment, he suddenly heard two ding-dong knocks on the door. He suddenly frowned. Who is this person in the middle of the night? He walked over and opened the door. Then I saw a group of people in FBI uniforms standing at the door. GGU was filled with doubts. Why are the FBI agents here? Is it because my massage the day before yesterday was exposed? You are GGU. You are involved in spreading rumors on the internet and have violated the federal security law. Now please come with us. GGU suddenly stood on the spot. He immediately thought of two posts he had made online. As he was being taken away by the federal investigation team, he had a look of regret on his face. I knew the background of the fantasy card shop would be so terrifying. Even if I beat him to death, he wouldn't dare to post those two posts. Early the next morning, Lin Huan is practicing magic power in bed. Then there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Lu Shia Sha standing at the door. Xiao, why are you back so soon? It's not because you didn't sleep. I saw Lu Shia Sha holding up her eyelids and smiling. This is the first time that Big Brother has asked me to deliver legendary magic cards. I will definitely complete it with my heart. By the way, brother, look at Taoca.com, our store has been unblocked, and they have also apologized. Lin Huan touched her head and smiled. Okay, I understand, you just go to bed. You did a great job on this. Lu Shia Sha smiled shyly when she heard the compliment. Like a kid getting candy. After letting Lu Shia Sha go to rest, he returned to the room and opened Taoca.com. Seeing Qian Bai's apology, he raised his eyebrows. When he asked Lu Shia Sha not to reveal her identity, he just wanted the Fantasy Boutique Magic Card Store to look mysterious. But looking at this situation, the effect is better than I imagined. But this kind of thing doesn't matter. The assessment time for top universities is getting closer and closer, and now Lin Huan is focusing all his energy on it. So he returned to the card and continued practicing. A week later, he slowly opened his eyes full of energy. After a week of practice, he has successfully reached the bronze 3-star level. Good progress. It seems like this, by the time the top universities take the exam, there should be no problem with silver level. With the silver level, there should be no problem in passing the assessment of top universities, right? Lin Huan murmured. He was still a little uneasy. Just when he was about to continue practicing, the phone suddenly rang. It was the principal. Headmaster. Lin Huan, come to school now. Notices from top universities have been issued. New. After hanging up the phone, Lin Huan felt a little hopeful in his heart. News from top universities is finally here. Please come in. Arrive in front of the principal's office. Lin Huan heard the old principal's voice before he knocked on the door. He pushed open the door and entered. The old principal stood up from his seat, pointed to the sofa where guests were waiting, and said, Lin Huan is here, sit down. Lin Huan asked as he walked over and sat down. Principal, is there any news from top universities? When he spoke, his tone was a little hasty. Admissions to top universities and admissions to ordinary universities are not the same process. After ordinary students complete the college entrance examination, the assessment of top universities will begin. The assessment and registration for top universities are also different from the college entrance examination. Every year during the admissions process, principals of each school will submit information about students who are expected to be admitted to top universities. Then the admissions offices of top universities screen these students. If students pass the minimum standards, top universities will issue them invitation letters for assessment. Of course, in order to prevent random posting of information, top universities will blacklist that principal. Being blacklisted by a top university is equivalent to the federal education issuing you a dismissal notice. Therefore, students who can participate in the assessment are the proud ones of one party. The principal looked at Lin Huan, smiled slightly, and took out a magic card from his arms. This magic card is quite special. It does not emit any light and looks different from ordinary magic cards. On the back is an image of the school emblems of top universities fused together, while on the front is the Oriental Pearl Tower, the iconic building of the Magic City. Seeing this magic card, Lin Huan's eyes flashed with curiosity. He had searched online before and knew that this was an invitation letter for examinations from top universities. This invitation is an artificial magic card. Like ordinary magic cards, it can be bound, but its function is not for combat but as a status symbol. This magic card is the invitation letter for the assessment from a top university. After you bind it, you will know the basic information about this assessment. The old principal handed the invitation letter to Lin Huan. After receiving the invitation, Lin Huan looked at it curiously and touched it carefully. The feel is almost the same as an ordinary magic card. After watching it twice, blue light flashed slightly on his hand, mixing magic and spiritual power into it. After binding, he understood the basic information of this assessment in his heart. The location of the assessment is in the Magic City, and the time is 1 month after the college entrance examination. There are still 3 months left from now. I'm lucky in this year's assessment. It happens to be in the Magic City, so I can send you there directly. If you go to other big cities, you have to take an airship there 1 month in advance. In 3 months, if you come here to find me, I will send you there. In these 3 months, you must seize the time to practice your magic power. It is best to reach the bronze level. After speaking, the principal picked up the teacup and took a sip gently. Lin Huan knew that this meant seeing off guests, so he stopped staying immediately. He said, "Thank you, principal," and went out. Back in the villa room, Lin Huan took out a magic card with a purple light on it. After the last breakthrough to bronze, as expected, the rare magic card had been completely consumed and dissipated automatically. In his current magic card slot, there is only 1 magic card of heroic quality left. And most of the magic power in this heroic quality magic card has been lost. In order to be able to practice non-stop in the next 3 months, he naturally had to prepare in advance. In these 3 months, silver is not a problem, but if you only have 1 star of silver, you may not be able to pass the assessment. The magic level should be as high as possible. After binding this epic magic card in his hand, Lin Huan entered the cultivation state again. 3 months flew by. No, 3 middle school, Playground. Lin Huan, you must pass the assessment. Senior, you must be admitted to a top university. That's right, Lin Huan, you must work hard. Fight for our Tianmeng city. Seeing that the playground was surrounded by teachers and students from No. 3 middle school, there were even people in my own class. Lin Huan looked at the principal aside and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Principal, there's no need to have such a big battle, right? If you fail the test, wouldn't you become an adult? The principal patted Lin Huan on the shoulder and said seriously. I have confidence in you. This time you go there and you must show off the reputation of our Tianmeng City students. Last year, we, the #1 scholar in Tianmeng City, were ridiculed by many people on the internet because we did not get admitted to a top university. This time, you must earn back the face we, Tianmeng City, lost. I'll try my best. Lin Huan smiled bitterly again. In the past 3 months, he has successfully cultivated his magic level to Silver Star 2. Facing the assessment of top universities, he gained some confidence. But I don't dare to say that I am safe. Now that the principal directly puts Tianmengcheng's face on his shoulders, he suddenly feels a lot of pressure. It's not about trying your best, it's about doing it for sure. Okay, it's almost time. It's time to send you off. After saying that, the principal took out a magic card with orange light and threw it in the air. The magic card suddenly turned into a ray of orange light, forming a thin wall of blue light. The light wall is like a crack in space, slowly rotating. Seeing this wall of light, Lin Huan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. 3 months ago, he was curious about how the principal would send him to the Demon City. It turned out to be Tianchuan. Tianjuan is also a special type of magic card. The only function of this magic card is to teleport beyond distance, but the location is fixed and can only be teleported to a fixed place. Generally used on the battlefield. And the fact that the principal was able to obtain this magic card seems to have something to do with the magic city. Go ahead and remember your agreement with me. The principal looked at him and said. Lin Huan nodded. He certainly remembered the agreement mentioned by the principal. It meant that on the day of the magic card activation ceremony, the principal said, if he passes the assessment, I hope he will give priority to the Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City. If he can pass the assessment, he does not recommend getting admitted to the Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City. He took a deep breath and stepped into the blue light wall amidst the cheers of teachers and students around him. A strong feeling of dizziness surged into his mind, which even made Lin Huan feel a little painful, as if a stick was violently stirring his brain. He knew that this was caused by long-distance space transmission. After the pain in his mind disappeared, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile. Hello, are you classmate Lin Huan? Yes, Lin Huan nodded. Your principal has already said hello. I'm here specifically to guide you in completing the assessment report. Please follow me. After the man in the suit finished speaking, he turned sideways and pointed in one direction with his 5 fingers side by side. Trouble. Nodding to the man in the suit, Lin Huan took the lead and walked towards where he pointed. I saw Lin Huan's face was calm and he was walking steadily. The man in the suit was a little surprised. He is specifically responsible for guiding students in this assessment. Today is the last day. In the past few days, we have received more than a dozen candidates who came through Tianjuan. But no one is like Lin Huan, who immediately returned to normal as soon as he landed. Most candidates will suffer from vomiting and diarrhea as soon as they hit the ground due to strong dizziness. The mildest ones will walk crookedly and have to rest for a while before they can return to normal. Among them are some children of aristocratic families in big cities. It seems that Tianmeng City is finally going to produce a student who can be admitted to a top university, but I don't know how high he can reach in the final ranking. Keeping up with Lin Huan, he helped Lin Huan make all preparations for the assessment. Finally, he was led to the candidate's special residence and left. Looking at this room specially prepared for candidates, Lin Huan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It's not because it's too luxurious, on the contrary, it's because this room is too shabby. This room only has 1 bed and 1 toilet. The usable area may not even be 10 square meters. But these are nothing to Lin Huan. The conditions at his home in the outer city are similar to those here. Just after he put down all his luggage, then I heard a dong dong, knock on the door. He opened the door and saw a young man dressed in trendy brands raising his hand and saying, "Hey, you are also here to take part in the assessment of a top university, right? I am Li Cheng from Tianwei City. What city are you from?" Lin Huan raised his eyebrows when he heard the words Tianwei City. Radiant City. I remember that my Yanshan was sold to the city lord of Tianwei City. He nodded to Li Cheng. I am Lin Huan from Tianmeng City. Tianmeng City. Li Cheng's expression suddenly became extremely exaggerated. He screamed strangely, "You are actually from Tianmeng City." Seeing how surprised Li Cheng was when he heard the words Tianmeng City, Lin still didn't understand. What happened to Tianmeng City? Is there a problem? Oh, that's not the case. It's just that I am the son of the city lord of Tianwei City. Before sending me off, my father told me that I must make a good show in front of the people of Tianmeng City. It's best to let Tianmeng City, the people will be devastated. When he said this, Li Cheng's expression became normal. When Lin Huan heard this, he remembered the Taoka.com ID of Li Fang, the former lord of Tianwei City. Zhao Meng was really a piece of shit. Judging from this ID, he knew that Li Fang and Zhao Meng, the lord of Tianmeng City, were good friends who fell in love and killed each other first. But what he didn't expect was that Li Cheng would directly tell his father's intentions. It seems that Li Cheng is also a straight-tempered person. Lin Huan smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll be angry if you just tell your father's intentions like this? Hey, everyone in our two cities doesn't know that Uncle Zhao Meng and my father are old friends. It's okay to say it. How about, come to the Magic City and go out and see something? By the way, let me tell you about this assessment. I guarantee there is something you don't know." Hearing this, Lin Huan nodded. Although he didn't want to go out, he was seizing the time to practice. But if he could get information about this assessment from Li Fang, he wouldn't mind going out together. The two walked out of the candidate's residence together. What Lin Huan didn't expect was that Li Fang wanted to go out for fun. "I just walked around the city and finally found a stall to eat." He originally thought that the son of the lord of Tianwei City would be quite good at playing, but this is the result. The two ordered a bowl of Modu's specialties and started chatting while eating. Do you know what the exam content of top universities is like every year? Seeing Li Fang's mysterious look, Lin Huan honestly shook his head. I'm telling you, you thought the assessment would start tomorrow, but in fact it started when you came here. Oh, tell me carefully. Lin Huan also raised his eyebrows with interest when he heard this. He also searched for some assessment information about top universities. But most of the information is just a rough idea, and the core assessment content is missing. This was the first time he heard Li Fang's statement that the assessment starts from the very beginning. Do you think that as a proud man of heaven, you should live in a 5-star hotel and not in a shabby place like this? Let me tell you, this kind of simple room is just to temper the temper of geniuses like you. If you can't even stand this feeling of disparity, you don't deserve to enter a top university, even if you are a genius. What is the least valuable thing in a top university? Genius. Hearing this, Lin Huan couldn't help but nodded. He quite agrees with this statement, otherwise he cannot explain why top universities give them such treatment. Apart from the reason of assessment, he couldn't think of any other excuse. Keep talking, Lin Huan urged. Hearing Lin Huan's urging, Li Cheng looked proud. He took a mouthful of noodles and said, "Don't worry. Being tough is just the most basic thing. The highlight is next." The assessment is divided into 3 levels. The first level tests talent, the second level tests strength, and the third level is a comprehensive assessment. After saying that, he folded his arms, as if waiting for Lin Huan's reaction. Lin Huan looked at him, waited for a long time, and finally couldn't help but asked, "No more?" "Gone. That's it. That's it." Just when Lin Huan was about to speak, the stall owner on the side said something as he passed by. "Young man, don't listen to his bragging. Everyone in the Magic City knows about this thing, so why do you think he's talking about it?" Lin Huan nodded with deep understanding. Although it was said, it was not fully said. In addition to the statement about this residence, the key assessment content later is equivalent to talking about loneliness. He searched a lot of these superficial things on the internet. This is a top-quality product. A top-quality product, Li Cheng retorted with a look of displeasure. When I saw Li Cheng, the son of the city lord of Tianwei City, he didn't know anything like some people on the internet. Lin Huan shook his head and ate the noodles. When he couldn't find anything out, he didn't bother hanging out with Li Cheng, so he went directly back to the candidate's residence and started practicing with his eyes closed. Prepare for the assessment the next day. At the same time, the Tianjuan, which was specifically accepting candidates for this assessment, began to fluctuate again. A girl came out of it. I saw that this girl was about 16 or 17 years old. She was wearing a long white dress, her face was beautiful and refined, and her appearance was radiant. She was really a beautiful beauty. The man in a suit who received Lin Huan in the morning was also impressed when he saw the girl's stunning beauty. He knew this girl, Lin Yuki, the daughter of the Tang family from the Tiandu City family. The popular candidate for this year's federal champion. Just when he was about to step forward to take Lin Yuki to report, he saw another wave of fluctuations in Tianjuan. A young man walked out among them. The young man was dressed in black and looked handsome. Seeing this young man, the man in the suit also recognized him. Lu Ruo, the young head of the Lu family from the Tiandu City family. He is also a popular candidate for this federal championship. I heard that Lu Ruo is pursuing Lin Yuki. The man in a suit stepped forward and said, "You too, I am here specifically to pick up and drop off the candidates for this assessment. Please follow me." "No need, I know how to get there. Just back off." Na Lu Ruo raised his hand and refused. Lin Yuki on the side frowned. She knew what Lu Ruo was thinking, and she had made it clear many times that she already had someone in her heart. But Lu Ruo didn't believe it and never gave up. What makes Lin Yuki even more upset is that her family, the Tang family, has been supporting her openly and secretly. Now, Lu Ruo actually asked the receptionist to go away. Doesn't this make a decision for her? She didn't like this approach very much, and she became even more irritated about this road. He walked straight up to the man in the suit and said, "Hello, please help me lead the way." As she followed the man in the suit forward, a trace of reminiscence flashed in Lin Yuki's eyes. Now, Brother Huan has also finished the college entrance examination, right? I don't know if he can get into a first-class university. Once I pass the examination of a top university and become a top expert, my family will no longer be able to restrain me. When the time comes, no one can stop me from going to Brother Huan. Under the leadership of a man in a suit, Lin Yuki moved into the same residence as Lin Huan. After putting her luggage away, she crossed her legs on the bed and began to relax with her eyes closed. Early the next morning, Lin Huan and Li Cheng went to the official assessment location. Along the way, Li Cheng kept chattering. "Hey, Lin Huan, have you heard that the daughter of the Tang family also lives in the same place as us? I heard that the daughter of the Tang family is extremely beautiful." Unable to bear Li Cheng's constant nagging in his ears, Lin shouted coldly. "Shut up. Don't disturb the people here so early in the morning." "Oh," hearing Lin Huan's shout, Li Cheng responded weakly. Lin Huan ignored him as he glanced at him. Although he only knew Li Cheng for a few hours, he knew that Li Cheng was a dog. "I can't give him a smile." Sure enough, Li Cheng immediately returned to his previous appearance. The two of them continued noisily all the way to the assessment location. The assessment location is off-site. At this time, there were a large group of people surrounding him in 3 circles inside and 3 outside. These people looked young, all middle-aged. Seeing this scene, Lin Huan asked Li Cheng on the side with some doubts. "Are these all the parents of the candidates? There are thousands of people at least. It's not like all the parents of the candidates are here, right?" Li Cheng suddenly smiled strangely on his face and said, "You may not believe it, but they are choosing a son-in-law." Son-in-law. Lin Huan was filled with doubts. This is a place where top universities take exams, not a place for blind dates. What kind of son-in-law should I choose? These people say they are here to choose a son-in-law, but it is better to say they are here to steal a son-in-law. Most of them are from the rich and powerful in various cities, but they are generally from small and medium-sized cities. They are here to see who can pass the examination of top universities. Everyone knows that those who can pass the examinations of top universities are the proud ones of heaven and have a bright future. When the results of the assessment come out, they will rush forward and recommend their daughters. In this way, they can attract talented people to their families. There are even those who directly rob people. After listening to Li Cheng's words, Lin Huan suddenly understood. So that's it. Then he asked again, but as you said, those who can pass the examination of top universities know that they have a bright future, so how can they be willing to join other people's families? Don't you understand? Li Cheng shook his head and said. Although they know they have a bright future, those things are only available in the future. If others come to your door now, can you take advantage of them? Especially when you come from a small city like you, when you see a beautiful girl from someone else's house or say a few soft words to someone else, you will be so fascinated that you can't find where to go. How can you think of so much? Lin Huan nodded. Really, no matter what happens in the future, power, wealth are all matters of the future. And the people around here can provide these things to you right away. Anyway, most of them will pursue these things in the future. They can get them now, so why not? Okay, hurry up and go in, the time is almost up. Shaking his head, Lin Huan took the lead and walked forward. Enter the assessment location. I saw a table set up behind the door, and a man dressed as a federal security guard was sitting inside the table. Behind each person's table, there is a gray space crack. Seeing this scene, Lin Huan secretly guessed. Is this assessment space cracked? He and Li Cheng walked forward together, and saw the man from the federal security team raised his head and smiled at them. 2 classmates, please show your invitation letters. Hearing this, Lin Huan's thoughts moved slightly, and he saw the invitation fly out from between his eyebrows. He grabbed the invitation and handed it over. I saw the person from the security team stretched out his hand, with a blue light in his hand, and then scanned the invitation like an electronic scan. After scanning back and forth twice, the security team members returned the invitation letter again. Classmate, after passing the examination, you can directly enter the space crack and start the assessment. Lin Huan nodded, indicating that he understood. Just when he was standing there, ready to wait for Li Cheng to enter the space crack together, I heard the security team member say, "Student, you can go in first. Every candidate is assessed individually, even if you enter the space rift together. Lin Huan, you go ahead. I hope I can see you next door to me when I go back. Otherwise, the mission my father gave me will not be completed." Li Cheng grinned at Lin Huan. Nodding to Li Cheng, Lin Huan took the lead in stepping into the space crack. After the security administrator checked Li Cheng's invitation letter, he waited for another half an hour. He stood up and closed the door to the assessment location. From the moment the door closes, no more candidates will enter the examination room. If any candidate is late, they will automatically be deemed to have given up the entire assessment. People who can't even do the most basic punctuality are not qualified to be admitted to top universities. Of course, closing the door still means this year's assessment of top universities has officially begun. After the door closed, the crowd outside suddenly started talking. Hey, what do you guys think of the 2 who went in last? The guy wearing fashionable clothes looks like he has no chance of coming from an extraordinary family. The handsome young man next to him looks good to me. He is also a good match for my daughter. No. It's a long way from Tiandu City. A fat man with a rough appearance and a bloated body shook his head. Fat Yuan, you really dare to speak. Lu Ruona is a popular candidate for the #1 pick. Can you like your daughter? That's Fatty Yuan. Your daughter has inherited your figure perfectly. Not to mention Lu Ruo. The last 2 people who just entered, I'm afraid they wouldn't have your daughter if they didn't offer money. Hearing this, Fatty Yuan's skin turned bright red, and he cursed loudly. What happened to my daughter? What happened to my daughter? That's called a blessing. Whoever can marry my daughter is a blessing. You common people, just look at your appearance. If those 2 boys knew that I wanted to marry my daughter to them, they would probably be jumping for joy. Speaking of excitement, Fatty Yuan salivated. He just created a vacuum with a radius of 1 meter in this crowded place. Fat Yuan, why don't you just be tough here? I've seen you every time in the assessments of top universities in the past 3 years, but I haven't seen you recommending your daughter. That's right, Fatty Yuan, I think the last 2 people, let alone your daughter, will scare you away when they see you. Ha ha ha, just when the assessment place was bustling with noise. In a hall of the Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City. The seats were packed. If someone enters this hall, you will find that everyone in this hall is a big shot that can only be seen online or on TV. At that time, they were not sitting in the hall like ordinary people now. But in various secret realms, you can kill a powerful monster king by raising your hand, and you can suppress a tide of beasts by waving your hand. They are teachers from various top universities and powerful card magicians. A teacher who can become a teacher at a top university must be at least a gold level expert. There are even many platinum level experts. Normally, they would all be indifferent, but at this time they were all gathered together to pay attention to the assessment they had jointly set up. The purpose is to see if there are any particularly good candidates among the candidates. Although they set the exam to select talented students. However, as long as those talented students pass the assessment, the situation will be reversed. It has become their talented students who choose top universities. Therefore, they have to select the candidates with the most potential in advance and ask for funds from the top universities they represent in advance to lure potential candidates to their own universities. In the hall at this time, a huge orange light curtain was hung on the wall. There are thousands of pictures on the orange light curtain, one by one wet together. Each screen monitors a student, allowing them from top universities to clearly see their performance. The pictures of several candidates were placed in the center of the light screen, which looked particularly conspicuous. Who do you think will be the federal champion this year? I'm optimistic about Lin Yuki. This girl is extremely talented. She has already reached the bronze 7-star level in just a few years. She has a high chance of winning the top prize. Lu Ruo is not bad either. Although he only has 6 bronze stars, he has 2 legendary magic cards, which is a big advantage. In addition to these 2 people from Tiandu City, the Shen family from Demon City, the Shang family from Shenwu City, and the Kai family from Dongsheng City are also strong contenders for the top spot. The overall level of the children of aristocratic families in big cities this year is much higher than in previous years. It seems that the number 1 pick this year will fall into the hands of these children of aristocratic families again. Just when they were waiting patiently for the assessment to begin, then I heard a dong dong knock on the door. Hearing this voice, everyone in the hall suddenly felt dissatisfied. This is just when the candidates are about to take the exam. Why did someone suddenly come? Don't you know how to come earlier? Just when they were still looking dissatisfied, they saw a strong old man with white hair and beard striding in. When they saw this person, everyone who was sitting calmly was suddenly shocked. They all stood up from their positions. There was also a look of surprise on his face. Why are Mr. Qi here? This old man hasn't been to Magic Card Master Academy in Magic City for decades. Why did he suddenly come here today? Is it possible that among the candidates taking this year's assessment, there are descendants of Mr. Qi? I haven't heard that the favorite to win the first prize is named Qi. Seeing this old man coming over, everyone present bowed and said hello. Even some people inside who looked older than him bowed and said hello in the same way. No way, the old man in front of me is really too senior. Not to mention anything else, just because of his status as a diamond expert, anyone who saw them would have to say, "Hello, Mr. Qi." Not to mention, this old man is now over 100 years old. The most important thing is that he can be said to have devoted most of his life to the federal education community. The people in the hall were basically his disciples. Mr. Qi looked at everyone who stood up to say hello and said with a smile, "Don't be so offended. I just came to see the quality of this year's candidates." As he spoke, he pressed his big hand. Everyone was horrified to find that their bodies were sitting back down without their control. But I didn't feel any pressure on my body. Is this the terror of the strong diamond man? At this time, a powerful voice suddenly sounded in the hall. "Kichuan, you are an old fool, you are a long time old, and you are still bullying people of younger generations. You don't know how to blush." An old man in the first row of the hall stood up, pointed at Mr. Qi and laughed. A smile flashed in Mr. Qi's eyes, and he went over and hugged him hard. "Ha ha, you old boy, you haven't seen me for decades, and you don't know how to go out for a walk. You're getting moldy squatting in the Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City. How can you, an old and uncultivated person, be so happy? The Demonic Card Master Academy says it doesn't care. 2 old men over 100 years old are here reminiscing about old times. Everyone else in the hall felt that they had regained control of their bodies, and they suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. As gold and platinum level experts, they have not experienced the feeling of being controlled by others for a long time. Someone asked in a low voice, "I didn't expect Mr. Chi to be so familiar with Principal Ji Yusu from Magic Card Master Academy in Magic City." Of course, when they were at Tiandu Magic Card Master Academy, they slept in bunk beds, and then went to the front line to kill monsters together. That was a lifelong friendship. I don't know why Mr. Chi came here. It's unlikely that his descendants are really among them. Did we make a mistake? Shish, don't talk. Ji Yusu looked at Chi Chuan and asked curiously. Tell me, why do you want to come to our Magic Card Master Academy today? Don't use the excuse of looking at the level of this class of students. I know that you have stopped caring about this kind of thing a long time ago. Hearing his old friend's words, Chi Chuan chuckled. You have guessed accurately in the past, but this time you really guessed wrong. I came here today just to see the students of this class. Ji Yusu looked surprised and said, Really? How can I still lie to you? My dog apprentice Zhao Meng is the one who became the Lord of Tianmeng City. I heard from him that their Tianmeng City has produced a genius among geniuses this time. He directly booked this year's #1 pick. Quote. You know, my apprentice is most like me. He is calm in everything. For him to say such things, there must be something special about him. Maybe there will be a figure who will go down in history. Chi Chuan grinned. Hearing Chi Chuan's words, Ji Yusu rolled his eyes. He had an impression of Zhao Meng. I don't know if he is calm or not, but he has learned a lot about his shameless character. Tianmeng City. Ji Yusu's thoughts moved slightly. I saw a sudden change on the orange light curtain. A piece of the picture that was originally in the corner was moved to the center. This screen is exactly the screen used to monitor Lin Huan. People in the hall saw changes on the orange light screen. Immediately they started talking in low voices. Is this person a descendant of Mr. Chi? It doesn't look like it. Don't guess, this is a person from Tianmeng City. Mr. Chi is here because Zhao Meng said that this person has the potential to win the top prize. How is it possible to win the championship? Zhao Meng is always talking about cheating. He told me the same thing last year. Mr. Chi also believes this. The top picks in recent years have basically been taken over by the disciples of aristocratic families. The human resources, vision, and cultivation of small and medium-sized cities are all far behind. How can they be snatched away from the disciples of aristocratic families? Play. Let's see, if Zhao Meng can boast about such a big haiku, he won't be like last year and failed to pass the first round, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately shut up and looked at Lin Huan. Lin Huan was seen in a gray fog, looking around vigilantly. In the gray fog, Lin Huan kept turning his body, trying not to keep his back in one position for too long. He came to this place as soon as he stepped into the gray space crack. The surroundings were full of gray fog, and there were no people or monsters in sight. Not knowing the specific content of the assessment, he could only pay careful attention to his surroundings. In case there is a sneak attack. At this moment, the gray fog suddenly rolled up. 2 stone pillars more than 1 meter high appeared not far away, with 2 crystal balls placed on each of them. A cold voice sounded in Lin Huan's heart. Candidates are asked to place their hands on the crystal ball. Hearing this, Lin Huan was confused. Hands on crystal ball. What kind of assessment method is this? Is it so simple and crude? Although a little unclear, this is obviously the voice of guidance. He walked over and put his hands on the crystal ball. Put your hands on the crystal ball and feel a cold feeling in your hands. Just when Lin Huan was a little confused, he felt a strange suction coming from the crystal ball in his hand. He frowned and instantly cut off the strange suction. Release the 2 crystal balls and push them 2 steps away. And just when he was looking at the 2 crystal balls intently, that cold voice sounded in my heart again. Candidates are asked to place their hands on the crystal ball. Hearing this, Lin Huan was still thinking. It seems that this is the first assessment of a top university, and the suction in this crystal ball seems to be something special. However, there is still something to be careful about. Given the difficulty of the exams at top universities, everything you hear and see now might be bait. Everything must be done with caution. Steadiness is the first principle to pass this assessment. Thinking like this, Lin Huan walked up to the 2 crystal balls again. Without waiting for the suction inside the crystal ball to come again, he wrapped his mental power and magic power and sent it inside. However, this content is only 1% of his overall strength. After touching his own magic power with this suction, he quickly cut it off, retreated not far away, and carefully observed the 2 crystal balls. Soon, the crystal ball changed. The crystal ball on the left lights up with a hazy orange light, while the crystal ball on the right lights up with a deep purple light. Seeing this scene, Lin Huan still felt a little confused. I don't know what the purpose of these 2 crystal balls is. Everyone who looked at Lin Huan's performance through the orange light curtain nodded when they saw the light of the 2 crystal balls. Zhao Meng boasted so much that I thought he was just being ridiculous again. It didn't work well enough for the candidates, but it looked really good. There is a legendary magic card and bronze level strength. Passing the assessment is a sure thing. This student is wanted by our Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City. Bah, Shu Xiaozi, your Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City wants everything. Seeing that this kid is so cautious, he should enter our Xuandu Card Master Academy. Card Master is a branch of Card Master. The main combat method is to use some special field cards and special equipment magic cards to fight. In addition to strength, the most important thing for a person who can become a card master is his character. Among them, caution is the most important thing, because the card master will often command a battle between card masters, and a single order will determine the life or death of countless card masters. He is like a leader. The Xuandu Royal Card Master Academy is a top institution that specializes in cultivating such talents. This is the whole place. You can pull him down, you lazy. The strange magic crystal ball on the right side of this boy is purple, which means that his magic level has crossed a full 7 levels in just 7 months. After crossing so many levels in such a short period of time, my talent is as good as those of disciples from aristocratic families, so it's time to enter my Divine Martial Magic Card Master Academy. The person who spoke was a man who looked very strong. The Shenwu Magic Card Master Academy he mentioned is located in Shenwu City. The biggest characteristic of students from this top university is that they don't like to rely on subordinates and skills to fight. He likes to arm himself with equipment magic cards, and then use magic potions to train his body. A few years ago, a fierce man emerged from this top university. With his tempered body, he defeated a gold-level monster with 1 punch. Although the candidates look pretty good, it's still impossible to win the top prize from a child from a noble family. That's right. The level of the children of this class of aristocratic families is also very high. Although his talents are very good, but his resources are not good, he will suffer a lot in the 3rd level of the assessment. That's not the case. After all, this kid also has a legendary yucca. Not very good. The children of those aristocratic families will not be short of legendary magic cards. Lu Ruo in Tiandu City even has 2 of them. Hey, after talking for so long, what is the name of the boy from Mengcheng today? It seems to be called Lin Huan. Qi Chuan heard the quarrels among the teachers from the top universities behind him and shook his head. He touched Gusu beside him with his shoulder and said with a smile, "Old man, what do you think of this doll? It looks pretty good, but it's still a little worse than the children of aristocratic families in big cities. Let's look at it later." Ji Yusu shook his head and said. Seeing this, Qichuan also smiled and said nothing. Naturally, he knew that his old friend was extremely high-spirited. He has also been the principal of Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City for 50 or 60 years. Over the years, he has seen countless geniuses. Lin Huan's current performance may be just average in his eyes. Not to mention standing shoulder to shoulder with those top monsters who have left their names in history. Even among the candidates of this class, they are not considered top-notch, and those children from aristocratic families are not bad at all. But Qichuan knew that the 2 crystal balls in the 1st level had not yet detected Lin Huan's upper limit. The 1st level of this assessment is to test talent. The crystal ball on the left lights up in the same color as your highest quality magic card, and the brightness is the degree of compatibility between you and the magic card. The higher the fit, the higher the brightness. The strange crystal ball on the right is used to measure how much your magic power can be improved in the 3 months from the invitation to the assessment. There are 7 types of light emitted: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, blue and purple. The light is purple, which means that a total of 7 magic levels have been crossed in these 3 months. This magic level is the highest achieved by top universities in the past few years since its establishment. Regardless of whether they were monsters, the subsequent candidates could not exceed this score, so it has been used ever since. Through his apprentice Zhao Meng, Qi Chuan knows Lin Huan better than Ji Yu Su. Needless to say, talent. Although it is a low level, it can be said that the talent can be said to be unparalleled if it can be cultivated from the black iron 9 stars to the bronze 7 stars in 3 months. Although the quality of Lin Huan's magic card is legendary, it is not just one as they imagined. There is an information gap between him and the people present. People in the hall, including old friend Ji Yu Su, learned about it from the principal of No. 3 Middle School. The legendary magic card that Lin Huan drew during the magic card activation ceremony. But what even the principal of No. 3 Middle School didn't know was that Lin Huan had a second legendary magic card in his hand. Legendary subordinate, Wind Demon Dragon. It can be said that the powerful entire alliance of dragon-type subordinates is well known. What's more, his first legendary subordinate is of an unknown race. Lin Huan has 2 such powerful legendary subordinates, coupled with the strength of the bronze 7 stars. This time the federal champion is within easy reach. But no one else in the hall knows these things. Qi Chuan is looking forward to it. When it comes to the 3rd level of the assessment, what surprises Lin Huan can bring to the teachers of these top universities. In particular, he wanted to see the reaction of Ji Yu Su, who had always been calm. On the other side, in the gray fog, Lin Huan has been watching the light of these 2 crystal balls gradually dim. After waiting for a while, he was paying close attention to the possible changes. The gray mist began to roll again, and 2 stone pillars holding crystal balls sank into it. After the stone pillar sank, the solid ground was revealed. Not long after, Lin Huan found that after the fog cleared, he appeared in the lobby of a manufacturer. A person who looks exactly like himself appears in front of him. Surprise flashed in his eyes. There is such a magical magic card that can copy a person who looks exactly like himself. This clone is almost identical to Lin Huan, the only difference is that this clone looks several degrees lighter than Lin Huan's real person, and the whole person looks dark. Before Lin could even take a second look, he saw the clone take out a magic card and throw it out. The magic card suddenly turned into a ray of orange light and transformed into a figure that was very familiar to Lin Huan. Elf Princess, Phyllis. Lin Huan's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that the assessment of top universities would be so magical. Not only did he copy himself, he was also able to copy his own magic card. However, it can be easily seen from the movements of this replicator. The content of this assessment is to defeat one's own clone. Without hesitation, Lin Huan's heart moved slightly. He wanted to use Gift of the Storm Goddess directly and try it himself first. He hasn't made a move since the last time in Chirong's secret realm. There happened to be a clone here at this time, so he could practice his skills. But when he successfully used Gift of the Storm Goddess, he found that he wanted to use only the power of the storm, which felt awkward. It was as if this space was suddenly pressing on his shoulders. Give him a kind of pressure so that he can't use the power of the storm. For a moment, Lin Huan already understood in his heart. It seems that for this assessment, you can only use whatever magic card your clone uses. The purpose is to examine whether students can defeat themselves and break through their limits. After understanding the purpose of this assessment, Lin Huan gave up using the power of the storm. Although in his perception, if he wanted to forcibly use the power of the storm, he could succeed. But in that case, there may be some unintended consequences. Lin Huan was not sure what the consequences would be. But it shouldn't be a good thing. It's better to follow the rules of top universities. Thinking of this, he directly summoned Felice. A flash of orange light flashed, and Phyllis appeared next to her. She nodded to Lin Huan. Master, no need to be polite, get ready to fight. Lin Huan waved his hand. Yes, Phyllis responded and turned her head. As soon as she turned around, She saw clones that were identical to her and Lin Huan, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. This was the first time she encountered this situation. Don't be surprised, this may be the effect of a special legendary magic card. This time the enemy is ourselves. Don't be careless. Walking forward, Lin Huan and Felice said side by side. Yes, Phyllis nodded, her eyes solemn. The two of them held their breath and looked at their respective clones with solemn faces. The atmosphere in this gray mist space suddenly became depressing. In the hall of the Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City, teachers from a top university looked at the fast screen belonging to Lin Huan and started talking about it. Do you think Lin Huan can defeat his own clone? I remember that the strength of the clone created by this 0-degree clone is usually one level higher than the candidate's magic level. In other words, Lin Huan's clone has the strength of a bronze 8-star. A teacher from a top university said with his chin clenched. Although the core of the assessment of top universities is the same every year, the specific assessment content is different. For this level of assessment, top universities spent a huge amount of money and used many legendary magic cards to form this gray fog space. And this 0-degree re-engraved legendary skill card. The candidate's level is measured based on the magic level detected by the strange crystal ball just now. In previous years' assessments, 0-degree re-engraving was also used, causing many of their promising seedlings to struggle. Even directly eliminated. Among those eliminated, there were also children from aristocratic families in big cities. 0-degree reproduction is indeed a big test for children like them who don't have much combat experience. Some candidates have already begun to be eliminated. A teacher from a top university shook his head. As the second level of assessment begins, small pieces of light curtain continue to go out on the huge orange light curtain. Every time a piece of light curtain goes out, it means that a candidate has been eliminated. Most of these turned-off screens are screens on the edge. Sigh, I don't know why 0-degree revival is being held this year. I saw that several good dramas were eliminated. The quality of the candidates this year is far higher than before. There are dozens of candidates from aristocratic families alone. No way. Resources are limited. A teacher from a top university sighed. Why is it so difficult to get into top universities? This is because top universities need to spend huge resources to cultivate a qualified graduate. And the resources of top universities are not unlimited. Therefore, while ensuring the quality of students, we can only give up the number of students. Those candidates who were eliminated are also outstanding, but top universities can only select the best. If you can't be better than other candidates, you can only be eliminated. Look, the children of those aristocratic families have also begun to struggle hard. Although they will suffer a little bit, they have legendary magic cards in their hands, which are of the same quality as 0 reissue, so they cannot be stopped. That's right, we can only look at the fighting talents of these children from aristocratic families. I heard that Lu Ruo was the most outstanding member of the Lu family, but I didn't expect that his situation was the most dangerous. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked towards Lu Ruo's light curtain. Lu Ruo was seen being chased by his clone and an orc subordinate, looking very embarrassed. After narrowly avoiding the claws of his own clone, he quickly rolled to a distance. He looked at the clone not far away who was staring at him emotionlessly, and his clone followers. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Just after testing his talent, his clone will suddenly appear. When he didn't react, he directly summoned his copy slaves and attacked him together. His copy slave is legendary and is an orc. The 3-dimensional panel is of high quality. Under the attack of these two replicas, he couldn't even summon his own subordinates. All he could do was avoid an embarrassment. He did not expect such a difficult assessment. He thought that as a senior figure in the Lu family, it would not be easy for him to pass the examination of a top university. It turned out that this second level alone taught him a lesson. In order not to lose, he tried every possible means. All the lazy ass rolling around and so on were used. He doesn't want the dignity of being a member of an aristocratic family. Moreover, the tacit understanding between these two replicas is extremely high, even higher than his real body. If it weren't for the fact that his family used magic potions to refine his body since he was a child, his physical fitness would be far beyond that of ordinary people. It had long been eliminated in the attack. Fortunately, he finally found a gap in the attack and escaped. He threw out a magic card, and an orc similar to the replica slave appeared. Everyone in the hall lost interest when they saw this. Now that I have summoned a legendary subordinate, I am sure of passing that 0-degree reenactment test. Let's take a look at the others. Well, Lin Huan is about to start fighting now. I heard that his legendary subordinate is an unknown race. Yes, there is no data in the entire Alliance's legendary magic card database. Then you have to study it carefully. In the gray fog, Lin Huan looked at the two imposters not far away and said sternly, "Phyllis, let's go." The moment Lin Huan's scream echoed in the sky, the two replicas on the opposite side also moved together. I saw the replica Lin Chong rushing over in a roundabout way with a short stature. The replica Phyllis stretched out her slender hands, grabbing a huge and thick shield with one hand and a golden sword with the other. Lin Huan was stunned when he saw this scene. Isn't this a replica of Phyllis? Why not use a bow like Phyllis, but a sword and shield? But seeing this, Lin Huan was relieved. If you let him sort it himself. Among the legendary subordinates he has, the one he finds most difficult to deal with is Phyllis. Because Phyllis's archery skills are too terrifying. It is no longer enough to describe it as reaching the pinnacle or being superb. If the counterfeit Phyllis on the other side had used a bow and arrow, he would not have had the confidence to win. Now, instead of using a bow and arrow, this fake Phyllis uses a heavy sword and shield. This is equivalent to self-folding. Without the most terrifying archery skills, this fake Liz is nothing to be afraid of. And for some reason, Lin Huan always felt that the two imposters on the opposite side did not have silver-level strength. He shook his head. No matter whether these two fakes have silver-level strength. Facing the assessment of top universities, you cannot relax for a moment. Felice, who was beside Lin Huan, was using her sword and shield with her clone. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but the movements of her hands did not stop. Draw a bow and set an arrow. The sharp sound of bowstrings sounded. There was only a pop sound, and a green bow and arrow was nailed to the fake Felice's shield. The broad and thick shield was pierced by an arrow. The sharp tip passed by the fake Felice's ear, leaving a wound on the side of her face. But there was no blood on this wound. Instead, there is a faint orange light. In just the blink of an eye, the wound was completely healed. Seeing this, Lin Huan also raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Phyllis didn't kill the impostor with one arrow. It seems that it was the counterfeit shield that caused Phyllis' arrow to deviate from its original trace. Moreover, the wounds on the counterfeit's face healed instantly. It seems that needs to kill these two imposters with one hit to return to the magic card state. Phyllis, continue. Lin Huan said something, and his whole body turned into an afterimage and rushed out. Just when Phyllis was shooting the arrow, the fake Lin Huan had already rushed over. Lin Huan's eyes gradually narrowed as he watched his replica getting closer and closer to him. 10 meters, 8 meters, 3 meters. Lin Huan's eyes suddenly opened. The body that was running so fast stopped instantly. The replica kept coming, punching Lin Yi in the face. Lin Huan immediately felt a fist blowing on his face. At this time, the punch has not yet arrived, but the momentum has already arrived. Faced with this punch, Lin still did not dodge or evade. His knees were slightly bent, his center of gravity sank, the magic power in his body boiled, and he punched out. I saw that this punch became more powerful, and as Lin Huan blasted out, a layer of extremely faint magic power spread out. In everyone's eyes, two fists collided with each other. At the moment of collision, there was a dull sound. A circle of sound waves visible to the naked eye swayed from the place where the two fists collided. Then I saw a figure flying out upside down. Lin Huan stood there and looked at his fist, which was completely white, without even a trace of redness or swelling. He frowned. Sure enough, that was not an illusion just now. This replica really doesn't have the strength of a silver level. At most, it's at the level of 7 or 8 bronze stars. It was normal for him to be knocked away with a punch against his already silver level self. Just as he was standing there thinking, two figures approached him. Lin Huan glanced left and right, and saw the counterfeit Lin Huan who had just been knocked away rushing up again. The right arm he had just punched was twisted at an extremely weird angle, and was now shrugging weakly. The other figure is just the fake Phyllis. She didn't have a shield in her hand at this time, only the golden sword. His whole body was penetrated by 4 or 5 cyan arrows, but there was still no blood flowing out of it, but a faint orange light flowing out. Seeing the two men attacking each other, Lin remained calm. When he made a virtual gesture with his hands, he was about to stand on the spot and resist. A cyan arrow flew past and accurately hit the heart of the fake Lin Huan. Punch a horrible hole through it. His whole body suddenly shook, and he staggered 2 steps. He looked at the big hole in his chest, his eyes still strange. The next second, his whole body turned into dots of orange light and disappeared. As for the fake Phyllis, before the fake Lin Huan disappeared, she had already turned into a ball of orange light and dissipated. Phyllis, be careful around you, maybe something will happen again. Seeing the 2 imposters disappear, Lin Huan felt no relaxation at all. Still looking around sharply, these 2 fakes dealt with it too easily, making him feel a little uncomfortable everywhere. It was like a punch that was packed with energy. I thought it was hitting a sandbag, but it ended up hitting a ball of cotton. This weird feeling of punching the air made him wary. The assessment of a top university cannot be that simple. Maybe it was deliberately designed to allow me to easily defeat my opponent. Just when I let my guard down, a replica will appear and attack. So this is also very likely a trap. Congratulations to the candidates for passing the first and second stages of the assessment. The cold voice sounded again, but Lin Huan still did not relax. After Li Cheng's explanation yesterday, he had a new understanding of the assessment of top universities. Understand that top universities not only test strength and talent, but also examine the candidate's character. This sentence may also be part of the assessment. After these cold words were heard, the gray fog in this space began to roll. Really, Lin Huan had an expression on his face that said, "It's just as I expected." However, just as he was waiting for the next assessment content, gray mold overwhelmed him before he could react. When he saw the sun, he saw the sheriff who checked his invitation standing in front of him with a smile on his face. "Classmate, congratulations on passing the first and second stages of the assessment." It wasn't until he saw this person and heard these words that Lin Huan was finally convinced. I really passed the first and second stages of assessment. This made him feel a little unreal. The first and second stages of assessment are too simple. Just go in and touch the ball, and then kill 2 copies in an instant, and you pass. Hello, did I really pass the assessment? There is no more after that. The sheriff seemed to have seen Lin Huan's reaction many times, so his expression remained unchanged. Classmate, you are the first person to pass the first and second stages of assessment, and there will be a third stage of assessment later. 3 days later, at the same time and place, we will conduct the third assessment, so please prepare well. After listening to the sheriff's words, Lin Huan understood. I really passed the first 2 assessments. But if you want to be admitted to a top university, the third test is the most important thing. The sheriff said, please prepare well. Doesn't he mean that the first and second assessments are just appetizers, and the third assessment is the real meal? After understanding, he thanked the sheriff and left. As soon as he came out, all the people, robbing his son-in-law, were staring at him. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Lin Huan felt that their eyes seemed to glow with green light, like hungry wolves. Lin Huan felt a chill in his heart. Just then, he heard one of the people shouting suddenly. Little brother, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? Is your family poor? Although the voice was male, it was a bit sharp, like the beauties of the ancient Yihang courtyard. As soon as these words came out, the people around him immediately swarmed over. Little brother, I am the richest man in Qiyuan City. My daughter has the appearance of a fish that sinks into the sky and a flower that dies in the moonlight. What do you think? Think about it. Little brother, as soon as I saw you, I felt that your future was boundless and you would become something great. My daughter is the niece of the Lord of Tianguang City, and she is a perfect match for you. What do you think? My little friend, I see that you have a rich and handsome appearance, and my daughter also has a beautiful heart. I think you are a perfect match. Seeing these middle-aged people, Lin Huan's scalp suddenly became numb, and goosebumps broke out all over his body. There was wind under his feet, and there was a faint flash of green light on his body. In just a moment, I became a Chinese medicine doctor from these people. Hey, where are the people? Where have you gone? I haven't told you about my family's conditions yet. TCH, even if you say so, is your daughter's condition comparable to mine? You can just laugh it off. My daughter is better than your daughter. She is even more worthy of that boy just now. This boy is the first to come out. He might win the championship this year. I will have to make up a bet on him later. If I can win the bet on the underdog, I will make a lot of money. Not far from this group of people, Lin Huan looked at the middle-aged people who were still arguing. I was extremely speechless. He didn't expect that what Li Feng told him was actually true, even crazier than what he said. Shaking his head, Huan walked towards the candidate's accommodation. At the same time Lin Huan passed the first and second stages of assessment. The Hall of Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City. Different from the whispers just now, there was silence in the hall at this time. A group of teachers from top universities stared at a blank space on the orange light screen, full of surprise and doubt. Did I read it correctly? What happened to Lin Huan? He defeated his own clone with one punch. That was a bronze 8-star, one level higher than him. If you have that kind of strength, you must have used magic potion to refine your body. Although the clone's magic level is one level higher, the punch just now was more about physical strength than physical strength. The fact that the legendary magic card is an unknown race also has a great advantage. 0-degree re-engraving cannot be a perfect replica. It can only be re-engraved with the average properties of the legendary magic card. If the unknown legendary subordinate race is if it is very outstanding, it is normal to have such a result. Not bad, not bad. Compared with those embarrassed children of aristocratic families, this Lin Huan is more in line with my taste. Lin Huan, I want it at Shenwu Academy. What do you want from Shenwu? We, the Demon City Academy, don't want to lose face. Qi Chuan, who was in the front row of the hall, said attentively to Ji Yusu on the side, how about it, can you see it? As a diamond strongman, his vision is naturally more sinister than the gold and platinum teachers behind him. The punch between Lin Huan and his replica just now was definitely more than just a physical difference. There is also a difference in magic power. You really think my old eyes are dim, this Lin Huan? Although Ji Yusu's face remained calm, there was some wonder in his eyes. This Lin Huan is definitely not only capable of 7 bronze stars, but at least 8 bronze stars. This Lin Huan actually increased his magic level by more than 8 levels in 3 months. This has already broken the league record, right? He took what he had not finished and said, well, it seems that in future assessments, the level of the strange magic crystal ball will be raised by 1 level. Now, do you still think Lin Huan has no chance of winning the number 1 pick? Qichuan asked. No, I feel now that he has a great chance. His performance just now has surpassed most of the children from aristocratic families. I also hope that he can win the number 1 pick and give me a surprise. It is because I hope that students like this that surprise me will appear that I have been the principal of the Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City. Ji Yusu smiled. There was this flame burning in his eyes. Haha. Look forward to his performance in the 3rd level, that is the key point. Seeing that his old friend was a little enthusiastic after a long absence, Qi Chuan also smiled. He thought he knew Lin Huan well, so he could sit firmly on Daoyutai. However, Lin Huan's performance today also gave him a surprise. He is also looking forward to Lin Huan's performance in the 3rd level. Lin Huan, let me see how much surprise you can bring to us old people. As time went by, the first and second test results of all candidates came out and published on the official website of the Federal Ministry of Education. And those candidates who have completed the assessment have also returned to the candidate's residence one after another. Dong dong dong. Lin Huan, who was practicing in his room, heard a knock on the door and got up to open the door. I saw Li Cheng standing outside the door, with a tangled look on his face, as if he had something to say but didn't know how to say it. What's wrong? Did you fail the test? Seeing him looking like this, Lin Huan guessed. Failed? What are you talking about? I am the son of a dignified lord of a city, passing the test is not easy. I want to say, don't be sad, brother. After speaking, Li Cheng patted Lin Huan on the shoulder. Hearing this, Lin Huan felt a little confused. Why am I sad? Recalling Li Cheng's movements and demeanor just now, Lin Huan tentatively spoke. You don't think I failed the exam, do you? Hearing this rhetorical question, Li Cheng was stunned. Is not it? I passed the exam quickly enough. Even several children from aristocratic families were not as fast as me, but you came back before me. What if you didn't fail the exam? Hearing Li Cheng's confident words, Lin Huan suddenly felt dumbfounded. Who gave you the confidence to think that if I am slower than you, I will be eliminated? Any questions? Can't I be the first one to come out? How is that possible? Li Cheng screamed suddenly. He took out his mobile phone and opened the official website of the Federal Ministry of Education. While the hands are moving, the mouth is still talking. If you can come out first, I will broadcast live. When he said this, he suddenly stopped. The names of these candidates were displayed on the screen of his mobile phone at this time, and the first name was Lin Huan. Li Cheng's throat suddenly rumbled twice. Seeing Li Cheng's appearance, Lin Huan suppressed a smile and asked, "Why did you just say you wanted to live broadcast?" Ahem, what did I just say? I didn't say anything just now. Hearing Lin Huan's words, Li Cheng suddenly realized and pretended to be stupid. Lin Huan smiled and shook his head, then turned and entered the door. Hey, brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be so fierce. How about it? I don't have the confidence to win the top prize this year and give those of us who are not big cities a fight. By the way, I'll just put 100,000 alliance coins on you. Once the results come out, I won't have to worry about the entertainment expenses for the 4 years I spent at the school. Li Cheng followed Lin Huan in and said in a friendly tone. Turning to look at Li Cheng, Lin Huan felt helpless towards the son of the Lord of Tianwei City. We just met yesterday, but today I saw one of my own leaving the examination room, and now I'm attracted to her. Just call me brother. He really doesn't care about the reputation of the city lord's son at all. By the way, what did you mean by suppressing the alliance currency just now? When he just finished the exam, Lin Huan also heard the group of middle-aged people saying this. No, brother Lin, you don't even know this. Hearing Lin Huan's words, Li Cheng's face showed exaggerated surprise. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, "Yes, I am too small. How can a person of brother Lin's level value such vulgar things?" After hearing Li Cheng's words, Lin Huan's wife punched him twice. "This is so good that I can lick it." He raised his palm to stop Li Cheng and said, "Okay, let's tell you what it is." Li Cheng clicked on his phone twice, then turned it over and placed it in front of Lin Huan. There is a histogram on the phone screen. There was a person's name under each bar, and Lin Huan took a look at it. I found that the names below are all the names of a candidate. What is this? Lin Huan asked. Upon hearing the question, Li Cheng shook his head and began to explain. This is a betting website, betting on who will be the federal champion every year. These bars are the prize pool, and the higher the bar, the lower the odds. At the same time, it also means that this person is a popular candidate for this year's #1 pick. Almost all of these tall people are descendants of aristocratic families from big cities. Having said this, Li Cheng swiped his phone twice. Pass it back to Lin Huan again. This time, Lin Huan saw his name on it. Seeing the bar chart above his name, he raised his eyebrows. Because he found that the bar above his name was much taller than the people next to him. Seeing this, Lin Huan felt a little confused. He is a little-known person from Tianmeng's small town. How could someone put money on me? Seemingly seeing the doubts in Lin Huan's heart, Li Cheng smiled. Brother Lin, do you think you are a person from a small town? Why would anyone think that you will become the #1 pick in the league this year? Look at the names listed on the official website of the Alliance Ministry of Education. That is the list of those who passed the first and second assessment this year. The first name means you are the first person to pass the first 2 stages of assessment, which means you are now #1. A person from a small city crushed the children of those big city families and became the #1. Do you know what this means? Lin Huan shook his head. It means you may be a super dark horse. Now the total bonus pool of the children of those aristocratic families has reached 1 billion alliance coins. If you really win the championship, I, Zhuang Shifang, can earn at least 1,000 times. That's a whole million alliance coins. Seeing Li Cheng's excited face, Lin Huan shook his head and said. Are you so sure that I can become the top pick? It's just good luck that I can pass first. After spending the past 2 days together, he felt that Li Chengcheng was pretty good. So he wanted to pour cold water on him. You'll lose 9 times out of 10 with something like spinach. What's more, although he felt that the first and second stages of the assessment were easy, it was obvious that the focus was on the third assessment. Only by passing the third assessment can you successfully enter a top university. He just wanted to pass the third test safely and successfully enter a top university. As for the number 1 pick, he had never thought about it. Moreover, those who play spinach are not fools either. You can tell just by looking at the bar. Although his bonus pool is large compared to other ordinary candidates, it is nothing compared to the favorites to win the first prize. Understand that there are still many people. Although Lin Huan has never seen the children of aristocratic families in big cities, he doesn't know how strong they are. But they have huge resources, although there are no more legendary magic cards than themselves. But in terms of strength, he will not be weak. This is why they are already the favorites before the assessment has even started. When Li Cheng heard Lin Huan's words, a look of struggle flashed across his face, but he finally became determined. Brother Lin, I believe in you. This year you will definitely be able to take back the top prize from those children of aristocratic families and strive for success for us. Hearing this, Lin Huan shook his head. That's all he said. If Li Cheng doesn't listen to his dissuasion, he will suffer a huge loss and it will be none of his business. Okay, hurry up and leave. I'm going to practice. After hearing this, Cheng did not stay much. Close the door. Lin Huan returned to bed and continued to practice cross-legged. Although he is the first person to pass the first and second stages of assessment, he will not slack off because of this. You can't drift away now. You can't relax until you actually pass this test. Before you get admitted to a top university, you won't be satisfied for a moment. While he was practicing, the same residence as him, but in a room on a different floor, Lin Yuki is holding her mobile phone. Clicked on the official website of the Alliance Ministry of Education. I want to see who the first one is. In the years since she returned to the Tang family, she has been constantly moving forward on the road to becoming a powerful card magician. Because only in this way, she can no longer worry about the constraints of her family and go see the little family she misses. Becoming the federal champion is the first step on this road. As a result, when she passed the first and second stage of the assessment today, she heard the sheriff say that she was the second person to complete the assessment. The first student to complete the assessment has already left. Gone long ago. In other words, the student who completed the assessment first completed it much faster than she did. This made her curious about the first person to pass the test. Lin Yuki knows very well that this federal assessment is very difficult. Although the first level is nothing, as long as the magic level is increased by more than 3 levels during this purpose, you can pass it. But the clones in the second level are quite difficult. She is determined to become a powerful card magician, so she will naturally not fall behind in combat. From black iron to bronze, she improves each level. He will adapt to his increased strength through fighting. In the past 3 years, she has experienced hundreds of battles. He has rich combat experience. At this point, she spent a lot of effort to defeat her own clone. She felt that she was already very fast. But this first place was actually faster than me. What kind of monster must he be? Lin Yuki knows. This person will definitely be her strongest opponent on the road to winning the championship. Thinking like this, she had already opened the official website of the Alliance Ministry of Education and clicked on the list. His eyes scanned over each name. When she saw the first name, her heart trembled and her whole body froze instantly. Lin, brother Lin Huan. Backquote. Seeing Lin Huan's name, Lin Yuki's treasured memories suddenly came up. Brother Huan, will you always play with Yuki? Of course, Yuki is so cute. Then, how about I be your wife when we grow up together? Little brat, if you become ugly when you grow up, I won't want you anymore. Thinking of everything he had in Lin Huan's house before, and those childish words he had with Lin Huan, her vision was blurred by tears. Brother Huan, Yuki really misses you. Don't worry, after I become the federal champion, I will go back to find you. You must wait for me. She wiped away her tears, and the ripples in her heart calmed down again. She knew that even though the name was the same, but they are definitely two completely different people. It's not that she looks down on Lin Huan, but she knows that Lin Huan wants to become the first in the top universities from that small place in Tianmeng City. It's as difficult as climbing to heaven. Unless Lin Huan is a peerless monster that only appears once every 100 years. But that probability is so low that it can be ignored. Lin Yuki shook her head to clear away distracting thoughts. Start preparing for the 3-day final assessment. Just a few minutes before the official website of the Alliance Ministry of Education announced the list of those who passed the assessment. Tianmeng City Lord's Mansion. Why haven't you come out yet? Lin Huan, you must give me some encouragement. My long-cherished wish for more than 10 years, and the hope of Tianmeng City students entering top universities, all depend on you. Zhao Meng sat on a chair and refreshed the web page constantly. F5 was almost crushed by him. Although he was very sure that Lin Huan would be able to pass this assessment. He felt that even the top pick was a sure shot. But before the results came out, he was still anxious. Suddenly, a list appeared on the web page. Because he pressed his hand too fast, he had no time to stop and refreshed a few times. Zhao Meng watched carefully with his eyes wide open, and he wanted to stick his head into the computer screen. Soon it saw Lin Huan's name. No, number. It's number 1. It's indeed number 1. Seeing that Lin Huan's name is ranked first, those who were the favorites before the assessment can only be ranked behind Lin Huan. Zhao Meng immediately jumped up from his seat and laughed loudly. At this time, he was in an extremely happy mood, and Lin Huan passed the first and second stages of the assessment. And become number 1. That means you have already passed the exam, and the top pick may also be 1. This doesn't matter whether it's for him or Tianmeng City, it's good news. He picked up the landline phone and called his secretary. Shao-sun, please notify the Ministry of Education and issue an announcement to let everyone in Tianmeng City know that my Tianmeng student Lin Huan has passed the first and second stages of the assessment. Yes. After giving this order, Zhao Meng sat on the office chair, turning left and right, still with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he remembered something. He took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Soon, the call was answered. Zhao Meng said in a teasing tone, Old Li, have you read today's list? Our Tianmeng City's Lin Huan is quite good. He came in second place. How is your son? Let me see, 2, 3, 14. Hey, Lao Li, don't be angry. Although you spent more than 1 billion to buy your son a legendary magic card. He is only 14th, but he is only 13 places behind our Lin Huan. He is already quite good. Not bad. Li Fang, who was on the other end of the phone, heard Zhao Meng's words, and his good mood when he saw that his son won the 14th place suddenly disappeared. He yelled, Zhao Meng, it belongs to your uncle. After saying that, he hung up the phone abruptly. Although he was scolded, Zhao Meng was not angry at all. Instead, he sat on his chair and hummed. Hey, 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 hey. Shao-sun outside the office heard his voice and thought to himself. It seems that Lin Huan passed the assessment and the city lord was very happy. I need to call the Ministry of Education immediately. Soon, an announcement appeared from the Tianmeng City Ministry of Education. The title is, Congratulations to Tianmeng student Lin Huan for passing the first and second stages of assessment. The assessment of top universities is something that everyone in the Federation pays attention to. The announcement attracted thousands of comments within minutes of being posted. Aren't the assessments for top universities not finished yet? Why have they already issued an announcement? After passing the first and second stages of assessment, it is almost certain that you will be admitted to a top university, and Lin Huan is number 1. Even the children of aristocratic families in big cities cannot compare to him. Then isn't Lin Huan more powerful than those children from aristocratic families? He is really giving us Tianmeng City a boost. We should slap those children from aristocratic families in the face. What they said last year was really irritating. You can't be blindly optimistic. Although you have tested. It's okay to go to a top university, but if you want to vent your anger in front of those children from aristocratic families, you still have to be number 1. Difficult. I know that Lin Huan is a student of No. 3 middle school. His family is very poor. It was only after Lin Huan got married that things improved. Compared with those children from aristocratic families, the resources are much worse. While discussing online, in the magic card store of Jinxiu Mall. Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin. Come and take a look. Big brother passed the first and second stages of the exam. Lu Shia Sha at the cashier shouted while waving to Father Lin and Mother Lin who were greeting the customers. When Lin's father and Lin's mother heard this, they immediately left their guests and ran over. I saw my son's name appearing first, and the Ministry of Education in Tianmeng City specially issued a congratulatory announcement. The two elders burst into tears of joy. Old Lin, I heard that your son is going to be admitted to a top school. At this moment, a voice came. Father Lin looked up and saw that they were all nearby shop owners. In the few months since he opened a store here, he has become familiar with the nearby store owners. At this time, the shopkeepers who came to celebrate after seeing that Lin Huan passed the first and second stages of the assessment of the top universities. It was only a matter of time before he was admitted to the top universities. Old Lin, your boy is really promising. In the future, he will be admitted to a top university and his future will be limitless. When that young Lin Huan came, I could tell that he was plump, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He would definitely be great in the future. Now it seems that he is indeed the case. My son is just decadent all day long. He only knows how to eat and wait for death. He wants to inherit the whole store when I die. I will scold him when I get back. He should learn from Lin Huan and pass the exam at least. It's only a second-rate university. I saw Wang Liao Jiao, a shopkeeper from around here, coming to congratulate me. Father Lin and Mother Lin spoke modestly. But my heart is full of pride. It's amazing to have such a promising son like Lin Huan. After sending them away, Lin's mother took out her mobile phone and wanted to call Lin Huan. But he was stopped by Father Lin. Don't call Huaner. He must be preparing for the third assessment now. Don't bother him now. Wait until he passes the assessment. Mother Lin felt it made sense and immediately put the phone back. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Lin Huan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. It's time to take the third assessment. He opened the door and went to the assessment location with Li Cheng. There was still the group of people surrounding them, and the same police officer was still checking their identities. The only difference is that the original gray space crack has disappeared, replaced by a familiar wall of light. Open black lens bracket Tianjuan close black lens bracket. Could it be that the assessment location for the third level is not the demon? Lin Huan looked at the sheriff. The sheriff's attitude was more cordial than last time. He smiled and said, "Classmate Lin Huan, don't hesitate, just go over there. This third assessment will have a dedicated examiner to explain it to you in detail. Wish you good luck in martial arts." Li Cheng on the side smacked his lips, with some envy in his eyes. The last time he came, the sheriff still had the same attitude towards the two of them. Now, the attitude towards Lin Huan is obviously more enthusiastic. His eyes were almost blinded just now, but he didn't see the sheriff taking the initiative to answer his questions. As a result, Lin Huan just turned his head and glanced, and the sheriff told him everything. Am I so unlucky in my 14th place? It seems that he really has no cards. After all, Lin Huan became the number one by stepping on the head of a child of a kind of aristocratic family. This gold content is completely different. Let's go. Lin Huan greeted and the two stepped into Tianjuan together. The familiar feeling of dizziness came again. Lin Huan couldn't help but frown. But compared to the last time from Tianmeng City to Demon City, the degree this time is much lighter. Before he could feel it for long, the dizziness had already disappeared. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found that there were no more high-rise buildings in the Magic City. Instead, it feels like being in the wild. The place he stepped on was yellow hard soil, and he was surrounded by trees more than 10 meters high, which blocked the sky and sun when viewed from below. There seemed to be a large open space not far away. There seemed to be a moving figure. Li Cheng, let's go. Ah! Lin Huan turned around and saw Li Cheng bent over, retching and looking very painful. Seeing this, Lin Huan was a little strange. Is this your first time passing through something like a space rift? Why is there such a big reaction? After hearing Lin Huan's words, Li Cheng glanced at him with a strange expression. Finally, he calmed down and said, "Brother Lin, you are really a pervert. It's okay to teleport over such a long distance. Isn't this normal?" Hearing Lin Huan's natural expression, Li Cheng gave a thumbs up and said nothing. Seeing Li Cheng's appearance, Lin shook his head. Okay, the assessment place should be in front. Let's go there first. Walking out of the dense forest, Lin Huan's vision suddenly became clear. A large open space appeared in front of me. The open space was full of people. In front of this group of people, there was a huge space crack. This space crack is more than 10 meters high and shaped like an ellipse. Unlike the Churong's secret realm that Lin Huan had seen before, the environment outside this space crack was almost the same. Unlike the Churong's secret realm, the outside of the space crack is full of dry and cracked land. Moreover, the color of the secret realm in front of me is also quite strange. The colors of most of the space cracks are solid colors, that is, there is only one color. The color of the space crack in front of me is indeed a mixture of many colors. It's like mixing many different paints in the same bucket, but the colors are distinct. Could it be that the location of the third assessment is in this secret realm? Lin Huan thought to himself. In midair, in front of the colorful space crack, a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face stood in the air, his eyes closed. Being able to fly without the help of any magic cards is the sign of a gold-level powerhouse. Sure enough, there is indeed a golden expert in the assessment of top universities. I wonder when I will be able to fly in the air like him. Seeing that Li Cheng next to him was so excited, Lin Huan glanced at him and said, "Aren't you the son of the Lord of Tianwei City? Why are you so excited to see the powerful golden man? The city lord is the last guarantee of a city. If one day, a city cannot withstand the tide of beasts, the city lord must be in front of all citizens to protect them. This is the responsibility of the city lord. Therefore, those who can become the city lord are at least platinum experts." It is precisely because of this that Lin Huan is puzzled by Li Cheng's reaction. Li Cheng seemed to see Lin Huan's doubts and said, "Although my father is the lord of a city, I suspect that he became the lord of the city through the back door. He doesn't usually look like a city lord at all, and he doesn't look like a platinum strong man. He looks more like a black iron." Quote. Seeing that Li Cheng's complaints were unstoppable, Lin Huan quickly interrupted him. Okay, I get it." Lin Huan's eyes began to turn to the crowd again. The open space was huge, and he took a cursory glance. It feels like there are probably more than 1,000 candidates here. When most people saw the two of them coming, they glanced at them and stopped paying attention. Lin Huan was not surprised by this scene. Those who can participate in this assessment are all top geniuses in their respective cities. Geniuses are all arrogant, and they don't even know what they are doing. It is normal for one person to rebel. Except Li Cheng. However, there were a few people in the crowd who seemed different from them. Although they also stood alone. But at a glance, it feels like they are a group of people. However, Lin Huan felt that they were not in a group, but because they were excluded by others, they seemed to be in a group. Because the eyes of others looking at them contained more or less disgust or malice. Such a strange situation made Lin Huan feel very fresh. He asked Li Cheng on the side, "Why doesn't everyone seem to like those people very much?" Li Cheng followed Lin Huan's gaze and looked over. Seeing the faces of several of them, he asked with surprise, "Brother Lin, you came from Tianmeng City, and you didn't know this?" Hearing this, Lin Huan frowned. "Are there some secrets in this that I should know but don't know?" He urged Li Cheng, "Stop being so pretentious and tell me quickly." Hearing this, Li Cheng didn't waste any time and spoke. These people are all descendants of aristocratic families. During last year's assessment, a child of aristocratic family publicly stated that the top picks in the league in the past few decades were all children of his family. He suggested that top universities should just select the top candidates directly from their children in the future. Anyway, those of us who are not from aristocratic families can't. It's impossible to win the top prize. Your Tianmeng City's top scorer in the college entrance examination last year was just like this. You must win the top prize if you are determined to do it. As a result, his unstable mentality caused him to fail the 10th level of the assessment. Many people fought for him, and the Federation also punished certain children of aristocratic families in accordance with regulations. However, the child of that aristocratic family resisted the punishment and won the first prize. If he wins the first prize, the children of the aristocratic family will naturally feel proud and ridiculed. But if he wins the first prize, those of us who are not children of the aristocratic family are speechless and feel aggrieved all the time. So, when we, the children of non-aristocratic families, see those children of aristocratic families, we are very hostile. After finishing speaking, Li Cheng suddenly changed the subject. But this year is different. This year we have Brother Lin, we will directly steal the number 1 pick from them. When the time comes, I think these children from aristocratic families will still have the nerve to be proud in front of us. After listening to Li Cheng's words, only then did Lin Huan understand. Why do Li Cheng and Principal hope that he can win the league's top pick this year? It turns out that they, ordinary people, have such a grudge against the children of aristocratic families. But at the same time, he also didn't understand. Why is Li Cheng so confident that he can win the top prize? The top picks for decades have been monopolized by those children of aristocratic families. This shows that the children of those aristocratic families do have something. Regardless of strength, talent, magic quality, etc., only those who are at the crushing level can monopolize the number 1 pick for decades. But he didn't bother to guess. Maybe it's just an obsession. After all, what the kid from the aristocratic family said last year was equivalent to bringing him in. Some confusion is understandable, but Lin is still not stunned. Because he was not originally from this world. And based on his mental age, what the son of the aristocratic family said, judging from last year's results, there is no problem. He wouldn't do it because of Li Cheng's words. He is so passionate that he must fight to the death for the number 1 prize and slap those children from aristocratic families in the face. He just wanted to pass the test. Okay, let's get ready for the 3rd assessment. Lin Huan shook his head and said. Immediately, he found a place and waited quietly. Not long passed. Several more candidates came from behind. The man with the Chinese character standing in the air suddenly opened his eyes. The tiger's eyes glanced downward. An awe-inspiring majesty burst out naturally, pressing down on these candidates. Many candidates suddenly woke up from their restful mental state. Seeing this, the man with the Chinese character face immediately put away his awe-inspiring majesty, as if he had never appeared before. He shouted, "My name is Kai Hu, and I am your examiner this time. Now let me introduce you to some content of the 3rd level assessment. The secret realm behind me is called the 8 Wonders Secret Realm. It is the location for your assessment this time. The content of your assessment is to hunt monster beasts. Every time you kill a monster, you will get points. The higher the level of the monster, the more points you will get. After 3 days, your final results will be determined by points. In addition, if your life is in danger during the assessment, if you destroy your invitation letter, the invigilator will receive the information to ensure your safety. But at the same time, activating the invitation letter means that you will fail the assessment. If you pass the assessment, your points will be retained and used in top universities." As soon as these words came out, the candidates below were suddenly in an uproar. Lin Huan also raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the benefits of this assessment would be so good. There are countless resources in top universities, and good resources are everywhere, AIFB. But they are all paid, and the currency is points. The way to get points is to kill monsters. Generally speaking, after being admitted to a top university, the academic work is heavy and there is very little time to earn points. Earning points from scratch is very slow. But this year, I can keep the points from the assessment. In this case, I will have points after entering a top university. If you can, buy some cherished items at the beginning. For example, high-quality cultivation techniques, cherished magic potions, high-level magic cards, etc. There are many things in it that are of great help to Lin Huan's rapid jump in strength. Quiet. The man with the Chinese character face in midair heard the noise below and roared. The terrifying aura that had just been restrained was suppressed like a tide. The candidates immediately fell silent. After seeing them all calm down, he continued, "The 8 Wonders Secret Realm is divided into 8 areas in total. After you pass through the space rift, you will randomly fall into these 8 areas. Among the bronze 8-star monsters in each area, there are 3 monsters. There is a pass code hidden in the bodies of these 3 monsters. With this pass, you will be qualified to enter the central area of the 8 Wonders Secret Realm. For students who can reach the central area, the Alliance will have additional huge rewards. As for how you obtained this qualification, we don't care. After saying this, the eyes of the candidates below suddenly changed. They didn't expect that this time the top universities would spend so much money. Not only can the points obtained from the assessment be retained, but also as long as one can enter the central area. You can also get additional rewards. And if it can be mentioned by this examiner alone, the reward is definitely not bad. When they thought of this, their eyes suddenly became hot. At the same time, they also began to be vigilant about the people around them. Be wary. Only 3 people in an area are qualified to lead to the central area, 8 areas, that is to say. There were more than 1,000 people here, but in the end only 24 people were able to go to the central area. This elimination rate, many candidates suddenly took a breath of cold air. But they were not frightened by this terrible elimination rate. Today, who among the people who can stand here is not a unique genius? No one should feel that they are worse than others. Even the children of those arrogant aristocratic families. Lin Huan frowned when he heard Kai Hu's words. This is Kai Hu's last sentence. No matter what method you use. In other words, he allows candidates to compete with each other. As a result, the situation in the secret realm becomes complicated. The enemies will not only be monsters, but also candidates. At the same time, he was also surprised by the assessment content and rewards of top universities this time. Although there will be no specific content of assessments from top universities online. But there are so many rewards, which is already a bit abnormal. In addition, it acquiesces to the fight between candidates. He always felt that something was wrong with this year's assessment. But now he couldn't tell what was wrong. The rules have been introduced. Now, the assessment begins. Hearing this sentence, Lin Huan stopped thinking. Instead, he looked towards the crowd. At this time, none of the candidates moved. They all know that whoever gets in first may not have the upper hand. This assessment lasted 3 days. Those who enter first may be tricked by those who enter later. Just when everyone is waiting for the opportunity. Ha ha ha, you don't dare to come first, so let me, Lu Ruo, come first. A wild laugh rang out. Then I saw a young man in black rushing into the 8 Wonders secret realm. Someone took the lead, and other candidates suddenly couldn't sit still. They all stood up and disappeared into the cracks in space. Just when Lin Huan was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a side face, and his figure suddenly froze in place. Yuki, brother Lin, what's wrong? Li Cheng on the side suddenly stopped when he saw Lin Huan and asked. Fine, I seem to have seen an acquaintance. I must have seen it wrong. Lin Huan shook his head at him. I was also a little suspicious of the profile I just saw. He and Yuki haven't seen each other for so many years. I don't know what Yuki will look like. It was just a feeling he had just now. Let's go, brother Lin, we're almost done. Lin Huan nodded. He and Li Cheng disappeared into the cracks in space. Just when these candidates entered the 8 Wonders secret realm one after another. In the hall of the Magic Card Master Academy in the Magic City. An orange light curtain began to gradually reveal a small image. Every small image that appears represents a candidate who has entered the 8 Wonders secret realm. Hall seats. It was still full of people like last time. But what is different from the last time is that they all hold a notebook in their hands. This is what they use to score points. Scores are given to candidates who enter the 8 Wonders secret realm. They will score based on the candidate's points and overall performance, and rank the candidates. And the first one ranked first is the number 1 pick in this league. Old Ding, who do you favor this year as the federal champion? Me, of course I am optimistic about Lu Ruo. Although his performance in the previous 2 assessments was average, in actual combat, the advantage of 2 legendary magic cards is too great. I'm optimistic about Lin Yuki. It would be good to have a female champion. The other children from aristocratic families are also pretty good. I think Kai Chenjiang from the Kai family is pretty good. Qi Chuan and Ji Yusu, who were in the first row of the hall, heard their words and shook their heads. It seems that over the years, the advantages of those children of the aristocratic families have been too great, making them look down on everyone except the children of the aristocratic families. They can't even understand who the Qianlong is. Oh, this is also the tragedy of the education world. Those aristocratic families have too many resources and can easily pile up a number 1 scholar. So it is necessary for Lin Huan to come out and let the children of the aristocratic families know how big the gap is between the geniuses who are piled up based on resources and the real geniuses. I hope Lin Huan can give me more surprises. After saying that, the two old men stopped chatting. Instead, he looked at the orange light screen with concentration. 8 Wonders of Secret Realm. Mu Shui District. This area is dotted with rivers, drizzles and puddles everywhere. A figure was running quickly. Behind him, there was a group of irregular, strange creatures made of water chasing him. Why am I so unlucky? Li Cheng roared with grief and anger in his heart, and his feet moved faster. As soon as he stepped into the 8 Wonders secret realm and entered this water-washing area, he was stared at by the monster behind him. He had legendary subordinates and was full of confidence. As a result, as soon as he summoned Fire Mountain, because the attributes of the Fire Mountain conflicted with that of this area, his strength was directly reduced. He was blasted by the 7-star bronze monster behind him. After realizing that he couldn't defeat the monster behind him, he just yo-yoed. If you still fight when you can't win, that's stupid. Gray area. Lu Ruo and his legendary orc subordinates were fleeing in a moist dense forest. At this time, he no longer had the brilliance of his former aristocratic family, and his face was full of prosperity. A look of embarrassment on his face. Behind him was a swarm of fist-sized insects chasing him. There are dozens of these insect-shaped beasts, with ferocious faces and terrifying mouthparts. Just by looking at him, you can tell he's not easy to mess with. Tianwu District. Lin Yuqi was holding a long sword and was fighting a humanoid monster. This humanoid monster has 2 horns on its head, is 3 meters tall, is dressed in red and black, and looks extremely ferocious. Facing this terrifying monster, Lin Yuqi did not flinch. Her long sword was wrapped with green flames, and every time she slashed at the monster, it seemed like gold and stone colliding. A string of sparks were released, but no trace was left behind. In the hall, teachers from top universities were discussing in low voices. This year's assessment is indeed very difficult. Not only the outstanding candidates who pass the first and second stages of assessment are in trouble, but even the children of aristocratic families are in a dilemma. Isn't it too early for them in the 8 Wonders secret realm? What the heck, once you enter an area that you are not familiar with, how can you do it if you don't even know how to fight? This is how you should take the test. The 8 Wonders secret realm is the most famous small secret realm near the Magic City. The reason why it is famous is not because it is dangerous, but because it is very strange. The 8 Wonders secret realm is divided into 9 parts. There are 8 areas outside. Each area is dominated by one attribute, and other attributes are so low that they can be ignored. As for the distribution of candidates, it is best if the magic card attributes are the same as the area, and the power of the picture card even increases slightly. But if you fall into an area that conflicts with the properties of your own magic card, the power of the magic card will be suppressed to a certain extent due to the environment. The purpose of this assessment is to see how each candidate can survive 3 days and kill monsters in conflicting or matching areas. From the current point of view, the effect is indeed very good. Even the children of aristocratic families no longer have the same power as before in the 8 Wonders secret realm. Other candidates, some of whom were lucky, have already started hunting monsters to see how much points they earn. And some were unlucky, and their regional attributes conflicted with their magic card attributes, and the magic card attributes were immediately compromised. Encountered a powerful demonic beast with 6 or 7 bronze stars. If you don't run away, you will be stunned. Those who think they can fight back will naturally be eliminated in the end. As each candidate's point score is different, part of the side of the orange light curtain is extended. The names of the candidates are arranged above, and there is a corresponding number after the name. This is the score ranking list of candidates. At this time, most candidates get 0 points. It is indeed my first attempt in so many years to use the secret realm for assessment. I don't know how effective it will be. At present, it seems that the difficulty is very high. 90% of the candidates are being chased by monsters. There are only a few who can face it head-on like Lin Yuqi. It has to be difficult to look good, otherwise the children of those aristocratic families would compete there every year, and there would be no point in showing off. I think too much. These children from aristocratic families don't have full strength yet. I bet that this year's top pick will still be from aristocratic families. Me too, although there is a dark horse Lin Huan in front of me, but this Lin Huan's luck is incredible. As soon as he entered, he bumped into a bronze 9-star guy. This third level of assessment is to prevent some candidates from being too comfortable due to the match between the magic card attributes and the regional attributes. They placed 3 bronze 9-star monsters in each area. Used to limit them. I remember that Lin Huan's subordinate attribute is of the forest attribute, but it happened to be in the Yanyan area. That area is full of fire attribute, which happens to conflict with his subordinate attribute. I hope he's not a fool. Against the bronze 9-star red fire ape, even the children of those aristocratic families can't defeat him alone. If you run away now while the red fire ape is sleeping, you still have a chance. If you wait a little slower and are targeted by the red fire ape, you will have to be chased all the time. In that case, you will be eliminated sooner or later. Because the red fire ape has a bad temper, it often chases its prey to death. Therefore, unless he is not targeted from the beginning, otherwise, he will keep chasing him to the end. Qi Chuan in the front row of the hall looked at Lin Huan. He said to Ji Yusu on the side, "Hey, do you think this red fire ape can force out all Lin Huan's trump cards?" Hearing this, Ji Yusu shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. It can be seen last time that Lin Huan's magic power is at least bronze 8 stars. Even if his attributes conflict with those in the Yanyan district, it is still legendary after all. There should be no problem with just farming the red fire ape. Let's take a look. I hope the Unbroken Rings will join forces." 8 Wonders of Secret Realm. Lin Huan felt a rush of heat as he stepped out of the space crack. He looked around and saw dark red rocks everywhere. The environment is very similar to the Chirong Secret Realm, but there is no volcano. He touched his chin, and then waved to summon Phyllis. "Master." "Yeah," Lin Huan said to her. "Use your natural perception to help me see if there are any bronze 8-star monsters around." "Yes." After hearing this, Phyllis closed her eyes and felt it. Then he opened his eyes and said, "Master, there is no 8-star bronze beast nearby, but there is one with 9-star bronze." Oh, hearing this, Lin Huan raised his eyebrows. He wanted to find the invitation directly to the central area, but with the points delivered to his door, he naturally wouldn't refuse it. Let's go there." Under the leadership of Phyllis, it didn't take long. Lin Huan then saw a 5-meter-tall giant ape lying there and taking a nap, as if covered in dark red lava. This giant ape was just taking a nap, and the breath exhaled from his nose was actually light red. Like 2 red dragons. Every time the giant ape breathed, Lin Huan felt that the surrounding temperature would rise by 1 degree. "Is this the red fire ape here?" he observed with great interest. He now knew a lot about some secret realms and monsters. The red fire ape was born in a land of extreme inflammation. Thick black stone armor can grow all over the body, and its defense power is amazing. After using the skill, Li almost reached the silver level. "Phyllis, get ready to take action." Lin Huan greeted, his eyes dimly lit up with green light. He has already used Gift of the Storm Goddess. After practicing for several months, he has yet to make a move, and he still doesn't know how strong he is now. At this time, the red fire ape was awakened by their amazing momentum. As soon as it woke up, it saw 2 little ones next to it, preparing to attack it. Its eyes suddenly burst into tears, yelled loudly and jumped up. When it falls on the ground, it will shake like a big earthquake. The dark red magma on his body instantly turned red, and black armor began to grow all over his body, covering it thickly. It picked up a black stone stick from the ground and waved it. The huge stone stick brought up the roaring wind, making Lin Huan's robes rustle. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lin Huan's lips. "Really like a monkey," he shouted to Phyllis beside him. "Phyllis." Phyllis reached out and held the emerald long bow. "Hold the arrow, and a faint blue light will light up on the arrowhead." She moved her finger slightly, and the arrow disappeared instantly. The moment before the arrow disappeared, she clearly felt that a familiar force was attached to the arrow. Then, she saw that as the arrow was advancing, a circle of cyan cyclone enveloped the arrow, and even caused the arrow to rotate. This is her and Lin Huan's classic combo attack. Compared to the last combination attack in Chirong's Secret Realm. This time, the cyan cyclone became more solid and sharper. Of course, the arrow speed is also faster. Even her eyes, a marksman's, could only catch him for a moment. Then he saw a large hole 1 meter in diameter opened in the middle of the red fire ape's chest. His seemingly astonishingly defensive stone armor was as fragile as paper when faced with this combo. It was easily pierced by the green arrow without even being blocked at all. Seeing the big hole in the middle of the red fire ape's chest, Lin Huan nodded with satisfaction. Although in terms of scale, this arrow is no different from the arrow in the Chirong secret realm a few months ago. But he knew that the power of this arrow was more concentrated. Stronger penetration. He is now confident that with just one arrow, not even the silver monster can stop it. The red fire ape's body shook feebly twice and fell to the ground. In the hall, many teachers from top universities saw this scene. They were all shocked. Holy shit, shit, shit. Isn't this Lin Huan a bronze 7-star? How could he defeat the red fire ape in seconds? This red fire ape is a fake bronze 9-star. Can't you tell? This Lin Huan's magic level is at least 8 bronze stars. Even 8 bronze stars is too exaggerated. This red fire ape is 9 bronze stars. Maybe it's because his legendary subordinate is so powerful. After all, she is the main offensive force. It seems that this subordinate race is not simple. Maybe this mysterious race is enough to rival 100 dragons. Hey, if that's the case, Lin Huan will be the biggest dark horse in this battle for the number 1 pick. The teachers behind him were surprised that Lin Huan jumped a level and instantly killed a bronze 9-star monster. Chi Chuan in the front row saw something different. Old man Ji Yu, can you tell this combination of skills? Ji Yu Su on the side nodded. Yes, it seems to be the work of the legendary subordinate, but the Cyan Cyclone is not bad either. I feel that the skill card used by Lin Huan is probably the second one. Legendary magic card. Chi Chuan intercepted the conversation. As soon as these words came out, the two of them immediately glanced at each other with surprise in their eyes. Ji Yu Su was surprised. It was Lin Huan who actually had a second legendary magic card. What surprised Chi Chuan was that Lin Huan actually had 3 legendary magic cards. He clearly remembered that Zhao Meng called him and told him that Lin Huan's second legendary magic card was the Wind Demon Dragon. Thinking of this, Qichuan felt a little confused. Where did Lin Huan get so many legendary magic cards? You know, Lu Ruo has 2 legendary magic cards because he has a family behind him. This is because the Lu family is at the forefront among the families. But Lin Huan has no background and no resources, so why does he have 3 legendary magic cards? If you can't figure it out, just don't think about it. Chi Chuan said to Ji Yu Su on the side. Although the legendary magic cards are the main ones that can kill the red fire ape instantly, it can also be seen that the tacit understanding between Lin Huan and his legendary subordinates is extraordinary. Indeed, just this combination of skills has already surpassed other candidates. Those children of aristocratic families are still at the stage of letting their subordinates fight alone. It seems that this guy Lin Huan will not fail the magic card deck professional course after he gets to a top university. Chi Chuan smiled. At the same time, after Lin Huan killed the red fire ape, the points ranking list in the hall. Lin Huan's name jumped to the top of the list. Points, 1,000. The second place Lu Ruo only has more than 300 points. A full 3 times the difference. Tisk, Lin Huan killed a bronze 9-star monster right after he came up. It seems that he will be safe all the way. That's not necessarily the case. Other children from aristocratic families have also begun to exert their strength. Indeed, it looks like Lin Yuki will be able to kill that bronze 7-star monster by herself soon. It's fun when you compete with me. This year's alliance assessment may become the most exciting one in decades. At the same time as these teachers, Yanyan District. Lin Huan walked towards the body of the red fire ape. After putting away the level 2 blank magic cards that had fallen out, Felice and he continued on the road. It's a pity because the fire attribute in Yanyan District is too active. Felice's range of perception was suppressed to a certain extent. It took 2 or 3 hours to find 7 or 8 bronze and 8-star monsters. Along the way, there were quite a few monsters of other levels. Of course he solved it easily. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of booming fighting. Lin Huan raised his eyebrows. It didn't sound like the monsters and beasts were fighting alone, it sounded more like the card magician and the monsters were fighting. Let's go, Phyllis. He waved to Phyllis. Be prepared to go in the other direction. Since it is a battle between card magicians and monsters, it must be other candidates. It doesn't matter whether that candidate wins or loses. He didn't want him to be contaminated in any way. After all, under the premise that candidates can fight among themselves, all candidates are his potential enemies. Master, in which direction is there the aura of the bronze 8-star monster? Lin Huan turned around. If this was the case, he would go over and have a look. Let's go, Phyllis. With that said, he took the lead and rushed forward. The sound of fighting became clearer and louder, and Lin Huan knew that it was almost here. Ahem. Hearing this, Lin Huan raised his eyebrows. This voice is personality. Soon, he arrived at the battlefield. I saw a huge black bull with a length of more than 10 meters, spitting flames at a beautiful figure in white. Saw that giant bull. The detailed information about this monster rang in Lin Huan's mind. Wildfire cow. Fire-attributed monsters are shocking reminders that their mature bodies can reach silver level. The wildfire bull in front of me only has 8 bronze stars, and it seems that it has not yet fully reached maturity. Very fierce personality. And the beautiful figure in white that it attacked was also very fierce. Lin Huan looked towards the beautiful figure in white clothes, and saw that the beautiful figure in white clothes was somewhat powerless under the frequent attacks of wildfire cattle. Even the speed of dodging has slowed down. It is obvious that it has reached the point where it has run out of fuel. Just when Lin Huan was hesitating whether to save him or not, the beautiful figure in white clothes was knocked away by the wildfire bull. And the landing point is exactly where Lin Huan stands. Lin Huan frowned when he saw the figure coming towards him. The figure flashed and moved to the side. Boom. Dusty. Cough cough cough. Why is there so much dust? Ba, ba ba ba. Before the dust dispersed, a cold voice was heard coming from the rising wind and sand. When the dust cleared, Lin Huan saw a pretty girl in white sitting on the ground without caring about her image. Lin Huan did not hide his figure. Bai Zichen noticed him instantly. With a crisp turn, Bai Zichen retreated 10 meters. Are you a candidate? She looked at Lin Huan and Felice with a wary expression. Hearing this, Lin Huan nodded. Roar. When Bai Zichen was about to say something, the wildfire bull not far away roared and rushed towards here. Seeing this, she gritted her teeth and said to Lin Huan. Since you are also a candidate, how about joining forces with me to deal with this wildfire cow? I am Bai Zichen from the Bai family in the Demon City. I promise that if we join forces, it will not be a problem to obtain 2 passes. No, Lin Huan shook his head and refused. Why? If we join forces, wouldn't you have a greater chance of getting a pass? Bai Zichen was a little shocked and frowned. A member of her aristocratic family offered to join forces, but was rejected. No matter how much people in small and medium-sized cities hate the children of aristocratic families, is it more important than obtaining a pass? There's no need to join forces, I can get a pass. Lin Huan said calmly. Hearing this, Bai Zi laughed angrily. Not even a member of her aristocratic family is sure that they will be able to obtain a pass, and even defeating an 8-star bronze monster requires great effort. Only the best among the children of aristocratic families can easily defeat the 8-star bronze monster, and are qualified to say such things. How can a person who is not a child of aristocratic family dare to say that he alone can obtain the 3-4-3 pass? Lin Huan didn't know what she was thinking and didn't care. He just shouted in a calm tone. Phyllis. Yes, master. Having experienced several battles together, the tacit understanding between them no longer requires too many words. Bai Zichen watched Lin Huan and Felice's movements. Knowing that they are not just showing off, but really want to brush the bronze 8-star Mengwang Huosheng alone. She sneered inwardly. I would like to see how you farm the wildfire ox alone. I saw the wildfire bull charging towards them with great momentum. Every step they took could create a deep pit in the solid hard ground. The whole body seemed to turn into a huge fireball. Bai Zichen's eyes were solemn and his figure was even more perfect. She recognized that this was the most powerful skill of the wildfire bull, blazing fire. As a monster that can be promoted to the silver level, the wildfire ox has blazing fire as its signature skill. Combined with his own strength, this collision is even comparable to a strike from a silver-level monster. But Lin Huan and Felice still looked unhurried. Phyllis took out her longbow and instantly drew the longbow into a full moon. An emerald green arrow automatically appeared in her hand. Lin Huan, on the other hand, slowly raised his right hand. There is a green wind lingering on it. Still not taking action. Waiting to die. Just when Bai Zichen was confused, he heard the sound of "feng." The green arrow clasped between Phyllis' slender fingers had disappeared. Suddenly a strong wind blew around him. The strong wind even made her unable to open her eyes. She had to squint her eyes and saw a huge blue cyclone suddenly appear in midair. The center of this blue cyclone was the arrow in Felice's hand. The edge of the cyclone touches the surface, leaving deep carvings in the solid rocky earth, shooting at the wildfire bull at a terrifying speed. But just for a short moment, this green cyclone collided head-on with the wildfire bull. There was no sudden collision or stalemate as she imagined, nor was it the cyan cyclone being easily dispersed by wildfire. Quite the opposite. This cyan cyclone penetrated from the center of Wildfire Niu's eyebrows and opened a big hole in an instant. Red and white burst out. Bai Zichen could clearly see the scene behind the hollow between the wildfire ox's brows. This arrow actually shot through the wildfire cow. Her whole body was stunned for a moment. Until the carcass of the wildfire bull, it could not stop due to inertia. When it brought up a burst of dust and threw it on her face, she just came back to her senses. Cough, cough, cough. After scattering the dust around him, Bai Zichen looked at Lin Huan's back with a look of shock. He actually killed the wildfire cow. And it kills with one arrow. It's too perverted to know. This year, the children of their family have been rated as the most valuable class in decades. But she knew in her heart that even the best among the children of their family, Lin Yuqi, Lu Ruo, Kai Chenjiang and others could not kill an 8-star bronze monster with one move. At most, it's an easy win. And the man in front of me can kill monsters with one arrow. Where did he come from as a freak? Looking at the barbarian fire ox that had fallen to the ground, Lin Huan ran over with a sense of expectation in his heart. Then, he saw 2 magic cards next to the corpse of the wildfire cow. He walked over and picked it up. One is a level 2 blank magic card, and the other is a pass. This pass is just like the original invitation, it is an artificial magic card. Finally got the pass. Lin Huan breathed a sigh of relief. There are only 3 days in total. Even if it is just an area, it is still difficult to find the monster that only has a pass among the many bronze 8-star monsters within 3 days. Phyllis, let's go. After saying hello, Lin Huan left Felice. Now that the pass matter is settled, the next thing is to earn more points before entering the central area. Saw the huge carcass of wildfire ox. Bai Zichen was confused. This man is not a member of our family, why is he so strong? Is this year's top pick going to fall into the hands of others? Magic City Academy, Invigilation Hall. Teachers from top universities were filled with emotion when they saw the screen that belonged to Lin Huan. Who would have thought that a child from a noble family would one day be looked down upon by others? Yes, the gap in the heart of the little princess of the Bai family is probably quite big, especially since the person who looks down on her is from a small or medium-sized city. It should have been like this a long time ago. These children of the aristocratic families have been too arrogant in recent years. Last year, they even dared to say that they would directly choose the number 1 pick among the children of their aristocratic families. They are really ridiculous. They should be slapped in the face by Lin Huan. Quote, "Hey, that's not right, Lao Fang, how could I remember that you just said that the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination must be someone from a noble family? Who said that? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Ha ha ha, Lao Fang, you are so shameless, but you can't blame him. It's not that the children of this year's aristocratic families are not good, it's Lin Huan who is so outstanding." At this time, on the orange light curtain, which was monitoring other candidates, most of them were figures running away in panic. After some monsters were killed, they were discovered by other monsters before they could rest for a long time, and they began to flee again. Among the many candidates, only a few or 20 began to hunt monsters after gradually adapting to the environmental attributes of their area. They are the best among more than 1,000 candidates. As time goes by, points are added to the leaderboard. From the second place to the 30s, their names are constantly chasing each other, and the rankings are constantly changing. Lin Huan's name has always been at the top of the list. The points are steadily moving towards 5 digits, and there is already a huge gap between the second place. After a whole day, many candidates on the orange light screen have been eliminated. On the points ranking list, the situation is gradually becoming clearer. Lin Huan's position as number 1 in points can be shaken. The 23 people below are occupied by 12 children of aristocratic families and candidates from other cities. Yanyan District. Lin Huan looked at the crack in space in front of him and felt a faint sense of oppression. He touched his chin. Looking at it like this, if you go directly through this space crack without any protection, there may be some risks. He took out the pass from his arms, and the blue light flashed slightly in his hand. After receiving the magic power, the pass suddenly shattered into pieces and turned into a blue light shield, wrapping him up. Seeing this, Lin Huan smiled slightly and stepped into the space crack. Mu Shui District. Li Cheng, who was dressed roughly, patted the Yanshan mountain that was more than 10 meters high beside him and said with a smile, "Yanshan, how are you? This wave of cooperation is good." Buzz. Hearing Yanshan's response, Li Cheng smiled. Then he picked up the 2 magic cards in the puddle and put away the second-level blank magic card. He looked at the pass. His eyes were burning. "Brother Lin, how can I be absent when you win the number 1 pick?" Central area. Here I come. Gray area. Lu Ruo stepped on the corpse of a giant insect and took out the pass from its brain. Taking the pass, he laughed loudly. "I, Lu Ruo, will take the top prize this time. Jin Jie, let's go." Tianwu District. Lin Yuki slashed a bronze-level monster into several pieces with a sword in one hand. "After searching among the corpses for a while, I found the pass." There was a hint of joy in her eyes. Picking up the pass, she felt determined. "I must win the top prize. Get strength, break away from the shackles of the family and return to Tianmeng City." As the day went by, a total of 24 passes in 8 areas were found. Magic City Academy. The teachers in the invigilation hall were shocked when they saw this scene. Finally come. The last 24 people. The battle for the number 1 pick has begun. 8 Wonders Secret Realm, Central Area, Bihai Area. As soon as the space crack comes out, what comes into view is a large expanse of emerald green. Lin Huan was stunned for a moment. The central area of the 8 Wonders Secret Realm turns out to be of forest nature. He summoned Phyllis and asked, "Phyllis, how are you feeling?" Phyllis closed her eyes, then opened her eyes and said, "Master, the forest here is quite rich in attributes, and my range of perception is very large." Hearing this, Lin Huan felt something in his heart. "Can you feel how strong the monsters around you are? Most of them are bronze 6 or 7-star monsters, there are also some 8 or 9-star bronze monsters, and there are only 2 or 3 silver-level beasts." "Are you sure?" "Sure, that's not right," Lin Huan murmured. According to what he thought, in the central area of the 8 Wonders Secret Realm, the Silver Demon. Although the beast cannot roam everywhere, but not to the extent that there are only a few. According to the difficulty of this test and the perception range that Felice received the bonus. Logically speaking, there should be more than 10 silver monsters in this area. Otherwise, how can it be worthy of the examination difficulty of top universities? "Master, Master," Lin Huan turned his head. Then I saw Phyllis looking a little hesitant. He asked, "What's wrong? I seem to feel that something is attracting me in that direction. That thing seems to be very important to me." Phyllis pointed in one direction and said. Looking in the direction she pointed, Lin Huan could only see a sea of forest. And at the end of the field of vision, there is a giant tree hundreds of meters high, which catches the eye. Compared with the surrounding trees that are tens of meters high, it can be said to stand out from the crowd. Is that what attracts Phyllis? Lin Huan thought to himself. Although Phyllis used words like, feeling, and, seemingly. But he knew that as an elf princess, Phyllis was a forest-type area. This vague feeling is probably true. Important to Phyllis. Lin Huan touched his chin, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and he remembered something. Could it be? Let's go. Phyllis, follow your feelings, let's go to that place. When he thought of that possibility, Lin Huan couldn't wait any longer. Compared with that matter, whether you accumulate points or not is no longer important. Anyway, the points he gained from hunting monsters in Yanyan district should be enough for him to be admitted to a top university. Yes, master, Phyllis responded, and the two of them headed in the direction of the giant tree. Just as they were moving forward, another place in Bihai district. Lu Ruo said to his legendary orc slave, Jin Jie, help me show the way, we will go directly to hunt the strongest monster in this area. Jin Jie's race is an orc, and the orc tribe has a rather special place. That is, they have strong adaptability to the attributes in the environment. And you can feel the breath of powerful monsters from a long distance. In the last secret realm, if it weren't for the small size and large number of insect-type monsters in that area, Lu Ruo would have had no targeted group attack cards. He wouldn't be chased by those insect monsters as soon as he landed. In this year's league assessment, people outside regard him as a favorite. He thinks the same thing in his own mind. As a leader among the children of aristocratic families, and with 2 legendary magic cards in his possession, he has this confidence. Now, when he saw that the central area had a forest attribute, the arrogance in his heart suddenly returned. He immediately wanted Jin Jie to take him to hunt the strongest monster in the Bihai area. The stronger the monster, the more points it will naturally earn. He wants to make this time the top pick without any suspense. Jin Jie on the side received the order and pointed in a direction. In that direction, there is a giant tree towering into the sky. Quote exclamation mark quote. Magic City Academy. Invigilation Hall. Ha ha ha. I don't know if these students made an appointment, but they all ran to the central area immediately. On the orange giant screen, the 24 candidates who entered the space rift started from 24 different places. All directions point to the towering giant tree in the center of Bihai district. Anyone who can enter the central area is not a fool. They know that the farther to the center, the stronger the monsters are. The higher the points. That's right, if you continue to make small fuss on the fringes, you will miss the chance to be the top pick. Haha, I hope they won't be frightened by the big surprise we prepared when they arrive at the central area. Whoever can eat that thing alone will be the top pick this year. Eating alone. The smart one is to form a group. Is there any candidate who can do it alone? Not even Lin Huan. Team formation is also a type of ability. It just depends on which one of them can perform best. Front row. Chi Chuan looked at Ji Yusu and asked, do you think Lin Huan can do it alone? It's very difficult. If you don't reach the silver level, a person's hope is still slim. The two of them had just paid close attention to Lin Huan's performance, and they both guessed that Lin Yan's magic level had reached bronze 9 stars. You can only cross level 9 in 3 months. This talent alone has already broken the assessment record. After hearing Ji Yusu's words, Chi Chuan was somewhat hopeful that Lin Huan could survive alone. He knew that Lin Huan had a 3rd legendary magic card in his hand. Never used it before. For such a kid who can hide his clumsiness, he hopes there will be surprises. Master, this is it. Lin Huan stopped in front of the 100-meter giant tree. I looked around and found that although this tree was tall, it was no different from other trees. Phyllis, are you sure this is here? After Phyllis said something, she suddenly closed her eyes. Then he walked to the giant tree, raised his slender hand, and an emerald green light appeared on the white palm, and reached towards the giant tree. I saw Phyllis's palm cutting directly in without any hindrance, and then her hands spread apart. The bark of this giant tree actually separated to both sides like a curtain. Lin Huan raised his eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. Unexpectedly, there is something else inside this giant tree. Master, please come in. Lin Huan nodded. Then I discovered that there was a cave inside the giant tree. The tree trunk seemed to be hollowed out. Although it was a closed space inside, it was impossible for outside sunlight to come in. But the tree trunk was not dark, instead it was filled with glistening green light. Under the illumination of this green light, Lin Huan felt very comfortable all over his body. It feels like you are in the purest nature. He raised his head with something in mind and saw a light source floating in the air. This light source looks like a crystal. Although it is a light source, it is not dazzling even in the past, and it even feels comfortable. Tip. Natural crystal detected. The legendary slave Felice panel has been updated. Close black lens bracket. Is this the sound of the system? Since crossing over, he has only heard this voice once when he awakened the system. After that, the system's sound never came again. Now, this was the second time he heard the sound of the system. System, open Felice's property panel. Magic card name Elf Princess Phyllis. Type, slave magic card. Attribute wood type, natural type. Quality, legend level, myth level infancy. Skills, nature affinity, elf magic, elf marksmanship. Introduction, the elf princess, with the blood of the elf queen flowing in her body, is the darling of nature, a natural elf mage and elf archer, with amazing potential. Tip, it is currently in the infancy stage. After entering the maturity stage, it will automatically advance to the mythical magic card, Elf Queen. Materials required to advance to the mythical level, natural crystal, pure water, pure root, natural evolution, legendary, lawless wand, legendary, symbiosis of all things, legendary, the crown of the elf queen, legendary, praise of life, legendary level. The materials needed for Phyllis to advance to the mythical level have been updated. Lin Huan's eyes suddenly lit up. He did not expect that participating in the assessment of a top university would have such additional benefits. When he first drew Phyllis, he saw the prompt below and knew that Phyllis could be promoted to the mythical level that is now unique in the Alliance. But there is no clue. As a result, the system was triggered outside of here and the required materials were directly updated. Lin Huan took a look and saw that those with quality behind them should all be magic cards. Those with no quality label on the back are some of the more miraculous items, just like the natural crystals in front of you. But I've never heard of these things. The same applies to these magic cards. We still need to get a copy of the Alliance Magic Card Database. To detect legendary magic cards, only the top database is available. This can only be obtained after going to a top university. Lin Huan murmured, the magic card thing is easy to say. If you draw slowly, you will be able to collect all the buffs from the god level card draw one day. But as for the previous things, it can't be solved only by drawing cards. It's like a natural crystal this time. If it weren't for this coincidence, he wouldn't even know when to update the panel. Things like Tianchanshui and Tianjingan can only be found by relying on the power of top universities. He said to the side, Phyllis, how do you feel now? I feel very good. Phyllis stared at the natural crystal in midair with her beautiful eyes without blinking, and murmured. She held out her hand. I saw the natural crystal getting closer and closer. Then it slowly floated into Felice's hand. As he got closer, Lin Huan discovered that there was a stream of light flowing in this natural crystal, as if it was alive. Master, I feel like I can absorb this thing. But during the absorption period, I cannot be disturbed, otherwise, the consequences may be very serious. Hearing this, Lin Huan frowned. In that case, why not take it outside to a safe place before absorbing it? Phyllis shook her head and said, no. Only after I came into contact with it did I know that if this thing comes into contact with other things, it will dissipate within an hour. We can only absorb it now. Lin Huan frowned. This natural crystal actually has such properties. How long do you estimate it will take? There are less than 2 days left for this assessment. Phyllis pondered for a while and then said, it will probably take a day. Lin Huan nodded and said, you can absorb it with peace of mind, I will stay by your side. Thank you, Master. Phyllis thanked her, sat down cross-legged, and folded her hands. The natural crystal was originally lying quietly in Felice's hands. But suddenly it floated up, no longer emitting light, but shrank all the light back. Every time the light inside wanders around, glistening green light spots escape from the natural crystal. Then floated into Phyllis. Seeing this, Lin Huan and Felice sat opposite each other and waved their right hands. A cyan light shield covered the two of them inside. After isolating the sound from the outside world, Lin Huan nodded with satisfaction and began to close his eyes and rest. And just when this natural crystal was absorbed by Felice, a few miles away from the giant tree, a tree dozens of meters tall was shaking continuously. I saw that the land around the big tree was cracking open continuously. One after another, extremely thick branches pierced the surface and appeared on the ground. Kakaka. The earth keeps shaking. There are more and more branches. This big tree actually stood out directly from the ground. 2 thick branches suddenly grew out of the right and left parts of the big tree, and the ends of the branches split into 5 thin and long branches. It looks like the palm of your hand. And where the bark was originally, 3 holes slowly appeared, 2 above and 1 below, like eyes and mouths. But there is nothing inside, it is just an empty space. It looks like he has turned into a tree man. Roar. The tree man roared and swung the branches on his hands randomly. This branch is as slender as a willow branch, but it can easily break the surrounding trees dozens of meters high. The bark on the empty eyes was tightly wrinkled, giving people a feeling of extreme anger. The tree man opened his bow left and right with both hands, cutting off all the big trees in front of him, and walked slowly towards the giant tree. Magic City Academy. In the assessment hall, a group of teachers from top universities were discussing in low voices. Lin Huan and his subordinates suddenly entered this giant tree. Good guy, when we went in to clean up, we really didn't realize that there was no secret in this giant tree. Maybe it's because of Lin Huan's race. Otherwise, there's no reason why Lin Huan, a boy with 9 bronze stars, would be able to discover it, but none of us who are golden would be able to discover it. We don't know what's going on inside this giant tree. After Lin Huan enters, we won't be able to monitor his scene. There won't be any strange treasures inside, right? Hey, even if there is, do you still want to rob him? Can I, Ji Yu Cheng, do such a shameless thing? I'm just curious. Wait a minute, look at Lu Ruo's screen. He seems to have met an ancient tree. A teacher from Shenwu Academy suddenly shouted and pointed at the small screen that belonged to Lu Ruo. All the teachers looked at the screen belonging to Lu Ruo. This exquisite ancient tree is what they said at the beginning, the big surprise they prepared for the 24 candidates. The Juexing ancient tree was a silver 5-star monster that they deliberately left behind after they went in to sweep it. It is the final boss prepared for these candidates. According to the fact that they used the information of all candidates as a benchmark at the beginning, and then extrapolated the strength they could achieve in 3 months, they then specially arranged the monsters. According to their conjecture, no candidate could achieve the feat of mastering the silver 5-star elite ancient tree alone. But after all, that was just an inference before March, and it cannot be predicted with 100% accuracy. Especially for those children from aristocratic families, the jump in strength may be quite exaggerated. Therefore, when Lu Ruo faced Weijing Ancient Tree, they were also looking forward to Lu Ruo's performance. Front row. Ji Yu Su frowned and looked at Lu Ruo's screen. He asked Qi Chuan on the side, "Do you think the early awakening of the ancient tree has something to do with Lin Huan entering that giant tree?" This time, the assessment of the top universities was led by their Magic City Academy. He serves as the principal of the Magic City Academy. Naturally, he knew all the contents of the assessment. According to their previous arrangements, only those within 100 meters of the Jingu tree would wake up. But now looking at Lu Ruo's screen, this exquisite ancient tree found Lu Ruo on its own, not because Lu Ruo woke it up. Before thinking about it, Lin Huan entered the giant tree. It was hard not to remind him of something. After hearing Ji Yu Su's words, Qi Chuan frowned and said, "It's not impossible. If Lin Huan's behavior in the giant tree really woke up the ancient tree, then Lin Huan will most likely be targeted by the ancient tree." Speaking of this, he suddenly laughed. I suddenly felt that that would be pretty good. A 5-star silver monster would definitely be able to force out all Lin Huan's trump cards. Ji Yu Su frowned and said, "Are you so confident in Lin Huan?" "Well, trust me, Lin Huan will definitely give you a surprise." Seeing Qichuan's confidence, Ji Yu Su frowned and looked at him, but finally said nothing. At the same time, the 8 Wonders Secret Realm, Bihai District. Lu Ruo looked at the ancient tree that was constantly waving its branches not far away, with a trace of ecstasy flashing in his eyes. "Jin Jie, is this the strongest monster in this area?" "Yes, man." Nodding, the corners of Lu Ruo's mouth slowly raised. "The strongest monster is of the forest type. God really wants me to be the top pick this year." As he spoke, he took out a legendary magic card and threw it out. Bala. With a strange roar, a slave that looked like a lizard with red skin and sharp horns on its head rushed out of the orange light. "Red Fusion Lizard Dragon, come on." Lu Ruo pointed at the ancient Weijing tree not far away and shouted. The lizard-like subordinate roared suddenly, opened his mouth and spat out a ball of fire, flying towards the ancient tree. Wherever the fireball passed, Trees dozens of meters high were instantly ignited and turned into ashes in just a moment. Boom! The ancient Weijing tree was unable to move and was immediately hit by the fireball. The fireball knocked the ancient tree to a tilt, and then scattered into tiny sparks. But where they were concentrated, there wasn't even a trace of scorch left. Roar! The ancient tree was hit with anger by the fireball. He stared hard at the crimson lizard dragon, and a little green light suddenly gathered in its empty mouth, and in the blink of an eye it converged into a ball of green light. Then, sudden ejaculation. The red melting lizard dragon couldn't dodge. Hold the green light beam and hit him. Bala! The red lizard dragon cried out in pain. The skin was torn apart by the green beam of light, and the white bones deep in the flesh could be vaguely seen. His whole expression suddenly became a little depressed. This monster actually has a long-range skill. Seeing that his subordinate was injured by a move, Lu Ruohan said. Jin Jie, let's go too. Yes, master. Lu Ruo and the orc subordinates around him suddenly turned into two black shadows and rushed towards the ancient tree. However, we have just arrived within a few thousand meters of Weijingtongate. Several branches immediately emerged from the ground, tying Lu Ruo and his orc subordinates to death. How can it be? Lu Ruo exclaimed. In order to make a sneak attack, he and Jin Jie both advanced from the back of the Weijing ancient tree. Unexpectedly, it was discovered. While he was struggling, he suddenly caught a glimpse of green light from the corner of his eye. He swallowed and raised his head. He saw that the ancient tree had turned around, preparing to use the long-range skill just now. Generous green light. This beam of light was sprayed out by the ancient tree. Seeing the green light beam getting closer and closer to him, Lu Ruo's pupils shrank suddenly. If he gets hit by this, he will be eliminated. Red Fusion Lizard Dragon. Lu Ruo yelled. I saw the crimson lizard dragon flying on all fours, blocking Lu Ruo before the green light beam hit him. Bala! The crimson lizard dragon wailed and was knocked back to the magic card state. Lu Ruo was shocked and angry when she saw the magic card whose light dimmed. His skin turned red, and the branches that tied him were melted in an instant. Jin Jie's back. With a move of his hand, Jin Jie was recalled to the magic card state. His figure collapsed. I kept retreating for several hundred meters before I felt at ease. There was some fear in his eyes. He did not expect that in just 10 minutes, he would be defeated by this monster. Magic City Academy. In the proctoring hall, I really didn't expect that Lu Ruo, the favorite, lost in just half an hour. I didn't see it before, but now I realize that Lu Ruo's combat experience is really bad. The strengths of the two legendary subordinates have not been used at all. If Lu can't do it, let's see how long Lin Huan can resist it. I estimate it will be an hour. That's not necessarily true. Maybe Lin is self-aware. After seeing at a glance that he can't beat him, he immediately starts joining forces with other candidates to play in a team. Originally, this exquisite ancient tree is not meant for single combat. Wait, look, the other candidates have arrived too. Are we going to start a big group battle in advance? 8 Wonders of the Secret Realm, the battlefield of exquisite ancient trees. Li Cheng stood on the trunk of a tree and watched the ancient tree defeat Lu Ruo easily. He laughed and said, haha, these children from aristocratic families are really not good enough. They still have to look at me, Uncle Li Cheng. Yanshin, let's rely on it. Just when he was ready to take action, then a sword cry was heard that echoed throughout the battlefield. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.